The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is October the 28th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1492, Christopher Columbus sights Cuba and claims it for Spain. In 1536, first university in the New World, the Universidad Santo Tomás de Aquino, is established in Hispaniola. In 1746, Peruvian cities of Lima and Calo demolished by earthquake. 18,000 die. In 1904, St. Louis police try a new investigation method: fingerprints. In 1919, Volstead Act passed by U.S. Congress, establishing prohibition despite President Woodrow Wilson's veto. In 1924, miner M. de Bruyn discovers the infant fossil skull Tong Child in a lime quarry in Tong, South Africa. Paleontologist Raymond Dart identifies the fossil as a new Homian species, Australopithecus africanus. In 1941, How Green Is My Valley, based on a novel by Richard Llewellyn, directed by John Ford, starring Walter Pidgeon and Maureen O'Hara, premieres in New York. Best Picture, 1942. In 1961, Forlorna closes at Broadhurst Theater in New York City, starring Tom Bosley after 796 performances and a Pulitzer Prize. In 1900, Summer Meridian Olympic Games, Paris, France. Competition ends after 5 months. No opening or closing ceremonies conducted. Born on this day were Iramas, John Lorenz, Claude Nepes, Jonas Salk, Bill Gates, Mohammed Magee, Medin Jihad, Brooks Jenner, Julia Roberts, Joaquin Phoenix, Matt Smith, Howard Hansen, Brad Paisley, Bowie Kuhn, Barry Elkinstone, Leroy Wilkins. And dying on this day were John Wallace, John Locke, Red Olbach, Trevor Burrick, Jerry Lee Lewis, and Matthew Perry. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the presentation of the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast number 48 regarding a burglary at the Italian-American Grocery Company on North Broadway. That's all. No vision first.
Tonight, Calling All Cars is privileged to present as its guest artist an actor who is known all over the world for his portrayal of racketeer roles in motion pictures. As well as being a famed actor, Al Hill is an authority on the New York underworld. His autobiography, Easy Pickings, was a bestseller of 18 months ago. In tonight's dramatization, you will hear Al Hill in the part of Ed Curry. Tonight's program takes us into a police chemist's laboratory. Before the show starts, let's take a look behind the scenes and have a business talk with the chemist. There he is now, fooling with a lot of test tubes. What are you testing now, Mr. Chemist? Some evidence in a criminal case?
Well, you might call it criminal. I'm testing some gasolines, and some of them would certainly murder any motor. They're not good enough to use in garbage trucks, let alone in police cars, ambulances, and fire engines.
What do the tests say about Rio Grande cracked gasoline?
Rio Grande cracked gasoline always tests high in all essential qualities. That's why many cities specify it year after year and use it in all their police cars, ambulances, and fire engines.
What makes it so good?
Well, it's that cracking process. It certainly gives Rio Grande a big advantage over uncracked gasolines. There's no sense in anyone buying uncracked gasoline when they can get Rio Grande cracked at the same price.
Tonight, Chief Davis has sent as his personal representative Captain Bert Wallace, Chief of the Homicide Detail of the Los Angeles Police Department. Captain Wallace.
Good evening, friends. Police work has changed more radically in the past 5 years than in any other similar period since the kings of old empowered lantern-swinging watchmen to keep the peace in the towns and cities of antiquity. Science has come to our aid. Psychology has clarified the workings of the human mind and provided the police officer with a powerful weapon for penetrating the strange mental quirks lawbreakers often display. We have fingerprints classified in an elaborate system that in some cases records as many as 5 million separate sets of prints. Chemistry and physics provide us with definite procedure to detect the lawbreaker and prosecute him, although he has the best alibi in the world. Such is the case in tonight's story. Without the aid of our police chemists, we could not have sent this band of burglars to the prison reward they so richly deserve. Who but a trained scientific criminologist would have thought to search in a trouser cuff for the damning clue? Yet, such apparently innocent and unimportant things as the fuzz and dust in the trouser cuff is often the thin line between the victory of the forces of right or the powers of wrong. And now, on with the show. For
several weeks last year, mysterious safe burglaries had occurred in rapid succession. No clues were left for the midnight cracksman. Yet in every job, the modus operandi was the same. A hole had been drilled in the upper left-hand corner of the safe, and the door ripped off with a crowbar. Police intensified their search for the criminals. But still, the safe continued to be cracked. One night it's a restaurant, the next a market, the next a store. Then, one sunny December afternoon, a customer enters a small machine shop on Pico Boulevard.
Good afternoon. What can I do for you?
I want you to make a gag for me.
A gag?
A gadget, a tool.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, what was it you wanted?
Well, here's a rough drawing. It wants to be a plate about 3/8-inch steel, shaped like this, with a slot in it, see?
Oh, yes, yes.
And then at the corners, I want a hole drilled and threaded and set screws put in so they can be turned by hand. Get me?
Yes, sir.
Make it plenty strong.
Oh, you can be assured our work here is of the very best.
Sure, I know. When can I get it?
Oh, you better give me a couple of days. Say next Thursday?
That's okay.
Excuse me, but don't think I ever seen a tool just like this. Would you mind telling me what you're going to use it for?
Sure, I'd mind telling you. What's it to you? You got the order, haven't you?
Well, yes, of course. Excuse me.
That's okay, Pop. Matter of fact, there's no secret about it. You see, I'm working on an invention, and I got to have this gag for it.
Oh, an invention.
Sure. I can't tell you any more about it just now. You know how it is.
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay, then. You got it straight?
Yes, sir.
How much will it be?
Oh, say $3.
All right. Well, I'll be back about Thursday.
Go on. 3/8-inch plate, 4 set screws. Well, in all my born days, I never heard of such a thing in my life.
The next night, two men enter a small rooming house on North Broadway. Now, remember where we want it.
Sure, I know.
Where's the landlady's place?
This door here. Hey, landlady. Open up.
Oh, hold your horses till I get me that round.
Modest biddy, ain't she?
Yeah.
Now, what's all the excitement raising the roof over the house at this hour of the night?
We want a room.
A room, is it? You'd think you wanted the whole building, the racket you're making. What kind of a room do you want?
Just a room. We want a flop for the night.
Well, I've got a nice room on the street for 75 cents a night.
No, 75 cents a night's too high.
Yeah, and besides, I don't like the street. How about one on this side of the house?
Well, you don't get the air only from a skylight.
That's okay. We don't want no air. We want to sleep.
Well, whatever you say, here's the key. It's number 15. And that'll be 50 cents in advance.
In advance? Hey, we got a bag.
And I don't care what you have. It's 50 cents in advance. How do I know you ain't got that bag stuffed with newspapers?
All right. Here you are.
It's 50 cents a piece.
A piece? Say, what do you think this is? A Biltmore?
Well, take it or leave it.
Okay, but it's robbery. 50 cents a piece, can you imagine?
All right, just a minute. Oh, now what is it you're wanting?
Did a couple of guys just come in here?
Sure they did. And they walked me out of the sound sleep, and me just falling back to sleep when you come along.
That's tough. I'm with them, you see. What room are they in?
Well, what do you want to know for?
Well, I want to join them.
What for?
I'm going to spend the night with them.
No, you ain't. Not in that room.
Why not?
Well, because there's only room in the bed for two.
Well, that's okay with me.
Well, it ain't okay with me. I can give you a room across the hall from them.
Oh, all right. That'll do.
Very well. Just find the register under the name.
Where, right here?
That's right. And no monkey business now, young man. This is a quiet place I run here.
Sure, I know.
And that will be 50 cents.
50 cents? That's pretty steep, ain't it?
Maybe it is for some, but them as ain't got 50 cents, I don't want any place, I don't.
Well, look, I only got 40 cents.
It ain't enough.
But I got a pack of cigarettes here. They're worth 15 cents. I'll give them to you, too.
I want cash, and besides, I don't smoke.
Well, if you don't smoke, you can give them to your old man, can't you?
You ain't got enough money, young man, and my feet is getting cold standing out here into the hall.
Oh, nuts.
A few moments later, the resourceful applicant for a room is back with the required 50 cents, obtained by some high-pressure panhandling, and receives the key to the room across the hall from his friend. A moment later, the occupants of room 15 are attracted by a tapping on the door.
Hey, that's Ed. Let him in.
Okay.
Hello, boys.
Hey, where you been?
Got held up. I was talking to a mug down on Spring Street about a journey skating trip.
Yeah, who was it this time, Curry? That blonde hair slinger over the Denver dining room?
Yeah, was it that fat fan dancer at Tony's?
No, on the level, fellas. I was getting a lowdown on a slow job.
Low down or lay down?
All right. Well, let's cut out the beefing and get at that wall.
Okay, we've been waiting for you, Curry. Where do we start?
Well, as near as I can figure, it's right here at the corner of the room. Let's see now. We're in the third room back from the street, aren't we?
Right.
Well, then we'll start right here in the corner.
Okay, let's get at it. Hand me that pick. Curry, you better stuff something in the cracks of the door to deaden the sound.
How is it?
Pretty soft. We ought to get through this wall in a couple of hours. How you doing, Curry?
It's a cakewalk. I'll have this hole drilled all the way through this box in another minute.
Good. We haven't got all night.
Listen, when I get that gag I'm having made, we'll bring boxes like that. All we'll have to do then is just turn the set screws, and the combination will kiss the floor in no time. There we are. Turn off the juice. Now hand me that crowbar. Okay, boys. Now let's lean on this thing.
Right. Steady.
Come on. Get down on it.
All right, now. Give us a little arm. One more heave. There we are. I wonder where that grease ball keeps his sugar.
Open that big one.
Here it is. Look at that. Over a grand easy. Not bad, huh? Oh, boy. Oh, well, let's make Kitty's eyes sparkle.
Then forget that broad head and let's get out of here.
Okay. Get that stuff stuffed in the bag. Get that stuff packed in the bag, George, will you? And throw this dough in there, too. We've got to take it on the lam now, quick.
The next morning, while the officers at Lincoln Heights Police Station wearily take down the details of another clueless safe burglary, the proprietor of the machine shop on Pico Street, unable to allay suspicion, brings the gadget he has been ordered to make to Captain Bert Mims of the burglary squad.
So there it is, sir. I just can't figure out what he wanted it for, but it seems sort of suspicious to me. I suppose maybe I'm a little foolish. It shouldn't be taking up your time.
On the contrary, I think your suspicions are correct. Send in Chilton and Castle. Now, what did this man look like?
Well, he didn't look like no inventor. He looked like a sporting man to me.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, had his hair slicked back and had on a kind of flashy tie.
How tall was he?
Oh, I'd say about medium height.
5'10"?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah. How old?
Ooh, around 30, I guess.
What color hair?
Black.
What color eyes?
Let's see. They was gray, I think.
All that, Cap? Oh, yes, boys. This gentleman just brought this in. Got any idea what it is? Sure. You turn the screws and you pull the combination out of the safe. Right. Now, the guy that ordered this thing will call for it this afternoon. I want you boys to stake out and find out where he goes. I think he may have something to do with these burglary jobs that have been bothering us. Want us to pick him up? Nah, just keep on his tail. Sooner or later, he'll hang himself.
Detectives Chilton and Castle stake out the machine shop And that afternoon, when the safecracker calls for his tool, the two officers follow him to an apartment house on Hollywood Boulevard. That night, officers Leo Meisner and W.J. Grant from the Wilshire Division tail the suspect to the east side, where they see him deliver a package to two men, and then on out Valley Boulevard to Rosemead and back to Hollywood. The next day, Chilton and Castle stake out the apartment and arrest the man on suspicion of burglary as he's about to enter his car. At headquarters, they question him.
What's your name?
Edward Curry.
Where do you live?
At the apartment house where you picked me up.
How old are you?
32.
Well, what do you know about these safes that have been knocked off the last month?
Nothing.
What'd you order that tool for?
What tool?
That tool you ordered from that machine shop on Pico.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Isn't it true that you ordered that tool to pull combinations out of safes?
Say, what is this all about anyway? You guys are screwy. You got me wrong.
Yeah, maybe we have. And maybe we haven't. Now, look here, Curry. You'll do yourself a big favor if you come clean with us.
You ain't got a thing on me. I ain't got a record. You can't make me even if you have mugged and printed me.
Maybe so. But we do know everything you've been doing for the past 4 days.
You ain't been peeking, Lieutenant.
All right, Curry. Cut out the comedy. On Monday, you ordered an interesting little tool from a machine shop on Pico. Yesterday afternoon, you called at the machine shop accompanied by a blonde girl. What's her name?
Well, she's my wife.
Yeah? She's also Kitty LaFleur. She's done time at Lincoln Heights for indecent exposure. You see, Curry, I used to work the vice squad.
Now, isn't that lovely?
You picked up your little toy at the machine shop and returned to your apartment. Later that evening, about 10 o'clock, you left the apartment and went to the Omaha Hotel on the east side. You talked to two men outside and handed them the package. Who were they?
Well, if you know so much, why don't you tell me?
Maybe I will. After you left them, you drove over to Valley Boulevard and out to Rosemead, where you went into a house. You stayed there until 1 a.m. Then you returned to your apartment in Hollywood.
Well, now, isn't that dandy? I bet you boys had a swell time playing detective and chasing me all over Los Angeles County.
That sort of talk isn't going to get you any place. Why did you have that tool made?
Well, an invention I'm working on.
That tool was made to pull combinations out of safes.
Maybe you'd know. I wouldn't.
Who were those two men you talked to in front of the Omaha Hotel?
I haven't any idea.
What did you do in that house in Rosemead?
Well, I thought you knew all about me.
Listen, Curly, why don't you admit your part in those burglaries and save us all a lot of time?
Listen, boys, you ain't got a thing on me. Why should I admit anything that isn't so? You're barking up the wrong tree, and just to prove it to you, I'll take you to the room in the Omaha Hotel and let you ransack it as much as you like. I'm clean, I tell you. I ain't got nothing to hide. And when you get through snooping around, you're going to have to let me go. And then I'm going to force you to apologize for arresting me.
Chilton and Castle escort Curry to the room in the Omaha Hotel. They search the place carefully and find nothing.
See? What'd I tell you?
You're a wise guy, aren't you, Curry?
I don't need to be a wise guy. I'm clean. And like I said before, you ain't got a thing on me.
Well, maybe you're right at that, Curly. Maybe we've made a mistake.
Sure you have.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to send you back to your apartment in Hollywood with the driver. When you get out of the police car, you're free.
Well, now you're talking.
Hey, Eddie.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Take this man back to his apartment on Hollywood Boulevard.
Ain't you coming along with us?
No, Castle and I can walk back to headquarters.
We can drop you off.
Well, we got to see a man down the street anyway.
Well, look, Lieutenant, you don't have to bother sending me all the way to Hollywood. I'll get home in a streetcar.
We only want to be fair, Curry. We arrested you at your apartment, so we're compelled to return you back there.
But, Lieutenant,
I insist. You see that this man's taken to his apartment, Eddie.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Well, I guess that ends our little friendship, Curry. So long.
But just a minute, Chilton. There's something else I got to ask you.
What's that?
How about that apology?
Oh, of course. I'd forgotten. I apologize, Curry. I'm awfully sorry we've inconvenienced you.
Well, that's more like it. But so long, boys. And good luck with your sleuthing.
Well, of all the big shots, what's the idea of letting him go? It's simple. He's dead right. We haven't got a thing on him excepting suspicion. We can't prove a thing. But this way, we'll never see him again. He'll... Oh, no, he won't. He's more value to us free than in custody. He'll lead us right to the mob he's operating with, if he hasn't already. Say, what are you driving at? Guess this. This room is the headquarters for the outfit. His pals are going to come back here sooner or later. I told Eddie to take him to Hollywood so we'd have time to get some men on him. Now, while I stake out this place for the other two members of Curry's outfit, you hightail to a phone and have the captain detail a couple of men to Curry's apartment house with instructions to shadow him 24 hours a day. That way, we work both ends against the middle. Get it?
Thompson's hunch is correct. For while Castle is phoning headquarters, two men enter the apartment. He arrests them on charges of suspicion of burglary. While these two suspects, who give their names as Sidney Getzoff and George Stone, are being booked, the full report of the Italian-American grocery store burglary arrives on Captain Lynn's desk. Having turned over the rooming house register to Adolph Carstensen for handwriting comparison, Captain Lynn interviews Getzoff in his office.
Getzoff, there was a burglary committed in the Italian-American grocery on North Broadway the other night. What do you know about it?
Hey, what's the big idea? Wouldn't it be on me and my friends like that, huh? What's the big idea?
I asked you a question. What do you know about the Italian-American grocery store robbery?
Nothing. I should know when a Dago grocery loses a couple of yards of spaghetti.
$1,600 to be exact.
Well, you didn't find none of it on me, did you?
No, we didn't. But your associations look suspicious. I want to get at the bottom of this matter.
You better look someplace else.
Come in.
Do you want to report on this handwriting, Captain?
Oh, yes, Carstensen. Come in.
Here's the register from the rooming house.
Yeah.
There are the two Brazilian cards. Now, notice the similarity of the loops on the G's on this signature and the way the T's are crossed on this one.
Well, I'll take your word for that, Adolph. What I want to know is, are they similar?
They're identical. The man who signed his name as Getzoff on the Brazilian card signed the registers to the rooming house as Robert Thompson. The man who signed his name as Stone on our books signed his name as Walter Miller on the register.
Thanks, Adolph.
Anything else?
If there is, I'll let you know.
Yes, sir.
Well, Getzoff, did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it.
Were you in that rooming house on North Broadway the other night?
No,
Come on, Getzoff. We'll pass by that question. I know you were there, and so do you.
All right, okay, I was there. So what? I went there with Stone for a little party, that was all.
What kind of a party?
What do you think?
I think you're lying. You were in room 15, weren't you?
I don't remember the number.
Well, I can assure you it was 15. And a hole was dug in the wall of room 15, through which you entered the grocery store. You and your pals broke open the safe, took $1,600, and made your getaway back through the hole in the wall and out through the rooming house.
Hey, is that what they did?
That's what you did.
Captain. You got the wrong guy. Me and my pal didn't have anything to do with it.
You were in the room.
Yeah, but we only went there for a little while. About 2 a.m., George and I and the girls left and went home. Somebody else must have come in the room after we left. There wasn't any hole in the wall when we was there.
Come on, Getzoff. You don't expect me to believe that.
It's true. I don't know nothing about it. And you can't rubber hose me out of it, either.
Nobody's going to rubber hose anything out of you, Getzoff. But we will send you up for burglary, whether you want to confess or not. Take this man back to his cell.
All right, you come on.
Hey, I want a mouthpiece. I want a mouthpiece, I tell you. You can't railroad an innocent man.
We're not going to. We're sending a guilty man to the penitentiary.
Hey, listen, I'll show you. You can't do this to me. I've got friends. I know people in this town.
Take him out.
Come on. Listen, lay off.
Come in. The landlady of that rooming house is out here. Bring her in. Can you get in there?
That's him. That's him, Captain. Sure, and I know the ugly face of him anywhere in the world.
That's who? Who are you talking about?
That man that just walked out of here. He's one of them dirty devils that dug out my wall.
Huh? Sure about that?
Sure, I'm sure about it. I never forget anyone that comes into my place.
Fine. You remember what the other ones look like?
Well, the other one that was in room 15 was a young fellow with just a snitch of a lad with yellow curly hair. I'm sure it's asleep in his father's house he should be instead of out with the likes of them bums.
Yeah, that'd be Stone. Right. And what did the third fellow look like?
Well, sure, he was about 30 years old with black hair and kind of a flashy dresser like.
Sounds like Curry. Sure. Look here, Chilton. You and Castle go out and pick up Curry. On your way out, ask Carstensen to compare Curry's handwriting with the register.
Okay.
And stop by Central. Tell Ray Pinker to go out to the Italian-American grocery store and look the place over for any physical evidence.
Right.
While Ray Pinker, the police department chemist, investigates the torn wall and the burst safe, Tilson and Castle pick up Curry as he emerges from a beer parlor on Melrose Avenue, a girl on each arm. The detectives hustle him back to Captain Lynn's office.
Hello, Curry.
Hey, look here, Captain. What's the big idea? You and your bloodhounds are beginning to be a nuisance.
Where were you last Monday night, Curry?
Monday night? How should I know? I'd go lots of places.
Well, I'll tell you where you were. You were in the rooming house next to the Italian-American grocery store.
Oh, was I?
Yes, you were. And you burglarized the safe in the Italian-American grocery store that night.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. Now, do you want to talk?
Well, Maybe I was in the joint. I was delivering some whiskey that night for a bootlegger friend of mine. Well, I took some stuff up there, that's all.
Yes, and you beat the Italian-American grocery store out of $1,600 while you were there.
Can't prove a thing.
You signed the register in that rooming house under the name of Al Smith. Your handwriting on the blotter and the handwriting on the register are identical.
I'll try to prove that in court.
We will. Come in.
I just came back from that Italian-American grocery company, Captain.
Oh, yes, Pinker. What did you find?
Well, I got some samples of the fire clay, some plaster, some wood fibers, slivers of steel, and shellac.
Any fingerprints?
No. Just one of the suspects.
Yeah. I was just questioning him.
Do you mind sending him outside for a minute?
No, of course not. Send the sergeant in for the prisoner. Take this man outside for a few minutes, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You'll save yourself a lot of grief if you let me go.
You heard the captain.
Oh, all right.
Now, what is it, Ray?
What sort of a case have you got against those suspects?
Not very tight. I'm afraid they can beat the rap.
Not when I'm through. Listen, I also found a button in that safe.
Yes?
Yeah. Now, what I want you to do is send that guy over to jail. Put him in dungarees and send me his clothes as well as the clothes of the other two and any clothes you found at that room at the Omaha Hotel.
Well, what's the dope?
I'd rather tell you tomorrow after I get the stuff. I may be crazy, but I think I can send those guys up for you.
Captain Lynn does a secret request, and the police chemist remains up all night, poring over test tubes, adjusting retorts, peering into microscopes, working at his Bunsen burner. The next morning, he reports to Lynn.
Well, Ray, I got your man.
You have? How?
It sounds silly, but they'll send themselves to the pen on their trouser cuffs.
What are you talking about?
Well, I told you yesterday I got specimens of fire clay and plaster, wood fiber, steel, and shellac from the scene of the crime.
Yeah?
The fire clay and plaster were obtained from the broken wall. The wood fiber came from some 2x4 studs that were cut through. The steel came from the safe and the shellac from the wall shelves in the store. So I investigated the trouser cuffs of the three suspects. I found in them samples of fire clay, wood fiber, steel, plaster, and shellac.
You did?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but anybody might pick up stuff like that in their trouser cuffs. A carpenter or a machinist, for example. Can you prove it in front of a jury?
Sure. I found all of those specimens in the trouser cuffs, and chemical analysis shows them to be the same as the specimens I procured at the scene of the crime. Now, any single specimen on the suspect wouldn't be enough to convict, but the combination of specimens is sure to convince any jury. And furthermore, this will cinch it.
What?
This broken button.
Yes?
I found it inside the safe.
You did?
Yeah. See this leather jacket?
Yeah.
This is Getzow's jacket. Now look at the concentric lines on this broken button from the safe, and notice that the third button on this jacket is broken. Now watch.
They fit.
Yeah.
And the concentric lines match.
Right. And any jury that doesn't send those boys to the pen is asleep on its feet.
The jury was not asleep on its feet. Getzoff, Stone, and Curry went on trial. Getzoff stoutly maintained testimony that Stone, the kid, was not present at the time of the crime, resulting in his acquittal. But Getzoff's broken button convicted him, and Edward Curry's record, provided by a half a dozen eastern cities, showing a total of 68 arrests for crimes ranging from petty theft to suspicion of murder, plus Ray Pinker's expert testimony convicted him, and the two men were sentenced to San Quentin Penitentiary for from 1 to 15 years on a verdict of second-degree burglary. Thank you, Captain Wallace. And now tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call for a curtain speech from a member of our cast who is really an expert on criminology, one who has been associated with most of the big-shot racketeers throughout the United States and knows how to talk their language. In a moment, I shall introduce Al Hill, who played the part of Ed Curry, leader of the safe-cracking gang in tonight's broadcast. But first, let me ask the boys and the girls who are listening if they have yet joined the Junior Police Department.
The police want your help to fight crime, to prevent accidents. And if you enroll, you get a genuine metal police badge. Just get father or mother to ask at any service station selling Rio Grande cracked gasoline for a junior police department enrollment card. There's nothing to buy, and you get your police badge absolutely free. And now, as I promised, I introduce to you our guest artist, a man who has appeared in over 100 movies for the various studios, and the author of a bestseller, Easy Pickings, a book dealing with racketeering. Al Hill.
Well, I was a pretty bad guy tonight. But I am pleased to compliment the producers of Calling All Cars for the stark realism they put into their programs. Tonight's show, for instance, depicted 3 underworld characters as they really are. And believe me, I know. Many years ago, when I came in contact with such characters, there were no such things as police radio patrol cars. And now that the police have cars equipped with radio and powered with Rio Grande cracked gasoline, I am positively certain that the crook hasn't a chance. Well, just today I learned a lesson when I was hurrying to the studio. Matter of fact, I was hitting 50 on a side road. I thought I was getting away with it. But just as nice as you please, a police car breezed up alongside of me. And now I have a lovely little souvenir in my vest pocket. Yes, sirree. Tonight after I came here, I learned that the police car was powered with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. So from now on, I'll be using Rio Grande, too. That police car performance sold me today. There's no 2 ways about it, folks. Anyone who has an ounce of sense must know that crime don't pay. Why, that was illustrated to me this very morning by watching a little mouse getting his head caught in a trap for stealing some cheese. You just can't get away with it. That is all.
Al Hill. Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 48 regarding a burglary. Suspects in this case now in custody. That's all. Rosenquist.
Calling All Cars is written and produced by William N. Robeson. Your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bids you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Next time on Star Trek, The Next Generation.
I accept your challenge, Doctor.
I wouldn't miss it.
Dr. Pulaski challenges Data to solve the Sherlock Holmes mystery in the holodeck.
There is your killer.
Seize her! But the evil Moriarty seizes the ship's computer.
The time for games is over.
In a ruthless plot to sabotage the Enterprise on Star Trek, The Next Generation.
Got a Christmas story to tell, and you really want to tell it well. Get it, don't forget it, on Kodak film. You feel better when you say, I got it!
Every picture tells a story. Capture the color of Christmas this year on fresh Kodak film.
I got it! I got it!
Kodak wishes you some merry, merry pictures.
Remember this, a Rhine wine by any other name is not the same. Next time you wonder what white wine to drink, think of Gallo Rhine.
Check out Alan Alda, Michael Caine, Bill Cosby, Jane Fonda, Walter Matthau, Elaine May, Richard Pryor, and Maggie Smith when they check in to Neil Simon's California Suite.
Channel 2 just picked you as a dark horse.
Oh!
me.
They must have seen the dress.
The best 2-hour vacation in town. Neil Simon's California Suite, rated PG. Starts this Friday at selected theaters.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
We're on, huh?
Oh, very much so. We'll catch you again tomorrow, Gary and Durwood.
Who grabbed the first ditty?
Well, let's not have any grabbing today. Let's kind of be formal, be polite. What do you think of that?
Very well, then. Who selects the first selection?
Oh, of course, you, my dear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crosby.
I love you. Oh, how I love you. My every hour is spent dreaming of you. I need you. Oh, how I need you. When I feel so blue, I never knew unhappiness or that a heart could ache. But now that I've known happiness, I fear my heart will break. I love you. Oh, how I love you. My every thought is you. I love you. Oh, how I love you. My every thought is you.
October Good Housekeeping. Exciting as fall itself. First, there's the inside story on Grace Kelly's troubled heart. Why does she face disruption of her domestic life and the possible loss of her throne? Also, you'll be thrilled with the dramatic fashion feature, 8 Ways to Look This Fall, presented in beautiful, full color. There's something for your husband, too. The once-in-a-lifetime 18-page meat and potato cookbook to give him the hearty meals he likes, prepared divinely. In addition, October Good Housekeeping is a fiction carnival, led by a compelling short novel, complete in this issue, by famous storyteller John D. MacDonald. And in the Better Ways section, a report of deep concern to millions of families, fats in diet. Are they the real key to heart disease? And don't miss October Good Housekeeping's timely appraisal of the new so-called run-proof hosiery. It's all there, all dedicated to helping you and your family lead healthier, happier lives. Get your copy today. That's Good Housekeeping for October.
Here's a ballad of the mid-40s or late 30s, I don't know which. Very popular.
Oh, how am I to know if it's really love that found its way here? Oh, how am I to know? Will it linger on and leave me then? I dare not guess at this strange happiness, for oh, how am I to know? has come to stay here. Oh, how am I to know if it's really love that found its way here? Oh, how am I to know? Will it linger on and leave me there? I dare not guess at this strange happiness. How am I to know? Can it be that love has come to stay here?
Now, Buddy Cole has given us his solemn promise to arrive at the track late enough to miss betting the Daily Double. We can rely on this boy, for he happens to be the engineer on the A train. All aboard, Buddy. We got a big message for today, folks. The message is hang on.
Hang on for what? Hang on for dear life?
No, just hang on all around.
Now that you have the entire audience hanging on your every word, out with it. Well, just what should they hang on to?
Well, first I'll illustrate with a little anecdote.
Hang on, everybody. This may take time.
As you may have guessed, the moral of this tale is hang on. It has to do with a fishing story. Well, incidentally, I think we might call this the fishing story of the year.
Real whopper, huh?
Oh, yes, and it comes from clear down in Port Moresby, New Guinea. Of course, I have no way of checking these things through, the dispatches from there, you know.
You mean it ain't necessarily so?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily so, but I'll tell you something. It's a pretty good fish story. About this time of the year, we're getting plenty of fish stories, aren't we? I mean, after their vacations, everyone has a good fish story, it seems. So here's one for the competition. A group of Solomon Islanders went out on a boat fishing, and one of the fishermen was pulled overboard by a 50-pound kingfish. And he was found safe in the water an hour later by his rescuers.
And he was still hanging on to his fish, huh?
Still gripping the cutty hunk here, and the giant fish was still on the hook.
So the moral of this story is, if you're pulled overboard by a big fish, hang on. Is that it?
Well, yes.
But hang on to what? You got to be a pretty good swimmer to float around the ocean with a 50-pound kingfish on the end of your line.
Oh, well, Ken, Solomon Islanders don't worry about swimming. They swim as easily as Americans ride around in cars. I think this fellow deserves a lot of credit for hanging on. He landed his fish.
Well, the way I figured, he was lucky he was landed. Being missing out in the ocean all that time.
But the big point is, you see, it turned out all right. This fellow hung on. His friends checked when they got back to shore. They found out he's missing. So they sailed back to where they thought he might have flipped overboard, and they found him. And he's got his 50-pound kingfish, too.
I'll bet there was a luau that night.
Oh, yes. Fish for everyone, and no doubt some coconut water with a message, too.
Dancing and singing.
See, we don't have any dancing around here, but we do have, well, we feature singing.
Well, let's have some of that, then.
You got a song sheet there in your hand, Rosie?
Yes.
Oh, hang on good and tight now.
I got it.
Now, here's a girl who's going to win. Hang on, folks.
The sky was blue and high above. The moon was new and so was love. This eager heart of mine was singing, love, where can you be? You came at last, love had its day. That day is past, you've gone away. This aching heart of mine is singing, lover, come back to me. I remember every little thing you used to do. I'm so lonely. Every road I walk along, I've walked along with you. No wonder I am lonely. The sky is blue, the night is cold, the moon is new, but love is old. And while I'm waiting here, this heart of mine is singing, lover, come back to me. The sky is blue, the night is cold, the moon is new, but love is old. And while I'm waiting here, this heart of mine is singing, lover, come back, lover, come back, lover, come back to me.
Say, Bing, what do you say we take a walk around the block now?
Well, can't we hit some distant lands instead of just staying around the neighborhood here?
Well, we can dream about some distant lands. How's that?
Well, it's better than not dreaming at all, I guess. Anyhow, let's take a walk around the block.
Someday we'll go places, new lands and new faces, the day we quit punching the clock.
The future looks pleasant, but at present, let's take a walk around the block. You're just the companion I wanted, Grand Canyon, for throwing old blades down the rock.
The money we'll have will go for travel.
Meantime, let's walk around the block. Gangway, we'll begin when our ship comes in. You sit on my lap,
all over the map.
to London in Maytime, to Venice in playtime,
To Paris in time for a fly. To Boston in bean time, darling, meantime.
Let's take a walk around the block. In winter at Christmas, we'll visit the Isthmus, see how they lock up a lock.
And then in Mexico, on a burro,
we'll take a ride around the block. I give you my promise, we'll visit St. Thomas, and then at Hawaii we'll dock.
Hawaii can wait, sir, it grows late, sir.
Let's take a walk around the block. Onward to Cathay,
then to Mandalay,
then Vladivostok,
where Bolsheviks flock.
We'll send the folks cables, accumulate labels. We'll buy souvenirs till we're in hock.
Right now we are flat in old Manhattan. Let's take a walk around the block.
When you make that single annual contribution to your local United Community campaign, you give a little to go a long way. Now, let's hope it's not too little. For the money may support as many as 300 separate social, health, and welfare services in your area. Think how far the money must go when you write your annual check, and give generously, the United way.
I'm keeping out of mischief now. Really am in love, and how? I'm through playing with fire. It's you whom I desire. All the world can plainly see you're the only one for me. I have told them in advance they can't break up our romance. Living up to every vow, keeping out of mischief now. Out of mischief now, really am in love, and how? I'm through playing with fire, 'cause it's you whom I desire. All the world can plainly see you're the only one for me. I have told them in advance they can't break up our romance. Living up to every vow, oh babe, keeping out of mischief now. I'm tacit, keeping out of mischief now.
Well, it's with great reluctance now, friends, that we have to let go of the line now. This is just as long as we can hang on today, but we've got to loosen up our grip.
But don't let that deter you, folks. Remember, the important thing these days is to hang on.
And we'll be right back here tomorrow, so hang on with us tomorrow, will you, friends? Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Myrtle McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
Monday, don't miss a Charlie Brown Christmas with all the Peanuts gang and everyone's favorite beagle, Snoopy.
Merry Christmas, Charlie Brown!
Then it's up to a kindly clockmaker and some clever mice to make sure Santa comes to town on 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. Monday, right after Charlie Brown.
Wednesday, a touching drama about a boy left by his parents who joins his grandfather on a daring journey of love. A Christmas to Remember, Wednesday night.
These are two of today's newest razors. The one on the right is the Norelco rechargeable rotary razor. This one has 2 blades and pivots up and down. The Norelco 36 rotary blades and 3 adjustable floating heads in a unique shaving angle. Both give you a close shave, but the Norelco lets you walk away from soap and water and just maybe a little surprise. Gotcha! The Norelco rechargeable rotary razor. No nicks, no cuts, no gotcha.
New country blend, chow, chow, chow.
Now my cat and I have something new to chow, chow, chow about. New country blend from Purina Cat Chow Cat Food. Look, a yummy new blend of flavors. Here's chicken, this is liver, and cheese. 3 delicious flavors cats love. Nutritious new country blend you can depend on. Let's chow, chow, chow.
You can depend on new country blend, country blend, country blend. Chow, chow, chow.
If I'd bought liquid plumber instead of this crystal drain opener, I wouldn't be bailing out this clogged drain.
Liquid plumber. Just pour it in, and it works.
If I had liquid plumber, I could be bowling instead of bailing.
Liquid plumber's exclusive formula pours right through water, right to the clog. No bailing, no spooning, no mess.
I know.
Liquid plumber. Just pour it in, and it works.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Come in. Welcome. I am E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense. The voices of victims. The fear you can hear. For the next 52 minutes, we're going to take you into the world of mystery and murder, but mostly into the world of terrifying imagination. The story you're about to hear might be called a morality play. It's a story which has a question you can ask yourself. What is your price tag for killing a man? If you think you don't have one, listen to the story of Walter Van Haas and the Chinaman Button.
Mr. Van Haas, I'm making this as easy for you as pushing a button. Now, if you give your approval, my agents in Johannesburg will be contacted within hours. The rest will be handled simply and with dispatch.
My God, I really think you mean it. I really think you'd commit murder.
Our mystery drama, The Chinaman Button, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One. And now, Act One of The Chinaman Button. But it does not begin in China. It begins in New York City, on the executive floor of a bustling advertising agency.
Good morning, Mr. Fish.
Good morning, Susan. How have you been?
How is Hawaii?
Oh, just great.
Oh, you look perfect.
My partner get in yet, or is he goofing off?
Oh, no, Mr. Michaels is in his office. He's been there since 8 o'clock.
Oh, don't give me that. I'll bet Lou hasn't been in the office before 10 since I went on vacation. Well, what do you know? There you are, just like Susan said.
Hello, Phil.
Welcome back.
How do I look? Fat and sassy? 3 weeks in Hawaii, luau every night, plenty of rum and pineapple. I figured I gained 10 pounds.
Well, it looks good on you, Phil. No kidding.
What is this? What's the matter with you? I'm nice and brown. You're white as a sheet. You look terrible. Lou, are you sick or something?
No, I'm okay. I'm fine.
You look like you've been sleeping in the office or something. Well, let's hear it. There's some bad news, right? Something happened while I was away?
Yeah, that's right. Something's happened, Phil, but it wasn't my fault, so help me.
Okay, come on. Let's have it.
We lost an account, Phil.
Okay, so we lost an account.
We lost the Brewster account.
You want to tell me that again?
I know it's real bad news, but I don't know how else to tell you. Brewster's definitely out.
You want to tell me what you did wrong, Lou?
Well, nothing, Phil. I swear
It'll come out sooner or later.
Phil, I had nothing to do with it. It started with a call from Charlie Edwards a week after you left. He wanted to talk to you. He said it was urgent. When I told him you weren't here, he hung up. Next thing I know, there's a letter from old man Brewster, the official 90-day notice of termination.
Well, did you call Charlie?
Well, sure, I called him. Only Charlie isn't the ad manager anymore. Charlie's got a new job. He was kicked upstairs. He's in customer relations, out of advertising completely. There's a new guy in charge.
Lou, you know what you're telling me. You are telling me that our gross profit has been cut in half.
You think I don't know that?
I think I'd better sit down.
The new ad manager's name is Walter Van Haas.
$6 million in billing, just like that?
Charlie said the whole thing was his fault.
Whose?
Walter Van Haas, the new ad manager. Charlie says he started the whole thing, but I never got the full story. Charlie's been too busy in his new job to talk to me.
Give me that phone.
Yeah, sure, Phil.
Charlie is not going to be too busy to talk to me. I haven't been kicking back $10,000 a year to Charlie for him not to talk to me.
You want to know who Walter Van Haas is? I'll tell you, Phil. He's a Boy Scout, and he won his merit badge for backstabbing.
So Walter Van Haas is a backstabber. How did he get close enough to do the job?
He's my assistant. He's been my assistant for like 8 months.
How come I never knew him?
Because that's the kind of guy Walter is. He keeps in the background. He's a mouse, Phil. A $200 a week mouse.
Only this mouse roared like a lion, right?
2 weeks ago, he came running into my office with a box full of invoices. It seems he was conducting a private investigation, Phil. Can you believe that guy? He was checking into all the supplier bills you guys sent over. He was actually checking out every engraver, every stat house, every printer, every artist bill. Phil, he found overcharges like 50, 60, even 100%.
You were his boss, Charlie. Why didn't you tell him what to do with his invoices?
He thought I'd be shocked. He wanted us both to go to old man Brewster and expose your agency. That's when I did the only sensible thing.
And what was that?
I offered him part of my take. A third of it. Phil, he practically turned blue when I offered him that money. Him take a bribe, the Honorable Walter Van Haas.
Are you kidding me?
It could have been the whole $10,000, and it wouldn't have been enough. It was a matter of principle. You dig?
No, I don't.
He didn't tell Brewster about my offer. He wouldn't rat on me. That was part of his code, too, but he did tell the old man about the phony charges. I couldn't stop him. That's when I got booted upstairs, and you got booted out.
And Mr. Walter Van Haas gets your job.
He didn't even want to accept that. Can you believe it? Old man had to twist his arm to get him to accept it. And a $50 a week raise.
What is this guy, some kind of a fanatic?
I don't know how to describe Walter. He's so square. He's so honest. I swear it's true. You couldn't budge this guy for $1 million.
$1 million. The great American words. The incantation of the American dream. Charlie, did you ever hear of the Chinaman button?
The which?
When you were a kid. Didn't anybody ever ask you about it? It's kind of a puzzle. I guess you could call it a moral dilemma.
No, I never heard of it. What's a Chinaman button?
It goes like this. Now, suppose you were told that by simply pressing a button, you could kill the Chinaman. Thousands of miles away. A Chinaman whose fate meant nothing to you, no more than the fate of a fly on a table. And yet, by pushing this button, by sending just one anonymous Oriental to his death, you would receive $1 million. Tax-free. What would you do, Charlie?
I don't know. Press the button, I guess.
Sure, that's right. You'd press the button. I'd press the button. Even Walter Van What's-His-Face would press the button.
No, not him. Not that guy.
Oh, yeah, sure he would, Charlie.
No, I really don't think so, Phil. Walter would think about it and begin wondering if that Chinaman might not have a wife and kids. Walter does. He's got 5 kids, as a matter of fact.
You're wrong, Charlie. Everybody's the same when it comes to money. It's the great leveler.
No, I really mean it. Walter wouldn't push that button for $10 million. That's the kind of guy he is. And that's why you don't have the Brewster account anymore.
He pushed that button just like anybody else.
Okay. What's the difference? There isn't any Chinaman button. So what's the difference?
That's right. There isn't any Chinaman button. Or is there?
I don't get you, Phil. What's all this talk about a button?
I didn't say there had to be a button, Lou. Not literally. Or a Chinaman, for that matter. Van Haas sounds Dutch. How about a Dutchman?
What are you talking about? I think you drank a little too much at lunch.
He wouldn't be so high and mighty once he pressed that button, would he? That would knock his halo off.
What?
Which is worse, Lou? Taking a kickback or killing a man?
Oh, come on, Phil. Will you talk sense?
We'd have him right where we want him. We could call the shots then, Lou. We can get Charlie his job back. We might even get our account back.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Phil, will you tell me what you're talking about?
Better. I'll show you what I mean. Only first, I gotta compose a letter.
A letter to who?
Don't rush me. This has got to be done right. We're going to have to print up a special letterhead, something that really looks authentic. Somebody in the art department can do that.
But what for?
Here, let me use that portable of yours. We'll have to find one of those services that post letters from overseas.
Dear Mr. Van Haas, you're writing this guy?
Yep.
Well, what are you going to say to him?
I am going to offer him the American dream, Lou.
Millie?
Oh, Walter, I didn't know you were home.
I got here about 10 minutes ago. I was looking through the mail. How are you?
Oh, all right. Tired as usual.
Isn't it kind of chilly to be out here?
Oh, I just had to get out of the house. Kids have been impossible all day. You know how hard it rained this morning.
Yes, I know. Honey, did you see the letter? The one from South Africa?
Oh, yeah, sure, I noticed it. Say the stamps, will you? Peter wants
Yeah,
them.
Millie, do you know what the letter's about?
No, can't imagine. Well, you don't know anyone in South Africa, do you?
Of course not. But somebody there knows me. It's from some law firm. Look at the letterhead.
Uh-huh. Dries Hertog and Berenbroek? What a name.
It's Dutch, I guess. Dries Hartog and Berenbroek. 200 Commissioner Street, Johannesburg, South Africa.
Read it, huh?
Well, it says, Dear Mr. Van Haas, our firm is collecting data for record-keeping purposes concerning the surviving family of one of our clients. Would you be so good as to confirm the following facts? Your name, Walter Van Haas. I can confirm that, all right.
Well, go on. Read the rest.
Your father's name, Benjamin Van Haas. Right again. Your mother's name, Sylvia Reach.
I didn't know your mother's name was Sylvia.
She always hated the name. That's why she called herself Sally. Anyway, now let's see. Paternal grandparents, Jan Van Haas, Elsa Voort. If the foregoing facts are not correct, would you kindly advise us by return mail? Well, I just saved some postage anyway.
Is that all it says?
Now, just one more sentence. If these facts are correct, there is no need for further communication. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yours faithfully, L. something or other. I can't make out the signature.
For heaven's sakes, Walter, what do you suppose it means?
I haven't the faintest idea. Maybe I've got a rich uncle in South Africa. Maybe he owns one of those diamond or gold mines.
If only. Tell him to send us a couple of diamonds fast. Maybe we could start looking for a new house. If I don't get out of this cheese box soon, I'll just go out of my mind.
I'll settle for a couple of gold nuggets. We can melt them down and use them to fill Elsa's teeth. That ought to cut down that dental bill.
Look, why don't you write to those people in South Africa and ask them what it's all about?
Well, you heard what the man wrote. If these facts are correct, there is no need for further communication. Thank
thank you for your attention to this matter. Faithfully yours, Scribble. How does that sound, Lou?
Sounds like the real thing, Phil.
Look at that letterhead. Is that perfect or is that perfect? Harry Twinner in the art department did it. Use the transfer type you just rub on the paper. You can't tell it from the real thing.
Well, where'd you get the names from? Van Haas's family?
I got them from Charlie Edwards, right out of the files at the Brewster Company.
You really got it mailed from South Africa?
Yeah, straight from Johannesburg. Airmail special delivery. Should have arrived by now.
Phil, it's crazy. You're going to all that trouble just for a joke on the guy?
It's not a joke. It's serious business. Hand me that phone.
Yeah. What are you doing now?
Hello, Brewster Company? Mr. Van Haas, please. My name is Thompson. Just tell Mr. Van Haas that I wish to speak to him in connection with South Africa. I'm sure he'll understand. Yeah, I'll wait.
Phil, will you please tell me what you're doing?
I'm going to make an appointment with this man, Lou. I'm going to make a deal with him. For the Chinaman button.
Phil Thurston seems to have invented his own Chinaman button. But will his improved model work? It all depends on Mr. Walter Van Haas. We'll return shortly with Act 2. Now, let's go back to Phil Thurston. Or rather, let's go back to Mr. Thompson, since that's the name Mr. Thurston used to make his reservation at the Ebb Tide Restaurant in downtown Manhattan.
Nice of you to come all the way downtown to meet me for lunch, Mr. Van Haas.
That's okay.
I'm sorry I don't have a permanent office, so a place like this is convenient for me.
You still haven't told me what business you're in, Mr. Thompson.
I would have come to your home for this meeting, but I didn't want to disturb your wife and children. You do have children, don't you?
I sure do. 5 of them.
How old are they?
Stepladder. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
That's a lot of mouths to feed.
Yep, and teeth to fill.
Yes, I don't doubt it.
Did you say that you were with that law firm in Johannesburg, Dries Hartog, and... Sorry, I can't remember the last name. I'm not sure I could pronounce it if I did.
Your family is Dutch, isn't it?
Yeah, my grandparents were Hollanders, but the rest of us are strictly Yanks.
Well, the answer is no. I don't come from the attorneys in Johannesburg, but I wanted to talk to you about their letter.
Frankly, we couldn't figure it out, Millie and I. That's my wife. I don't remember having any relatives in South Africa, and neither does my father.
Oh, your dad's alive, then?
Yes, he lives in Allentown. I called him, but he didn't have any answers.
Well, maybe I can help. You see, there is a relative, but a very distant one of those cousins 4 and 5 times removed.
What's his name?
Oh, it wouldn't mean anything to you if I told you.
Yeah, but you do know his name.
It is my business to know such things.
Well, that brings us back to the original question, doesn't it? About what business you're in.
The person who told me the name of your relative was a clerk in the offices of Dries, Hartog, and Berenboek. He works for them, but you might say that he's on my payroll, too.
I don't think I understand.
He's the one who informed me about the letter that was being sent to you and why it was being sent.
Is there any reason why you can't tell me my cousin's name?
I'd rather not. I think you'll understand why later. But I will tell you something about him.
Fine.
He left the Netherlands with his family when he was very young. He's lived in South Africa since. He's in the diamond business.
Well.
He's a widower, he has no children, and he's rich. He is very, very rich. And at the moment, he has only one traceable heir.
Wait a minute. You mean that I actually do have a rich uncle in South Africa?
No, I said cousin.
But that's incredible. I mean, Millie and I were kidding about it. We even said that he might be in the diamond business.
Oh, he is, very much so.
And are you saying that I'm his only heir?
That's correct.
Well, if there was the possibility of some kind of inheritance, why didn't the lawyer say so?
Simple enough. There was nothing to say.
What?
The attorneys were only performing a routine function, putting the gentleman's will in good order. Undoubtedly, they'll have to redraw the will sooner or later in favor of a closer relation, such as a new wife.
A wife?
You see, this rich cousin of yours is only 41. And in excellent health. How old are you, Mr. Van Haas?
43. So that's all there was to it, just a routine inquiry.
At the moment, that's all there is to it.
Well, I'm not surprised. I never did believe you get something for nothing in this world.
I said at the moment.
What do you mean?
Mr. Van Haas, you don't know this man in South Africa. You don't know the first thing about him. In fact, he means nothing at all to you.
I guess so.
And the only way he could mean something to you is by dying, isn't that right?
Well, that's a rough way of putting it, but if you mean that he won't benefit me until his death, I guess that's obvious.
Now, what if I told you that this man will be dead in 2 or 3 days, and that his entire estate will be yours?
I thought you said he was healthy.
Well, I'm just asking how you would feel.
Sorry for the guy, I suppose.
Sorry about a man you don't know.
Well, he's a human being.
I see. Mr. Van Haas, did you read the newspaper this morning?
Yes, I did.
You looked at the obituary page?
Yeah, briefly.
Did you feel sorry for all the people whose death was reported? Did you feel any real sorrow for them?
No, I can't say I felt sorrow.
Because they were all strangers, weren't they?
All right, Mr. Thompson, I'm a human being, too, and I guess if I got a letter from Dries, Hartog, and whatever telling me that I was rich, I wouldn't go into mourning. I'd probably go out and celebrate. If you saw my kids' dental bills, you'd understand.
But I do understand. Believe me, I understand very well. That's why I wanted to see you, to suggest arranging that happy event without the slightest trouble on your part, without any obligation until you're completely satisfied.
What the devil does that mean?
All you have to do is say yes. Just that one word, and your dream will come true.
Yes to what?
Now, in a short time, you'll receive another letter from Johannesburg informing you of the sad news that your cousin, Mr. Well, I still won't reveal his name. Let him remain anonymous. That'll make your decision a great deal easier, I'm sure.
What decision?
The decision to inherit his estate.
Now, hold it just a minute. Are you talking about...
Please, keep your voice down. Mr. Van Haas, I'm making this as easy for you as pushing a button. If you give your approval, my agents in Johannesburg will be contacted within hours. The rest will be handled simply and with dispatch. All you'll have to do is wait for official notification of your inheritance. When the money arrives, of course, I'll expect payment in the amount of 50% of the total. By our calculations, I'd say that total should be just about $1 million.
Good Lord, I really think that... I think you mean it. I think you really do.
I know you have scruples, Mr. Van Haas, but I also think you have common sense.
Listen, Mr. Thompson, if that's your name...
Yes, of course, you're quite right. It isn't. But it's the name you'll use to get in touch with me.
I'm not getting in touch with you because I can give you your answer right now. It is no.
Oh, don't be so hasty.
I never heard such a filthy proposition in my entire life.
Look, if the percentage is the problem, we can discuss it. Our organization has been known to be flexible about such
Money
things.
has nothing to do with it.
We could base our agreement on a sliding scale. That is, we would take 50% of any inherited amount up to and including $1 million. Anything after that, our percentage would be 40%. Does that sound more attractive?
You talk about it like it was some kind of a simple business deal.
But it is. Especially simple for you. A very clean, very uncomplicated deal. You do nothing at all, Mr. Van Haas. Can I make you understand that? You won't be connected to your cousin's death in any way. In fact, our agents are so expert at what they do, it's almost certainly going to be called an accident. Believe me, we've never had the slightest bit of trouble in the past.
You heard my answer, Mr. Thompson. Now, if you'll excuse me...
You haven't had your lunch yet.
My appetite is gone.
Van Haas.
What?
I'm sorry. Perhaps I put the whole thing to you too bluntly. I shouldn't have expected a man like yourself to agree immediately.
Or ever.
All right. Maybe you'll never agree. But at least give yourself some time to think it over.
I don't need any time.
Just 12 hours. 12 hours, that's all I'm talking about. Now, if you change your mind any time during the next 12 hours, you can reach me at the Florentine Hotel on 51st Street. Hey, did you get that name?
I don't need to remember it, Mr. Thompson. I'd like to forget your name, too, in this whole conversation.
I'll be at the Florentine Hotel between 8 o'clock and midnight tonight. Don't call me after 12. My sleeping habits, you understand?
I don't see how you can sleep at all, Mr. Thompson.
You'd be amazed at how well rich men sleep.
Well, you can go to bed early tonight. Don't wait up for my call because there won't be one. Goodbye.
So long, Walter. I'll be hearing from you.
Honey, cut it out.
Stop
it. No. Tell me what the matter is.
Nothing. It's nothing.
It's got to be something, Millie. Are the kids okay?
Yes, they're all right.
It's pretty quiet in the playroom.
Well, that's because I packed the twins off to Mother. They were getting out of hand, Walter. I just couldn't stand it anymore.
Okay, fine. I'm sure your mother is delighted.
No, she isn't. Maybe she used to be when she was younger, but she's getting too old for that sort of thing now. Maybe I'm getting too old, too.
Come on, what are you talking about?
I'm 41 years old, Walter. Sometimes I feel like 141.
You know what's wrong with you? You're not eating right. You're eating like a bird these days.
Well, that's practically all I can afford to buy these days. Bird food. I didn't mean that, Walter. Honest, I didn't.
I know you didn't. I know it. Look, honey, I wish you'd see Dr. Julian and have him check you over.
Walter, I did see Dr. Julian.
You did? When?
This morning.
I didn't know you were going.
Well, I didn't want you to know. Not until I was sure, anyway.
Sure about what? Hey, you're not sick, are you? I mean, did he find anything serious?
No, I'm not sick. I'm pregnant, Walter.
What?
You see, I'm not over the hill after all. I can still make babies. It should be some sort of comfort, shouldn't it?
A baby?
Dr. Julian shook his finger at me and said he was going to call you sometime and give you a lecture on the population explosion.
Well, that's just great, honey.
No, Walter, it's not just great. Oh, honey, don't pretend to be happy about it. I just can't be.
Well, it's not the end of the world.
Oh, that's right. It's a beginning, isn't it? That's what Mother said when I told her. She's always said that, even with the first one, with Peter. 10 years ago, almost 11. Walter, do you realize we've been married almost 13 years?
I know, Millie, and I know they haven't always been easy years.
Why is everything always beginning? When does the middle of everything start for us? Is our life just going to go from beginning to end without anything worthwhile in the middle? Oh, no!
What was that?
I asked Elsa to wash the dishes and put them away. Oh, I'd better get in there before they're all broken.
Millie, we have to talk.
After dinner, all right? I haven't even started it yet. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I've got some work to do anyway. Or some thinking anyway.
That's right, Charlie. I'm staying downtown tonight.
Ah, you got something going for you, Phil?
You might say that.
Oh, you bachelors really have a good life. Where does she live? Pat around here?
Actually, I took a hotel room for a couple of days at the Florentine.
She wouldn't have a friend, would she? Well, I could call Louise and tell her I have to work tonight. Now, forget it. She'll never buy that. My wife's got a built-in lie detector.
Don't eat your heart out, Charlie. This is strictly a business proposition.
Yeah, I know your business propositions, Phil. Monkey business. You're trying to get a new client for the agency, right?
Something like that.
How do you think it looks? Will you get the deal?
Charlie, I'm almost dead sure of it.
Will Walter Van Haas press the Chinaman button? Would you press it? To make $1 million? Before you answer, wait until we return with Act 3. Now now let's pay a visit to the Florentine Hotel. It's a posh little hotel with all the conveniences. And in room 610, there's a gentleman registered under the name of Thompson.
That was a request for the gang at the Williamsburg warehouse. And now here's the time of weather check. It's exactly 40 minutes past the hour.
Hello, Phil.
Hi, Lou. Come on in.
So, this is the Florentine Hotel, huh? Well, that's not a bad-looking room. Why they call this a suite?
That's right. Bedroom is in there. Look at this bar setup. Glasses, refrigerator, everything.
It's nice. Very nice.
You want a drink? All I got is vodka.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm strictly a Scotch, man. You know that.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm not staying long. I'll just leave the layouts and the reports for you to look over. We can talk about them in the morning at the shop.
Relax, Lou. Your wife knows you're working late tonight, doesn't she?
Yeah, she knows.
Well, sit down. Take it easy. Look, I got some orange juice. I can make you a screwdriver.
No, thanks, Phil.
Guess I have to drink alone, then. Well, aren't you going to ask me about your friend, Van Haas?
What about him?
I told you I was going to see him today, or rather that Mr. Thompson was going to see him.
Did you?
That's right. I saw him for lunch and told him the whole story about how easy it was for him to become a millionaire just by pushing the Chinaman button. Or maybe I should have called it the Dutchman button.
Did he believe it, Phil?
All the way.
But did he go for it? I mean, about having the guy in South Africa killed.
No, he wouldn't go along.
So Charlie was right.
He said no because he was scared. He was afraid that he was getting into something too deep for him.
Well, maybe that wasn't it, Phil. Maybe he is the kind of guy Charlie says he is.
Maybe he was that kind of guy, Lou. And that was before he ever got really tempted. A lot of people are honest because they never had anything worth being dishonest about. Am I right?
You don't think much of people, do you?
I think people are people, that's all. Open your eyes, Lou. Look at what's happening all around you. Everybody's on the grab. You don't know that by now. You've been living in a cave all your life.
All right. I don't want to argue with you.
Everybody's corruptible, Lou. Everybody. High and low.
Yeah, it sure looks like it these days.
These days, old days, any days. We're just hearing more about it now. That's the only difference.
But there are limits, Phil. I mean, like what you offered Van Haas. Well, let's face it, you were talking about murder.
Maybe that's the word that came to his mind, too. But when he thinks it over, he'll give it a different name. He'll come to the conclusion that all I was talking about was pushing a button.
You mean you still think he'll say yes?
I told him to call me here. That's why I took this suite at the hotel under the name of Thompson.
So that's what it was. And I figured, I don't know, that you had some chick you didn't want to know your right name.
I told Van Haas to call me here any time before midnight, in case he changed his mind.
Before midnight? It's almost 11 o'clock now.
That's right.
Well, why did you give him a deadline?
Because he needs one. We all need one, or we postpone things forever.
Phil, I don't think he'll call.
Why not?
I think the guy's already made up his mind.
Oh, no, he hasn't. He's watching the clock right now, just as we are. He's watching those hands move towards 12, thinking about how simple it would be to pick up the phone and call. You see, that's the beauty part of the whole thing. The simplicity. You remember that old camera slogan? You press the button, we do the rest.
No, I don't think you're right. I don't think he'll do it.
I can see him right this minute, Lou. Maybe he's in bed, looking up at the ceiling. Maybe he's locked himself up in the study, and he's telling himself all the reasons why he shouldn't say yes. Then he wonders if he's really fair to make the decision all by himself. I mean, there's his wife, too. He remembers all the little deprivations, all the promises he made to her when they were younger, those trips to Europe, the mink coat. Then there are the kids, of course. 5 kids, Lou. Think what that money would mean to them. He's really moved by the thought of the kids.
You know, maybe I'll have a drink after all.
He's not thinking of himself, of course. No, he doesn't count. The things he would like to do, the places he wants to see, or that car he wants to own. You ever know a man who didn't want some car he couldn't afford? Yeah. And then there's that nice, smug feeling of security he could have with that pile of money swelling with interest in some bank that never thought he was worth more than a calendar at Christmas.
Well, maybe he is thinking all that, Phil, but just the same,
I don't think he'll call.
Are you still awake?
Yep.
Do you feel all right?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You're not still thinking about it, are you?
About what?
About, the baby.
Oh, no. No, Millie, I wasn't thinking about the baby. Go back to sleep, honey.
But, I'm less than 2 months gone, honey. If you're really upset about...
Stop that kind of talk.
Well, I just thought... Well, there are alternatives.
I'm sick of hearing about that alternative. I heard about it the last time you were pregnant, remember?
Sorry. I know you're worried about money. I know all the debts we have.
We'll get along.
Honey, you're not angry with me.
No, I'm not angry. I'm just restless. I've got business worries. Can't turn my mind off.
Why don't you read a while?
The light will keep you awake. I'll go to the living room.
Walter?
Yep.
I love you.
I love you too, Millie. Listen to that clock. Why do cheap clocks have to tick so loud? Yeah, we've got to get ourselves an electric one, maybe one of those digital clocks.
Darling, they cost money.
Yes. What doesn't?
Hello? Oh, yeah, I ordered the scotch. Oh, you can, huh? All right, thanks. Sorry, Lou. Room service can't deliver from the bar after 11:30.
That's okay, Phil. I don't really want to drink anyway.
I'm almost out of liquor myself.
You're almost out of time, too.
11:45.
See, I just can't believe it. I can't believe that guy could be that stupid.
Is that what you call it?
Of course. I mean, who wouldn't jump at a chance like this? Lou, I'm making it so easy for him, so painless. Easier than scratching along on a paycheck shot through with deductions. Easier than bowing and scraping every day of your life to people whose guts he hates. You know old man Brewster. Can you imagine having to be nice to that guy every day?
We did it.
Yes. That's why I know.
Ah, Phil. I think you're taking this joke too much to heart. You're letting it mean too much to you.
There's still time left for him to call.
But he won't.
And he's probably getting panicky right now.
What about you, Phil?
He sees the whole thing slipping away from him. He's telling himself how dumb he is. He's telling himself that the Chinaman doesn't mean a thing to
Dutchman.
him. He's telling himself that he's got a bigger duty, a greater responsibility to his wife, to his kids, even to himself.
When to forget it, it's over.
No concern of his what happens 7,000 miles away. He doesn't have to dirty his hands. All he has to do is call.
You're lost, Phil. Why don't you admit it? Aren't you going to answer it?
Sure. I'll answer it.
Maybe room service again.
Maybe. Hello? Mr. Thompson, this is Walter von Haas. Okay, I'm coming. Who is it?
Room service.
Ah, breakfast. Come on in, I'm starving.
Yes, sir.
Are you sure those scrambled eggs are hot? They tasted like rubber yesterday morning.
They should be all right, sir.
Yeah, well, you tell the chef he'll hear from me if they aren't.
Yes, sir. Will you sign right here, sir?
Okay. There we are.
Thank you. I'll be back later for the table.
Half an hour, that's all I need.
Yes, sir.
Guess my shower's going to have to wait. Oh, now what? Hello.
Phil, it's Lou.
Oh, hi, what's up?
How come you're still at the hotel? I thought you were just going to stay there 1 or 2 days. It's the 3rd day now.
I like it here. They stay until the end of the week. Besides, I saw some great-looking chicks at the bar downstairs. Well, what's happening?
Nothing. I was just wondering if you knew anything about, Van Haas.
Walter Van Haas? He's just waiting for the mailman, Lou. Waiting to hear the good news from South Africa.
I spoke to Charlie Edwards. He says Van Haas called in sick yesterday.
Yeah, I'll bet he was sick. I'll bet he was home planning on ways to spend all that money he thinks he's going to get. $1 million. No, 500 grand.
Are you coming into the office soon, Phil?
Sure, I'll be there just as soon as I finish breakfast and grab a shower.
I'll see you later then.
All right. I'll bet those eggs are cold for sure. Oh, for Pete's sake, it's a conspiracy.
Hello, Mr. Thompson.
Well, what are you doing here?
May I come in?
I told you not to get in touch with me, Van Haas.
Yes, I know you did, but I had to talk to you in person.
I told you that it was for your own protection.
Don't worry. I found out your room number, and I came up the back stairs. Nobody knows I'm here.
Well, why are you here?
Please let me come in.
All right. As you can see, I'm just about to take a shower, so whatever you have to say, would you make it fast?
Yes, I'll make it fast.
I hope you haven't come here to say that you changed your mind, because it's too late for that. The thing is over and done with.
It is? You're sure of that?
Well, as soon as you gave me your okay, I was in touch with our agents in Johannesburg. They didn't waste any time either.
And it went, all right?
Flawlessly, just as I promised. Now, all you have to do is wait.
Yes, I see. I just had to hear it from you, Mr. Thompson. I had to hear it from myself.
Well, now you've heard it. Now you go home and you wait for the mailman.
Yes, the mailman.
What's the matter, Van Haas? You look strange. You feel all right?
Oh, yes, I feel fine. Truth is, I never felt better in my life.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
I feel a lot different than I felt 2 days ago. I can't tell you what a torture it was for me to make that phone call to you. Absolute torture. But after I hung up, I felt as light as a feather.
You did, huh?
Yeah, felt fine. I felt wonderful. Even though I got myself involved in killing a man. It's funny, isn't it?
It was easy, wasn't it? Just like I said it would be.
Yes, that's the word. I never knew anything could be that easy. Changed me, Mr. Thompson. I saw how stupid I'd been all my life, how stupid most of us are, to waste the one life we're given. I owe you a lot.
Well, if you came to say thanks, you're welcome. Now, if you'll excuse
me... I felt
me...
like a giant. I felt there was nothing I couldn't do. I was a coward before, a weakling. But you showed me a better way.
Okay. Would you go home now, Mr. Van Haas? I mean, the less we see of each other, the better. Now, when the money arrives, I'll be in touch with you. About my 50%.
Yes, your 50%. That's really what I wanted to discuss, Mr. Thompson. Tell me, does this fireplace work, or is it just for show?
I really wouldn't know.
But I see that they have all the implements.
What are you doing with that poker? Van Haas, are you crazy?
Sorry, Mr. Thompson, but 100% is so much better. I thought I'd have to bring a hammer or something, but a poker was so much better. Now, into the bathroom, Mr. Thompson. Up into the shower. Yeah. What a shame that you slipped in the tub, Mr. Thompson. What a terrible shame. Now I have to go home to wait for the mailman.
There's an old saying. If you're going to dig a grave for a man, make sure you dig two. I'll return shortly. Ready for an instructive statement? It goes like this. The wonderful thing about radio is that it can be enjoyed in complete darkness. And isn't darkness the natural medium for mystery? Our cast included Paul Hecht, Ralph Bell, Mason Adams, Evie Juster, and Will Hare. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Now, a preview of our next tale.
You know the saying, if you can't lick 'em, join 'em? Come on. I've decided to join you, Jason, to do business your way. I want a certified check for $50,000. When I've finished, I want another 50. And you know me well enough to realize that I'm not going to give you $50,000 just because you asked for it.
Not even to save your life?
Are you trying to blackmail me, Harry?
I'm trying to do you a favor. Your life should be worth at least $100,000.
Before I agree, answer one question. Do you know who's going to kill me?
I do.
Who?
Me.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WOR Mystery Theater was brought to you by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less, and by Suburban Savings, with offices throughout North Jersey. The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network. Time magazine calls it the most outspoken and honest play about homosexuality that has ever appeared on Broadway. Clive Barnes of the New York Times agrees. Kevin Sanders of ABC TV said, as brilliant and ruthless a dissection of modern marriage as I've ever seen on stage. They're all talking about Find Your Way Home, the new Broadway hit starring Jane Alexander, Lee Richardson, and the sensational new star Michael Moriarty, hailed as the most exciting new performer to hit Broadway since Marlon Brando in Streetcar. It's at the Brooks Atkinson Theater, the play of the season. It's Find Your Way Home. The news is next with Bert Wilson on WOR New York, your station for the Mystery Theater.
Sunday, Kaz spends Christmas caring for a client's 12-year-old daughter and is suddenly charged with child abduction.
All right, officers, arrest this gentleman.
Then on Dallas, Bobby is kidnapped, and $1.5 million is demanded for his life.
Any funny business, anything, and you're the first to die.
Dallas follows Kaz, Sunday starting at 9, 8 Central and Mountain.
Tonight on CBS.
There's lots of folks you shouldn't forget.
When giving McDonald's gift certificates.
The paper boy who delivers through thick and thin.
The lady who teaches your son violin. The barber who cuts your hair just right. The sitter who sat for you Saturday night.
Say Merry Christmas with McDonald's gift certificates.
Each cost 50 cents. And a book of 10 costs $5.
At McDonald's, we'll do it all for you.
Kitty Hawk to the stars, 7:30 Tuesday.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a juvenile detail. A woman reports that a teenage boy has been stealing food from her home. She says she's seen him several times. Your job? Check it out.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, April 12th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of juvenile detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Powers. My name's Friday. I was on my way into the office, and it was 7:57 a.m. when I got to the second floor of Georgia Street Juvenile. Squad room.
Now, don't try to tell me you needed 3 hours to make a simple phone call. He was arrested at 1 o'clock this morning.
That's right.
I didn't hear about it until after 4. Now, why weren't we contacted immediately? My wife was half out of her mind.
We're sorry about that. Oh, morning, Joe. Morning. Mr. Neff, this is my partner, Sergeant Friday. How are you? This is Vincent Neff's father, Joe. I see.
Were you in on this thing, too, Friday?
That's right.
Took both of you to arrest a 15-year-old boy, did it?
We made the arrest together. Why?
Well, I'd be ashamed to admit it.
Well, just what seems to be the trouble, Mr. Neff?
My boy's in jail. He's been there all night.
Yes, sir.
I found out about it a couple of hours ago. I want to know why I wasn't called at once.
Well, sir, we called you as soon as we could. Your son wasn't carrying any identification. He refused to answer our questions. We had no way of knowing who to contact.
Well, he was scared, that's all. You can't blame him for that. How'd you get his name if he wouldn't tell you? You beat it out of him?
The other boy we picked up decided to cooperate with us.
I'll just bet he did. He wanted to shift some of the blame. If my son's done anything at all, anything he shouldn't, you can be certain that Lemmert kid put him up to it.
Mm-hmm.
Vincent doesn't even know what this is all about.
You've talked to him, have you?
Certainly. Says it's a mistake, the whole thing.
Sure.
Oh, I suppose the police don't make mistakes, huh?
We make them.
I'll say you do, and you pulled the beauty this time.
It doesn't look that way to us, Mr.
Oh, don't tell me how it looks. I know my son. I know when he's telling the truth. He says this is a mistake, and I believe him.
Well, that's natural, I guess.
You know, I'm not going to make any wild threats or try to go over your heads, but I want that boy released, and I want him released at once.
Sorry, sir, we can't do that.
I'm being just as patient as I can with you, Sergeant.
Mr. Neff, we filed a petition on your son. There'll be a pre-detention hearing in juvenile court as soon as possible. The court will decide what happens to him after that. It's out of our hands now.
It wasn't out of your hands last night when you arrested him.
That was our job.
Your job is to protect people's rights. You're supposed to be cops, not bullies.
Take it easy, Mr. Neff.
There's plenty of crime in this town and plenty of criminals. Robberies, killings, holdups. Only trouble is they never get solved. Guess the police force is too busy manhandling youngsters and chasing bums out of freight yards.
All right, Mr. Neff.
Too busy or too scared. You're afraid to tackle the real gangsters. You might get hurt. You'd rather pick on a teenage kid who can't fight back. Cowards, that's what you really are. You're cowards, not policemen.
Let me ask you something, Neff. Suppose a couple of guys drive into a filling station. One of them cracks the owner over the head with a tire iron while the other one cleans out the cash register. You think we ought to forget about it or go after him?
I'm not interested in hypothetical cases. I'm talking about my son.
So am I.
What do you mean?
You said you spoke to the boy. Didn't he tell you why he's here?
He said he didn't know. Is that what it is? You think he's mixed up in a filling station robbery? Is that where you're holding him?
Maybe you better ask him again.
I'm asking you.
Yes, that's right. That's it.
Well, you'd better be able to prove it, Sergeant. Believe me, you'd just better be able to prove it.
A woman across the street from the station saw two boys drive away. She got the license number.
Vince doesn't have a car.
It was young Lemmert's jalopy. But your son was still with him when we made the arrest.
Well, that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't prove they were together at the filling station. It was some other boy, not Vince.
That's what your son says, too.
Well, then why don't you believe him?
Lemmert gave us a different story.
Well, what do you expect? He doesn't want to take all the blame. He's in a jam, and he wants some company.
The woman across the street is sure there were two boys, Mr. Neff.
Well, that doesn't make one of them my Vince. Does she say it was Vince? Is she willing to swear to it?
No, sir.
What about the owner of the station? Has he identified my son?
He can't identify anybody. He's still unconscious.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry for him, of course, but you haven't got any right to blame Vince. And you haven't got any evidence against him either.
We got the tire iron that was used in the slugging, Neff.
Well, what about it?
We had it checked by Leighton Prince.
Well?
They found a set.
Well, they can't be Vince's fingerprints. They can't be.
I'm afraid they are.
Oh, no, you're wrong. You've made a mistake.
Not this time.
Look, we're sorry, Mr. Neff.
Well, why would Vince do a thing like this? There's no reason. He's had everything we could give him. It'd be different if we were poor, if he didn't get an allowance every week.
Yeah.
There's just no reason.
No, sir, I guess he found one.
Well, I'm sorry. Sorry if I was a little rough on you.
It's all right.
I better get on home now. His mother will... She'll want to know if he's all right.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there's one thing.
Yes, sir.
If he really did this terrible thing, I'm glad you caught him right away, right after it happened. Now we've got a chance.
Sir?
But it won't happen again.
What do you got there?
Oh, I didn't realize I still had it with me.
What is that?
Well, it's one of those puzzles with numbers. You move around, try to line them up.
Oh.
The kids brought it home last night. I was showing them how to work it. Guess I stuck it in my pocket.
Mm-hmm.
It's real easy, Joe. There, you see? I got them all in order. One... That's funny.
Why, what's the matter?
Nothing. I just had a couple out of sequence, that's all.
Well?
Well, give me a minute, can't you, Joe?
You got 3 numbers in the wrong place now.
Look, Joe, I can't work the puzzle when you're watching me like that.
Oh, I see. I get it. Juvenile Friday. Yes, ma'am. I see. Well, do you know the boy? Will you give me your address, please? All right. I have it. What? Yes, ma'am, we would. Will you be home? All right. Thank you very much. Lady up in the Hollywood Hills.
Yeah.
Some youngster's been stealing groceries out of her garage.
She know who it is?
She got a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
She almost caught him. Frank and I left the office and drove out to a hillside address on Edgewood Drive, 2 miles north of Hollywood Boulevard. It was 9:17 a.m. when we got there.
Well, there isn't too much to tell. Week, 10 days ago, I started missing things from the garage here.
What sort of thing?
Canned goods. I keep an extra supply on those shelves over there in the corner.
I see.
Well, there wasn't much gone, just a couple of items now and then. At first, I wasn't even certain. I thought maybe I'd used them up myself and forgot about it.
Mm-hmm.
Then this morning, I saw him. It was right after Clarence went to work.
Well, now, about what time would that be?
7 a.m. That's when he leaves. No later than 5 after.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing up the breakfast dishes, and I heard somebody fussing around the garage. By the time I got to the back door, he was sneaking off across the yard. I gave a shout and started after him.
What happened then?
I guess my yelling kind of took him by surprise. Anyway, he turned around and dropped the stuff he was holding. He sure didn't wait to pick it up, though. He started off as fast as his legs would carry him. He headed up the hill there. That was the last I saw of him.
Well, now, just what was it he dropped, Miss Roman?
A couple of cans of my groceries and a big paper bag. That's it there on the stool there.
Mm-hmm.
I looked inside. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I thought it might be some more of my canned goods.
That's all right.
What do you got, Joe?
Books?
Huh?
Books here.
Huh?
Theoretical physics, principles of dynamics, frontiers of molecular structure.
Didn't make head nor tail of them myself. Must be something he's studying.
Yes, ma'am.
His name in them?
No. No, they're all from the Hollywood Library.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder if you could tell us what he looks like, Miss Roman.
Yes, I guess so. First off, I'd say he looks like books.
How's that?
Well, you know, the studying
Oh,
type.
yes, I see.
Sort of thin and pinched.
Mm-hmm.
Blondish hair. Light complected.
About how tall is he?
5 feet 6 or 7. Might look taller than he really is on account of being so thin.
Mm-hmm.
About how old would you say he was?
15, 16, somewhere in there. Just a youngster.
Did you notice his clothes?
Hat on, pants looked pretty worn. And a sweater.
What about the color?
The sweater was blue. Pants were too faded to tell.
Uh-huh.
Now, I want you to understand one thing, Mr. Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not real upset about him taking our food. If he needs it, that is. It just seems to me there ought to be a better way of going about it. Nobody has to steal.
Yes, ma'am. Is today the first time you ever saw this boy, Miss Roman?
Oh, no. I've seen him a couple of times before. 1 or 2 mornings he walked past the house on his way down the hill. Other evening I saw him heading back up. Of course, I didn't connect him with my missing groceries then.
Well, we'll have a look around. If he just lives up on the hill, he shouldn't be too hard to find.
Oh, no, Mr. Friday. He doesn't live up there. Nobody does.
Ma'am?
Edgewood Drive gives out 100 yards beyond us, just around the next curve.
Oh, I see.
We're the last house.
9:32 a.m. Frank and I left Mrs. Roman. We drove up to the end of Edgewood Drive, and we got out of the car.
Well, she's right, Joe.
What's that?
No place for anybody to live around here. I think you were way out in the country.
Yeah. Frank?
Huh?
Over there, halfway up on the slope.
Where?
See? Right behind that tree.
Oh, yeah.
What's it look like to you?
I don't know. Oh, I guess. Why?
Maybe that's where he set up housekeeping.
What are you talking about, Joe?
Well, didn't you ever try when you were a kid?
Try what?
Hiding out in the cave. We climbed up the side of the hill. About 200 yards east of the road, we came to a small hole. Behind this opening was a shallow natural cave. Frank and I crawled inside. The cave was about 8 feet long and 4 feet wide. The boy we were looking for was not there, but there was plenty of evidence that this was where he'd been living. A sleeping bag was rolled up in one corner. Beside it was a small supply of canned food. We found 10 or 12 notebooks filled with handwritten mathematical equations and some 50 textbooks on advanced physics or higher mathematics.
He sure believes in making use of the public library.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Just about every branch in town.
Well, I suppose there are worse things he could be reading.
Yeah. Looks like they aren't all library books.
What do you got, Joe?
There's a couple here with book plates.
Huh?
Owners' names in them. Book plates in 3 of the texts indicated that they were owned by a person named Carl Winderman. All the other volumes were the property of various Los Angeles libraries. We contacted the office and made arrangements for another team of juvenile officers to stake out on the cave. On our way downtown, we stopped off at the Hollywood Library. We showed the librarian several volumes which belonged to that branch. Her records indicated that the books had not been checked out. She had no idea who had taken them or when. 11:13 a.m. We put out a local with the boy's description and we checked with missing persons. As far as we could tell, he had not been reported missing. 11:46 a.m. Frank and I made several calls to branch libraries. They all said that the books in question had been removed from their shelves without authorization. We checked the phone directories for the name Carl Winderman. At 12:06 p.m., we reached him at his office at Bradfield University.
Yes, sir, I see. Well, that'd be up to you, sir, any time you say. That'd be fine with us. Yes, sir. Well, thanks very much. That's the right guy, Joe. Head of the physics department.
Mm-hmm. Do you know anything that might help us?
Yeah, he knows the boy.
4:16 p.m. Frank and I drove out to the Bradfield campus. We met with Dr. Carl Winderman in his office on the second floor of the science building.
Yes, I've talked to the boy several times.
Mm-hmm. Did you know he had these books of yours?
Of course, I loaned them to him.
Oh, I see.
How'd you happen to meet him, Doctor?
It was here at the university.
Yes, sir.
He came to see me. He had read some articles of mine. He wished to discuss them.
What's that?
It was not presumptuous. He has a brilliant mind. Extraordinary.
I see.
And he also wished to inquire about enrolling. He asked about a scholarship.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to discourage him for a year or so at least. He's very young.
Did he say how old he was?
18, that is what he told me. I'm afraid it is not the truth.
About how old would you say he is?
Perhaps 16.
Do you know his name, sir?
Peter.
And his last name?
I suppose he told me, but I'm afraid I do not remember. The typical absent-minded professor.
What about his family? Did he mention them?
No. I imagine they are not well-to-do, the way he was dressed, the inquiry about a scholarship.
Yes, sir.
Did he say where he lives?
In Los Angeles, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I think he did mention something about recently coming to California.
Mm-hmm.
From one of the eastern states, Pennsylvania, perhaps.
You wouldn't know which town, would you?
No, I'm sorry.
Is there anything else you can tell us about him, Dr. Winderman?
Well, I would say he is an unhappy boy.
You say he's unhappy?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean?
Lonely, aloof. It must be very difficult for him. Other people. Children his age, he would be unable to talk to them. They would have nothing in common, even adults.
I see.
A brilliant mind does not necessarily make for a well-adjusted person, especially in one so young.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Winderman. I'll leave you one of our cards. If you should hear from him again, would you get in touch with us, please?
Yes, of course. If there's anything I can do for Peter...
It's very kind of you.
Is he, in some kind of trouble?
Well, we don't know yet, sir.
I did not mean to pry. Forgive me.
Well, the fact is he's been borrowing some books that don't belong to him.
Books?
Yes, sir, from libraries around town.
To want to read, to want to learn, is that such a serious crime? It does not seem like one to me.
Yes, sir.
And is that all he's done?
Well, he's taken some other things, too. Food, canned goods.
Yes, of course, I should have known. When he was here, I should have known.
Beg your pardon?
But it has been so long since I've seen one.
What's that, sir?
A boy who is hungry.
Frank and I went back to the office. The officers on stakeout reported that the boy had not returned to the cave. The stakeout was continued. 7:48 p.m. You still fooling with that thing?
Oh, I wasn't even thinking, Joe. I just happened to reach in my pocket.
Let me see. Did you get him in order yet?
I wasn't trying, Joe. I told you I didn't even know I was fooling with it.
I get it.
I wasn't trying.
Yeah. Juvenile Friday. Yeah. Uh-huh. Whereabouts? Okay. We'll be right over. Thank you. Kid walked into a grocery store, walked out without paying for his groceries.
Sound like our boy?
Store's on the corner of Green Street and Edgewood. Frank and I drove out to the Huggin grocery store on the corner of Green and Edgewood. 8:17 p.m. We pulled up and went inside.
I was waiting on another customer. I didn't pay much attention to him. Next thing I knew, he was sneaking out the door. Yes, sir? What can I do for you?
We're police officers. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
You from Central?
That's right.
I'm Davis, Hollywood.
Did you get a description here?
Yeah, my partner's out looking around. I'll give him a hand.
Okay, thank you.
Say, will you take care of the report?
Yeah, we will.
Thanks.
Now, this ain't no big robbery or anything like that. He was just a kid, you understand?
Yes, sir. Could you tell us what he looked like, Mr.
Huggin, Andy Huggin. There seems a sign on the window there.
Yes, I see.
Well, like I said, he was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Teenage, about halfway.
How's that?
Halfway in his teens, about 15 or 16.
I see.
Light hair, thin on a rail.
How was he dressed, sir?
Pants, sweater.
I see.
Just what did he take from your store, Mr. Huggin?
Well, I couldn't say for certain. I wouldn't have known he took anything if it hadn't dropped out from under his sweater when he was sneaking out the door.
Yeah.
Can of corned beef. That's what it was that fell.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see which way he went?
Out the door, up the street. Told the other policemen. I guess they were after him.
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether I done right or not.
How's that?
In reporting it, I expect it seemed like a lot of fuss about a few groceries.
No, sir.
Trouble it is, you let one of them get away with something like this, the news gets around. Next thing you know, the store's full of them, The kids try to steal you blind.
Yes, sir, we understand.
Worse than a plague of locusts.
Sergeant?
Yeah, Davis.
Out in the car?
What?
We got him.
The patrol car officers had found the boy hiding in an alley a few blocks west of the grocery store. We transferred him to our vehicle and drove him down to Georgia Street. 9:46 p.m., we took him up to the interrogation room for questioning.
Sit down, son.
All right, now you want to tell us about it?
About what?
Well, let's start with your name, huh?
Well,
Paul.
Paul what?
Jones.
You sure about that, are you?
I don't know my own name.
Yeah, you should.
Where do you live, Paul?
San Diego.
What are you doing in L.A.?
Just looking around, that's all.
Mm-hmm. What's your address, son?
Huh?
In San Diego, what's your address?
I don't know.
You know your name, but you don't know where you live.
Only moved to California a few weeks ago.
You live with your folks?
Sure.
They have a telephone?
Uh-uh.
What's father's name?
Bill. Bill Jones.
How long you been in Los Angeles, son?
Just today.
Just today.
Hitchhiked in this morning.
Did you ever hear of a man named Carl Winderman?
Who's he?
Now, look, Pete, you're not doing yourself any good here. Did you hear what I said?
My name's Paul.
Why'd you steal that stuff from the grocery store, son?
I don't know.
What kind of an answer is that? You're in trouble, Pete. Serious trouble.
Am I?
All right, you won't tell us, we'll tell you. You didn't come to Los Angeles today. You've been here for a couple of weeks. You've been living in a cave up in the Hollywood Hills.
Yeah?
And this grocery store tonight isn't the first time you've gotten out of line.
Why'd you take all those books, son?
What books?
Well, just shows you how much these college professors really know.
Huh?
Like that Dr. Winderman. He says you're a smart kid. You got a real good head on your shoulders. Well, he's a pretty poor judge of brains, isn't he?
What, you know about it?
Well,
He's so far ahead of you guys.
thought you never heard of him. All right, now, Pete, let's quit fooling around. Let's have it straight. All of it.
What do you want?
Your name isn't Paul Jones. Now, what is it?
Siler.
Pete Siler?
Yeah.
Where's your home?
You found it.
I didn't mean that cave, your real home.
I don't know. I used to live with my sis back in Philly.
Well, what happened?
She got married, threw me out.
What about your folks?
They're dead. What the heck you doing? That thing.
It's just a puzzle.
Oh.
You're supposed to line up the numbers, 1 through 15.
Yeah?
Here, you want to try it?
Is that all? Just line them up?
Sure.
Now what?
Oh, that's it, I guess.
Oh.
Why'd you come out to California, Pete?
Wanted to go to college. Thought maybe I could study physics.
Did you finish high school?
No, not the history and English part.
What do you mean?
Science and math, I finished them a couple of years ago when I was a kid.
Just how old are you?
16 almost.
Mm-hmm.
Be harder if you didn't look at it.
Huh?
That puzzle.
Yeah?
You know, let the guy see it first so he knows just where the numbers are.
Oh, yeah.
Then make him work it with his hands behind his back. For memory.
Huh.
Be harder that way.
Yeah.
I'll show you. Go ahead, mix them up.
Okay. I thought you were going to memorize it first.
I did. Take a look. I get them right?
Yeah.
It's harder that way, though.
All right, Pete, now let's go back to it.
Hmm?
Why'd you take all those books?
I wanted to study them. I was going to return them when I was through. I couldn't get a library card, not without a real address.
What about the canned goods you've been stealing?
It wasn't much, just enough to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's going to happen to me now?
Well, that's not up to us.
Well?
What do you think ought to happen?
Well, I don't know. Well, I don't see where I did anything so wrong.
You don't, huh?
Well, did I?
You stole books, you stole food. You caused us a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Well, you're the whiz at math, aren't you?
Huh?
You add it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you've just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On April 16th, a hearing was held in juvenile court, the state of California, in and for the county of Los Angeles. Peter Ellis Seiler was made a ward of the juvenile court and was placed in a foster home. Through the efforts of Dr. Carl Winderman, he was permitted to enroll in Bradfield University as a special student in the field of higher mathematics and physics.
You have just heard Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action, and starring Jack Webb, a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Polaroid's One Step is the largest selling camera in the United States.
Oh, really? How many have they sold?
Well, millions, but counting this one.
They didn't sell that when they gave it to you.
I'm working it off. I tell everybody how simple it is. You just press a button, and the motor hands you the picture. In minutes, Polaroid's color is as bright as Christmas.
It's beautiful. So why do they need you?
Well, somebody has to tell people about it.
It's so obvious.
What's obvious?
What you said.
Give a one step.
Hi, how are... You again?
I have some last-minute gift problems.
Don't worry. Hickory Farms has over 100 gift packs. Gifts with mild cheddar cheese, smoky bar cheese. We are the super cheese market.
Yes, but
and Hickory Farms specialties like beef stick and sweet hot mustard.
Look, I'll just put myself in your hand.
Okay. Let's see. It's 14 elves.
Mm-hmm.
How many reindeer?
Well, there's Dasher and Dancer and Prancer.
Want a great gift for the holidays? J.C. Penney says, go straight to the top. Blouses, tunics, holiday tops, concealing, revealing, day, night, non-stop. They're the tops to give. They're the tops to get. How can you go straight to the top?
Just go to J.C. Penney.
This is J.C. Penney.
The Millionaire returns to television as an all-new 2-hour movie.
My name is Michael Ann. This is a cashier's check for $1 million, tax-free.
The payoff is suspense.
You're still in contact with people who kill for money.
Romance.
I know what to give you.
All right, all right.
And a high-rolling good time in Vegas. An all-star cast brings you The Millionaire on the CBS Tuesday night movie at 9, 8 Central and Mountain.
Deck the halls with pop business, fa la 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 la. Have your fun at home and office, fa la 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 la. Speed relief to head and stomach, Alka-Seltzer, fast, fast, fast.
When you overdo the holiday pleasures, Alka-Seltzer is a Yuletide treasure.
Oh, what a relief it is, fa la 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 la.
Come on, Max. I got something new for you. Now, alongside Kennel Ration Tender Chunks, I keep this. Tender Chunks new beef and liver flavor. It's no ordinary dry dog food. Ordinary dry dog food's hard and crumbly. But Kennel Ration Tender Chunks is more like lean meat. Cuts like meat, chews like meat. Now, Max can have it 2 ways. The Kennel Ration Tender Chunks he always loved, and Tender Chunks new beef and liver flavor.
Want a gift that'll bring the world twice as close? Extra can do. With a new Kodak Tele Extra 1 camera, you can take sharp, clear pictures 2 ways. Hey, gang! Normal and telephoto. Or choose the simple aim and shoot Kodak Extra 1 camera. It's the lowest priced Kodak pocket camera ever. For more pictures, more places, more often, give the Can-Do cameras. New Kodak Extra cameras. Another Open Me First gift to save Christmas in pictures.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
It's Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. Here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern with our guest, Vincent Price, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Guess who's coming down tonight? One of the finest actors of our day, Duffy. No. Not Dustin Farnham. No, not Hobart Bosworth. Duffy, I said our day, not yours. It's Vincent Price, Duffy. You know the guy. He plays the hate interest in them psychopathical murder dramas. You know, he's always the louse. Pictures, when Price says, I think I'll take the head off, he ain't talking about a beer. Does all them dirty, nasty characters, though, in a real suave manner, sort of a soft-spoken loudmouth. With that sweet, soothing kind of a voice. You don't know whether you should listen to it or pour it on a wapple. But in person, Duffy, he's different. He's every inch a gentleman, with lots of savoir-faire, the type of a guy you just know that he looks dignified in his long underwear. How's the crowd here? Oh, it's the usual after the night court crowd. Well, look, I got an idea how we can swank up the place if you listen. Well, look, Duffy, who are the biggest spenders? Actors, see? And it's obvious why. You see, actors never have any dough. But they don't want nobody to know it. So, ergo, they spend it like mad. Yeah, well, my idea is to turn this joint into an exclusive private club where only actors can be members, see, like the Lambs Club. Yeah, well, we'll get Vincent Price and call it the Hams Club. All right, I'll call you back, Duffy. Hey, Eddie, now look, I want this club to be different. Now, the first thing we do is to drill one of them peek holes in the door, huh?
Well, why does this hole in the wall need a hole in the door?
Eddie, every club's got one, so that sort of management can look out and see that nobody gets in but bona fide members.
Well, if you put a peek hole in the door, nobody's gonna come in.
Why not?
Well, if you can look out, they can look in. Now, Mr. Archie, how are you going to get any actors to join this club?
By signing up Vincent Price. You see, Eddie, we've built a better mousetrap here, but in order to catch the right mice, we have to bait the trap with the proper piece of cheese. Namely, Vincent Price.
Mr. Archie, what could a man like Mr. Price do in a dump like this?
All the things he's accustomed to.
Not if he's accustomed to breathing.
Okay, so we'll air condition the joint.
We tried that once, and you remember what happened?
What?
There, we crawled back into the bottle.
This time we'll hold it out with pliers. Now, what else do we need for the club? Oh, yeah, we'll need a game room.
Game room?
Yeah, that back room where we keep the pig's feet.
Yeah, that's pretty gamey, all right.
Yeah, now, what else do I have in them private clubs? Oh, yeah, library.
Well, what's going to be the library?
We'll dust off that World Almanac over there.
Look, Mr. Archie, in the first place, that almanac is from 1914. In the second place, one almanac don't make a library.
Leave me take your objections in order. Firstly, about the almanac being 1914, the Declaration of Independence is a great work, ain't it?
Yep.
When was it wrote?
1776.
Touché. Now, for your secondly objection, that one almanac don't make a library, to that I reply the word is almanac, not almanac. Ergo, touché again.
Yeah, I think you're slightly touchéed in the head.
Yes, Miss Duffy?
I want to ask you something very important.
What is it?
If a fella says, "Dearest beloved, I love you more than the sun, the moon, the stars, more than life itself. Be mine, beautiful Miss Duffy, be mine." Is that committing himself?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Yes, and no guy in his right mind would say it.
Well, it so happens that it was said to me by my boyfriend, Rodney Maximilian Haybinder.
Miss Duffy, you still interested in that bum?
Bum?
You heard me.
Archie, it so happens that at Barnaby's Barber College, Rodney is the only one to hold a safety award.
Really? Safety award?
Yes. He's the one man in his class that they trust to singe sideburns without the professor standing by with a fire extinguisher.
What'd they give him for the reward? A hot towel with his name lathered on it? Are you kidding, Miss Duffy? This guy really goes to a barber college?
You think I run around with illiterate? Here, look at this letter.
Let me see. Darling Miss Duffy, I thought about you all today at shaving class. Look, this letter is a little too mushy for me. Maybe you better read it. What happened to him at shaving class?
Well, let's see. So, dearest, the professor gave me 4 demerits just for a tiny nick a customer noticed on his earlobe. And, darling, I'm really surprised he noticed it, as the earlobe was on the floor at the time. Then, in my confusion, I made matters even worse by giving the customer somebody else's earlobe.
I don't know what kind of a barber this guy is, but he certainly writes beautiful love letters, doesn't he?
Don't be sarcastic, Archie. It happens that there are a lot of X's at the bottom of the letter.
X's, huh? Are they sort of smeared in red?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
Huh? Miss Duffy, you know, you're really a lucky girl. It's a lucky thing that the guy didn't go to a guillotine college. Customers be walking around without heads.
Hello, Arch.
Oh, hiya, Finnegan.
Hello, Finnegan.
Good evening, Miss Duffy. My, you look pretty.
Thank you, Finnegan.
Every day you look better. Yesterday you looked better than the day before, and today you look like the morning after.
Well, thank you.
Oh, don't mention it. Say, Arch, I hear you're starting a new club.
That's right.
Is it going to have dames in it?
No, Finnegan, no dames. It's going to be strictly non-sextarian.
So in that case, I think I'll just stick to the YWCA.
Finnegan, the YWCA is for women only.
It is?
Yeah.
No wonder they keep throwing me out of the steam room.
Look, Finnegan, the club that I'm going to have here is just going to be for actors, but if you'd like to join, I'll use my influence to get you in.
No, thanks, George. I'm too particular.
What do you mean, particular?
You think I'd join a club that takes people like me?
I think you got a point there, Finnegan.
Besides, I belong to too many clubs already.
What clubs do you belong to?
Oh, the Lonely Hearts Club, the Al Flairden for President Club. That was disbanded, by the way. Nobody told me why. Oh, then I belong to the Book of the Month Club.
You belong to the Book of the Month Club?
Yeah, I have a special membership. They just send me the pictures.
That's a very good club, that Book of the Month Club. Do you attend their meetings?
It's a funny thing, Arch. They don't have meetings.
Really?
Nope. No meetings, no parties, no ball team. Personally, I think the whole thing is a scheme to sell books.
To me, you sound more like you just came out of the Canadian Club.
Please, Arch, I got enough trouble with books. What would I do with a Canadian every month?
Would you like to have some fun? Why don't you go over to that stove in the kitchen and stick your head in the oven? Maybe your brains will expand.
Good idea, Arch. I'll set the oven for a slow broil.
And every 5 minutes, I'll come in and baste you. Now, Eddie, did you start fixing up the game room?
Not yet.
Well, when you do, I got a terrific idea. See, we'll get a dartboard and some darts so that the actors can really have a lot of fun with themselves.
How?
We'll cover the dartboard with pictures of their agents. The game room looks pretty good here, except for one thing.
What's that?
I don't think our more conservative members will like this picture of September morn. Tell you what you do.
What?
Put a hatchet in her hand, and we'll call it Custer's Last Stand. Now, let's see. What else does the club need?
Members?
Members? Oh, don't worry, Eddie. With Vincent Price joining up, we'll have all the actors from Hollywood dropping in.
Well, if they're going to drop, this is the place to do it.
Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. You been thinking it over and you want to join the Actors Club? Duffy, you an actor? You get stage fright when you have to call out your floor in a crowded elevator. But, Duffy, I'm telling you, the place is strictly for actors. Now, look, holler and take it off, but a burlesque show don't make you no actor. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll compromise you. I'll make you the chairman of the membership committee. But remember, no fair blackballing guys just 'cause they ain't Irish. Okay, Duffy. Now, Eddie, I gotta get this dart game set up. Where's the pictures of them agents?
Right here.
Yeah, the agents' pictures, yeah. You know, they ain't gonna be easy targets.
Why not?
Even in the pictures, their eyes keep shifting back and forth. Wait a minute, Eddie. Eddie, did you notice that?
What?
A dart just hit that agent right in the middle of his package.
Then our first actor must be here.
He is. The spotlight, if you please.
Well, it's Vincent Price. Good evening, Mr. Price. Leave me W welcome to this distinctive establishment. And furthermore...
Thank you, Archie, and may I say...
Just a minute. Leave me further say, Mr. Price, that seldom have we behooved such an august presentiment to these confines. And further besides...
Now, Archie, if you don't mind, I'd like to...
Please. I ain't through. The man is in love with the sound of his own voice. Now, let me see. Oh, and feel assured, Mr. Price, that your visit is a bereavement from which we will not soon recover. If there's anything you desire, just beck or call.
There's just one thing I would like.
What?
An edgewise.
An edgewise?
Yes, so I can put a word in.
Okay, what's the word?
Goodbye.
Goodbye, but you just got here.
Can you think of a better time to leave?
Wait, but you ain't had anything to eat yet.
What? Eat here in this moldy mocambo? I'd sooner die.
There is no sooner way.
Quiet, Eddie. Well, Vincent, I'm glad I'm finally meeting up with you, especially after so many of our friends have said that we resemble each other.
Our friends say that?
Yeah, lots of them.
Then let us be known by our enemies.
I'm glad to see that you're a philosopher about it, Vincent. I didn't get sore neither. But, as I look at the both of us, I can see the resemblance. Take our builds. We're about the same height, and what do you weigh?
About 190.
Well, there you got about 90 pounds on me. Of course, me shoulders is a little narrower than yours.
Oh, Archie, they only seem narrower because your ears stick out so far.
Well, that's logical. But you believe me, Vincent, you darken me up a little, give me an hour with a curler, dab a little makeup on me, and I'd look enough like you to spit at your image. But there's one way in which you and me is different. Huh?
Thank heavens for that. What is it?
Our diction.
Oh, yes, of course. Our diction.
Yeah, yours is lousy. Yeah, me, I like to use big words,
Big words, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I can think of one right now.
Oh, yeah? What's yours?
I hesitate to tell you.
I bet I can think of an even longer one. In fact, I started using big words the minute I learned how to talk.
Oh, how old were you when you learned how to talk?
19. See, and by that time I was already in college.
You went to college?
How do you think I got so cultured?
You are cultured?
You don't believe it? Recite some Shakespeare to me. I'll show you how intelligent I can look.
Well, I doubt it, Archie, but you aroused my curiosity. Very well. He jests at scars that never felt a wound. But soft what light through yonder window breaks. It is the east, and Juliet is the sun.
Hey, Arch.
Yeah, Finnegan?
Who's the mushmouth?
What's the matter? You sore because someone stole your forehead?
Hey, Arch. Can I punch this guy in the nose?
Please, no. Just reply in a gentlemanly manner that you never had a forehead.
Okay. Look, bud, I never had a forehead. Arch, now can I punch him in the nose?
Finnegan, please, no fisticuffs. Mushmouth here happens to be a gentleman. Perhaps I better introduce you. Vincent Price, Clifton Finnegan. Highbrow, no brow.
Okay, bud. Let's shake hands and be friends.
Isn't there a more sanitary way?
Hey, I remember you. I seen you in that picture, The Three Mosquitoes.
And again, that's the Three Musketeers, not mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah? I seen it in an open-air movie in Jersey.
Oh, and I thought all that flapping was applause.
Finnegan, next time you go to an open-air movie, instead of popcorn, you better take DDT.
It don't work, Arch.
What's wrong with it?
Stuff tastes lousy.
Did you ever try citronella with a scoop of ice cream?
Hey, Bud, ain't you a little nut?
Vincent, you'll have to excuse Finnegan. You see, just before he was born, his mother had a bad case of fright.
Oh, what happened?
His father walked into the room. Well, at least you met the guy.
Say, Arch.
Oh, good heavens, he's back in a wig.
This is Miss Duffy, man's best friend.
Well, Miss Duffy, I can't tell you how happy it makes me to have this opportunity of meeting you.
This guy's a better actor than I thought he was.
Oh, shut up, Archie. Oh, Mr. Price.
Yes?
I'm not doing anything tonight.
That does not surprise me.
You didn't give me a chance to finish.
He was hoping he wouldn't give you a chance to start.
Archie, please. What I was wondering, Mr. Price, is whether you would like a date with me tonight.
Oh, but Miss Duffy, what about my wife?
I'll let her get her own date.
Oh, but I can't possibly go out tonight.
Why not?
Just look at this horrible haircut some idiot gave me.
Barber collar job if I ever seen one. What'd the guy do? Cut it or chew it off?
Oh, Archie, that's not the worst part. I also got a shave, and just look at these earlobes.
What about them?
They don't match.
Oh, so you're the one who caused all that trouble for Rodney.
Look, Miss Duffy, please, someone would like to see you outside.
Who?
Me. Get out of here. Now, Vincent, leave us get to the point. We're turning Duffy's into a high-class actors club, you see, very ulterior. And we'd like you to be the first member.
The first and only?
Well, not the only member. After you find out how wonderful and exclusive the club is, we'll naturally expect you to suck in some of your friends. Well, what do you say to our new Lambs Club?
If you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, you should discover what many thousands have known for years, that Anacin brings incredibly fast, effective relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Probably at some time you've received an envelope containing Anacin tablets from your physician or dentist. Thousands of people have been introduced to Anacin this way. Try Anacin yourself the next time you suffer from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted at how quickly relief can come. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100 for your medicine cabinet. Ask for Anacin today.
No kidding, Vince. This club's going to be wonderful. Just picture a warm, luxurious room, a roaring hearth in the fireplace, low lights, you know, and soft dive-ins, them little day beds. Pictures of great actors hanging on the wall: Edwin Booth, Sarah Bernhardt, Richard Mansfield, Abbott and Costello, Maury Amsterdam. All of them.
What about my picture?
Your picture, yeah. I think I have the very place to put it.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh. You ain't heard me out. We'll hang it in a place of honor. Under the pig's feet.
Under them? Don't I even get top billing?
Why should you? After all, don't forget the pig's feet have been here longer than you have. Well, what do you say? Will you join if I can get you in?
Well...
Good. Oh, just excuse me. Hello? Hello, Duffy. We got good tidings. Vincent Price wants to join the club. What? Duffy, I can't do that. No, you can't with a guy like Price. Okay. Mr. Price.
What?
The chairman of the membership committee desires you to audition.
Audition?
Yeah, you see, this club is only for actors, and the chairman has certain doubts.
Well, hasn't he seen any of my pictures?
That's what gave him the doubts.
Tell him to go soak his head.
Right now, he's too busy with his feet. Now, what do you say? Will you give the audition?
I'm sorry I can't.
Why not?
Well, as I said, if I auditioned for that horrible Duffy, I'd be a bigger ham than I think I am, and I couldn't be.
Don't worry, you are. So what do you say? Duffy's listening.
Well, all right. I'll start off with a recitation.
Good. Why don't you give him a little of that Shakespeare, huh?
Very well. To be or not to be, that is the question.
Hold it, Vince. Hello? Okay, Duffy. Not to be. Look, Vince, don't you know no songs or jokes?
Yes, I know some jokes.
Well, go ahead and spring one. Duffy likes jokes.
Oh, well, very well. Here's a very funny one.
Great so far.
Well, it goes like this. You see, a little boy left his home, and he didn't come back for 6 years. When he returned, he knocked on the door, and his mother said, "Hello, Cookie." So the little boy said, "Why do you call me Cookie?" And the mother answered, "I call you Cookie because you've been a wafer so long." A wafer so long. Do you get it, Archie?
I got it, but I don't think it's going to stay with me.
Well, I know an even funnier one.
Impossible. How does this one go?
Well, it goes like this. Pat says to Mike, he says, "I just received a letter from my sister. She must be very ill." So Mike says to Pat, "Really? How do you know?" So Pat replies, "Well, she started the letter by saying, 'I'm in Chicago sick.'" Oh, Archie, I'm afraid I messed it up. I should have said, "I'm in Chicago ill." It just happens that joke just reached Chicago dead. Better tell another one, Vincent, but not quite so funny this time. I don't want to split my spleen. Well, Archie, do you think Duffy knows the one about the woman who says, "I just bought a dog," and the man says, "Spit?" And the woman says, "Nobody drools a little." Hello? Okay, Duffy. Well, Vince, so much for jokes. What else can you do? Well, I can sing a bit. You can sing, huh? Mm-hmm. Okay, take a try at it. Well, very well. Stand back now. You made me what I am today. I hope you're satisfied. You dragged and dragged me down until the hope within me died. I think what's going to happen with the club. You shattered each and every dream. You fooled me from the start. Vince. And although you're not true, may God bless you. That's the curse of an aching heart. Hello? What? Well, how would you like to be standing right here next to it? Huh? Okay, I'll tell him. Mr. Price. Yes? The chairman of the membership committee has decided your case in the affirmative. You're out. Furthermore, the chairman has asked me to dissolve the club, so you have earned a rare distinction, Mr. Price. Well, what do you mean? This is the first time in history that an entire club has resigned from a member.
in next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Listen tomorrow evening for The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, the Saturday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Okay, it's time for the question of the day, and today's question is, what was your favorite subject in school? For me, it was history, in particular, Roman history. But what was your favorite subject in school? Answer in the comments below. Now let's get back to the shows. Fasten your seatbelts. Classic adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
While Speed, Jimmy, and the Mexican Ortez are looking for the treasure, Rip Bender and his father fly over them, firing at them. In hunting a place to hide, Jimmy accidentally finds the entrance to the cave where the treasure is hidden. However, upon investigation, it is discovered that the treasure had been found years ago and taken away. There are only a few pieces of gold lying around, which they take. Speed and Jim have returned to the ranch. Jim has landed the plane, and we hear Speed say,
Well, Jim, here we are, back at the old Diamond A once more. Say, that landing you made wasn't any too hot.
Yeah, I know it, Speed. I guess I was too anxious to get on the ground.
Taxi up to the ranch house there, and get ready for trouble. We're going to have a showdown with these benders.
I don't see Rip's plane around here, Speed. Maybe they didn't come back.
Well, let's hope they did.
What can we do with them?
You can do plenty, kid, plenty. First they stick a loaded bomb in our ship, then they try to knock us off with a machine gun. If that isn't attempted murder, I never heard of it.
We'll have to be careful. They probably figure we're after them.
I'll say we better be careful. Now keep your hand on that gun, Jim. Cut your switches and let's pile out of the ship.
Yep, here we are. Well, what's our next move?
All right, let's go up to the ranch house and watch yourself. They may be hiding inside.
Gee, I hope Flash has been on the lookout. I'm glad we left him here with Mrs. Croft and Barbara.
Yeah, so am I. It'll be mighty dangerous to leave the women alone with those birds around.
Well, here we are. Let's go inside.
Oh, Jimmy, why, what's the matter? You look so serious. And Speed, what's the matter?
Nothing much, Barbara.
Where are the Benders, Barbara? Are they here in the house?
No, Rip Bender landed here a while ago with his father. Oh, it couldn't have been over an hour ago. They were here just a short time, then they took off.
Both of them, Barbara?
Yes, both Rip and his father. But what's wrong? What's happened?
These Benders are murderers, Barbara. They're killers. We've got to run them down.
Murderers? You mean they've killed someone?
Nah, but they've tried mighty hard. We'll tell you all about it later.
Oh, this is awful.
But, Barbara, we did locate the Chihuahua treasure.
You what, Jimmy? You found the treasure?
Sure, look here, Barbara. Look, right here in this bag. It's all that's left of the famous treasure.
Gosh, gold pieces.
Yep, we found it fine, Barbara. We found the cave and all that remains of the treasure.
Oh, that's just wonderful.
Some people besides the Benders and ourselves must have known about the treasure, Barbara. We found the cave all right and some old chests and saddlebags. These old coins were scattered around inside. The fortune must have been so great that a few odd coins, more or less, didn't mean much. The way things looked to us, it was discovered and removed years ago.
Yeah, and we even found the skeleton of a man in the cave. You know, according to the stories, some of the bandits were killed and buried with the treasure.
Oh, yes, I remember. But what about Ortez? Where's he?
Ortez helped us find the cave, and he's out there now.
Yes? Ortez is convinced that part of the treasure still lies there. He says he's going to live in the cave and dig around there until he locates the rest of it. Where's your mother, Barbara?
Oh, she's taking an afternoon nap in her room.
Now, here's what we're going to do. Jimmy and I are flying over the range and getting in touch with Mr. Russell, the government agent. He's staying at the Caldwell Ranch, west of the mountains.
Oh, yes, I know.
Now, we promised Russell and Mickey we'd fly over there today and help them on their smuggling case. We also want Russell's help in rounding up the Benders.
With Ace hanging around the Diamond A here, the Benders must have some connection with his gang.
Yeah, that's the idea exactly. Now, we're going to leave Flash here to watch you and your mother.
Oh, don't worry about us. We'll be all right.
We wouldn't think of leaving you and your mother alone if Flash weren't here.
That's right. We sure wouldn't.
After we contact Russell and learn if he's discovered anything, we'll hop back here to the ranch.
Oh, but boys, please don't worry about Mother and me. We'll be all right.
You'd better stay close to the ranch house, Barbara, and we'll tell Flash to park himself right here on the porch.
Yeah, that's a mighty good idea. All right, Jim, let's get going. You go out and crank up the ship, and I'll see Flash about standing guard.
Okay, Speed. And Barbara, I'll see you later.
Oh, Jimmy, please be careful.
I will. Don't you worry now.
Now, Barbara, you better say nothing to your mother about the Benders. She'd only worry. And here, take this gold and hide it in your room. I'm going to shove along now and find Flash, and we'll be back just as soon as possible. That's the Caldwell Ranch House, Jim. It's the only building around here for miles.
That's it, all right. And there's sure plenty of places to land.
Yeah, you won't have a bit of trouble. Land in as close to the ranch house as you can.
Oh, look, Speed. That must be Russell who just came outside. See? He's waving at us.
Go on down and land. Yeah, that's Russell, all right. Now, look at him wave his arms. He must want to see us.
I'll land in that level stretch directly south of the house, Speed. Does it look all right to you?
That's exactly the place I'd have picked, Jim. It seems to be flat as a pancake and not an obstruction around it.
That's the way I figured. Oh, I have a little too much altitude, though, I think. I'll slip off some.
Yeah, you'll have to slip off about 1,000 feet. Go ahead.
There. How's that?
Yeah, done with a master's touch, my boy. Okay, level off and set her down.
Gee, Russell must be really anxious to see us. He's running up to our ship.
Yeah, he must have had some news since we last talked to him. Hello there, Russell. What's new?
Well, boys, I'm mighty glad you got here. Been looking for you all day.
What's on your mind, Mr. Russell?
Hello there, Jimmy. You're getting to be quite a pilot, young fellow. That was a good landing you made. Say, boys, I've had some mighty important news, and I'm going to need your help.
Well, that's fair enough. When you get through, we'll call on you for some help. We'll just make this a 50-50 proposition.
That suits me, but I think I'll get the best end of the deal.
What's happened, Russell? Give us a hot dope.
Officials of the Mexican government are working with us on this smuggling case, as, of course, they're just as anxious to stop it as we are.
Sure, I can understand that very easily.
I have a hunch that the refueling base you discovered up on this hidden mesa is used by this smuggling gang. It's their first stop on this side of the border.
Oh, I get you. They take on gas there and then continue north.
That's what we think, anyway. Now, I have an operator up at Alpine who is in direct wire communication with our boys and Mexican officials on the border.
Yeah, but where do we come in on this?
My man up at Alpine just phoned that he had a code message from the border.
What did it say?
The gang has a secret landing field in Mexico, and Mexican operatives believe that they're headed north in an airplane with a big load of jewels.
Uh-huh. Now I'm beginning to see what you're getting at.
A short while ago, I had a flash from one of our men on the border saying that they just heard a powerful airplane flying above the clouds, headed north.
They're headed this way, then, huh?
Yes, but believe me, this gang is smart. They seem to wait until there's a solid layer of clouds before crossing the border. But my men have set up a special listening device which picks up the sound of their engine.
Well, I'll be darned. You government boys aren't so dumb at that.
Believe me, you can't be dumb and keep up with these modern crooks.
Well, look here, Mr. Russell. How long ago did this ship cross the border?
Over an hour ago, and I want to intercept them at the hidden mesa. But I've got to have some help.
Oh, by George, Russell, we'll fly you up there in short order and glad to do it. Because we're after these Benders, and it looks like they're tied up in some way with this gang.
Yes, the gang undoubtedly has some Confederates around here.
Well, we better get started if we're going to get up to the mesa before the gang ship does. Here, crawl in the cockpit next to me, and Jimmy will do the flying. Say, where's Mickey?
She drove up to Alpine early this morning on some work in connection with the case. Now, look here, boys. How are we fixed for arms?
Well, Jimmy and I both have revolvers. We carry them right here in the ship. We also have a rifle slung back there in the fuselage. What about you?
I have my .38. I'm never without it.
Now, let's go. All right, give her the gun, Jimmy, and head right for Hidden Mesa.
Well, boys, that didn't take long. This young student of yours, Robertson, seems to know how to handle this ship.
He's doing fine. As soon as he gets back home, he'll have his license. Now, what's this landing he makes?
A mighty good one, I'd say.
Well, thanks, Mr. Russell. Say, where'll we park the ship, Speed?
Now, listen, Jim. It's just about dark now, but at that, we don't want to take a chance on this ship being seen by the gang as they circle around. Hey, wait a second. Let me have a look.
Well, say, Speed, why not put it right up next to that group of trees over there to the right, see? I think we can push it up under there so that it's practically hidden.
Yeah, that looks like a good place. Taxi over there.
It's going to be pitch dark in a few minutes anyway, and this is a dark-colored ship, so we ought to be fairly safe.
Here we are. All right, Jim, cut your switches and we'll push the wings up under these tall branches.
Okay, let's get out, and then we can get set and push her under these trees.
Okay, now let's all give a hand here. That's it. A little more now. There. Now she's going to be all right. Hey, by George, that's fine. With the light the way it is now, it'll never be spotted.
Looks okay to me.
Now, that shack where we found the gas and oil is right up here about 100 yards.
We'd better go up close to the shack then and wait.
Well, there's the shack. See Mr. Russell over there in the trees?
Ah, yes, I can just make it out. Pretty clever arrangement, I'd say, and that must be one of the gas drums that you...
Uh-oh. Shh. Listen. Isn't that a ship? Do you hear it, Speed?
Hey, that's a ship, all right, and it's coming in fast, too.
Get set, boys. We're in for some trouble.
Who are the occupants of the plane which is about to land? Russell must be expecting trouble, for he's warned the boys to that effect. There's excitement ahead. Don't miss a single episode of the air adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Alice, starring Linda Lavin, will return next Sunday evening, but 1 hour later than usual at 9:30, 8:30 Central and Mountain Time.
Monday, it's a Charlie Brown Christmas with all the Peanuts gang and everyone's favorite beagle, Snoopy, sending Christmas joy to you.
Merry Christmas, Charlie Brown!
Be watching Monday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
His dream of being an athlete, plus United Cerebral Palsy support, helped a young boy with cerebral palsy to shed his leg braces and then go on to help others. This is Robert Preston. Any outfit that can help a boy like Jack Kelly become the man he is today deserves all the support you can give them.
Good evening from CBS News. This is Newsbreak. The first of the year will bring an increase in oil prices. The OPEC countries decided today to raise their prices almost 15% over the next year. The phased increases begin with a 5% hike on New Year's Day. The White House issued a statement saying the higher prices will hamper the fight against inflation. Energy Secretary Schlesinger said gas prices could be up 5 or 6 cents a gallon. The U.S. Embassy has warned Americans to stay off the streets of Taipei in an effort to avoid confrontation with Taiwanese angered by the decision to normalize relations with China. A replica of the Wright brothers' plane barely got off the ground in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina today, commemorating the 75th anniversary of their historic flight.
Sinus headache, congestion, postnasal drip. Help.
Send for Sign-Off, the sinus medicine in the bright red box. SINEOFF.
I'm Ed Bradley, CBS News, New York. More news later on the CBS Sunday Night News.
This is CBS.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Bea Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Well, here it is, just a week to Christmas. You never saw so much hustle and bustle as there is in our house, and I guess it's the same with you, too. What with last-minute shopping and tree trimming, there's certainly lots to be done. But in spite of how busy you are, you still want your home to look its best for the holidays. And that's where Johnson's Wax comes into the picture. You see, if your floors, furniture, and woodwork are protected with genuine Johnson's Wax, that special holiday cleaning can be done in short order. A quick dusting, a touch-up with Johnson's Wax where needed, and your rooms are glowing with rich, mellow beauty. All set for the visits of your family and friends. And there are so many things you can protect with wax. Floors, woodwork, all kinds of furniture, and 100 other things in every room of your home. Get some Johnson's Wax, won't you? Paste, liquid, or cream. Johnson's Wax has helped brighten homes at the Christmas season since your grandmother's day. Mark Twain said that everybody talked about the weather, but nobody did anything about it. Well, Mark didn't live long enough. Nowadays, we can get a shower by turning a little gadget in the bathtub. We can get a breeze with a fan, and sunshine with a lamp. For instance, look at Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Magee, for goodness sake, go put a shirt on and some pants. You've been sitting under that sun lamp for days in your swimming shorts and slippers. What if somebody should come in?
Let 'em. This is my living room, and I'm living. Hey, rub a little more suntan oil on my shoulders, will you?
Suntan oil?
Yep.
The trash box is overflowing with empty suntan oil bottles.
Mm-hmm.
How'd you happen to start this business anyhow?
Well, I went down to Kramer's drugstore to buy some Scotch tape. They didn't have any Scotch tape, so I bought me a sun lamp.
Very logical. But look, haven't you had about enough for today?
My gosh, no, I just barely... Yep, that's enough. Shut it off. Time's up.
It's a good thing you set the alarm clock, dearie. It's sort of silly for a man to get a sunstroke in his own living room, but you're begging for it.
I know what I'm doing, Tootsie. I'm following the directions to the letter. 20 minutes at a time, front and back.
Yeah, but it didn't say 12 times a day, though.
That was my own idea. And look at this tan, will you? Pretty snazzy, eh? I'm beginning to look like a Spaniard.
Are Spaniards pink?
What do you mean, pink? Look at them arms, them shoulders, them chest, them hands.
Well, it may be in time, but at the present stage, you merely look like you've been in more hot water than usual.
You wait. I'll get a sunburn on me that'll make the governor of Florida wake up screaming. Another week under this sun lamp, and I could go to the South Pole with Admiral Byrd's aunt.
With who? Admiral Byrd's aunt isn't going to the South Pole.
Why, she is. She certainly is. I was just reading. Here it is right here in the paper. Look. It says, Byrd's Antarctic Expedition. Ready. My gosh, if a little old lady like that can organize the whole...
No, Magee. That's Admiral Byrd's Antarctic Expedition.
Sure.
The Antarctic is the South Pole.
It is?
Sure.
No kidding. How do you know all this stuff? I read the same things you do, and you always get more out of it.
Well, I read the punctuation, too. You know, like commas and periods and things.
No, I don't. It messes up the reading matter.
Well, if you don't read the periods, how do you know when you come to the end of a sentence?
Well, you turned me loose with $10 in the new suit. You get it, lover? End of a sentence, new suit, $10. That's what they always do.
Ain't funny, Magee.
Ain't? That's funny.
No, tain't.
Ain't?
No. Oh, Magee, it's company. Put your pants on.
Okay, hand me my T-shirt. Thanks. Hey, where's my belt buckle? I've lost my belt buckle.
You got your pants on backwards.
Huh? Oh. Okay, I got it. Let him in.
Come in. Oh, for goodness sakes, it's Mr. Wimple. Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp, old man.
Hello, folks.
You notice anything different about himself here, Mr. Wimple?
Take a good look, Wimp.
Well, gracious me, isn't that wonderful? I wish I could wear house slippers around the house. Sweetie.
No. Not the house slippers, Wimp. The tan. Take a gander at these shoulders. See how brown I'm getting?
It's a very light shade at the moment, of course. Sort of an oyster blush pink.
Imagine that, a suntan in December.
Yep.
Now, you be careful, Mr. Magee. You can get an awful shock that way.
A shock? With a sun lamp?
Yes. Wait till you see your electric light bill.
Mr. Wimple, you look pretty pink and healthy yourself. Been out for a walk?
Yes, in the woods, Mrs. Magee. With my bird book.
With your what?
My bird book. Maybe maybe you don't read the North American Ornithologist Review.
Oh.
Otherwise, you'd have seen where I was elected corresponding secretary of the Wistful Vista Bird Watchers and Migration Recorders. Unanimously, too.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Wimple? And what do bird watchers do?
We watch birds.
I used to be a bird watcher in vaudeville, Wimp. I've seen whole balconies full of Bronx warblers.
He's probably jealous because you were laying bigger eggs, dearie.
You know, just this morning I thought I saw a purple-crested, swallow-tailed Australian grackle.
Oh, gee. Pretty rare, Wimp?
Rare? My gracious, they aren't even in the bird book. I named this one myself.
Mm-hmm.
Then coming home, I saw a little boy robin.
A little boy robin?
Yes, a little boy robin a blue jay's nest. But bird watching is really such fun.
That's fun.
Yes. Last summer, I was looking through my telescope, and I saw a full-grown tom turkey no bigger than a sparrow.
My gosh. A freak, eh?
No, I was looking through the wrong end of the telescope. Well, I hope you get a beautiful suntan, Mr. McGee. Goodbye.
So long.
Billy Mills and the orchestra play The Best Man.
McGee, are you under that sun lamp again?
Yep, I'm getting a beautiful tan, too, I think. Another couple of days of this, and I'll be browning a Hottentoot.
You mean tot?
Tot my clavicle. I'll be browning a grown-up Hottentoot.
Well, now, don't overdo it. The human epidermis was not designed for charcoal broiling, you know.
I ain't the type guy that burns. I'm the type guy that turns a beautiful deep brown.
Yeah.
A summer in the hot sun for me, and that's it. Shut off the sun lamp. Time's up. Time's up.
There you are. Here, now, take this towel and wipe off some of that suntan lotion. You're as oily as a butler in the movies.
Well, I got to use a lot of it to keep out the ultraviolet rays.
I think you mean ultra.
Well, frankly, I think it's pretty ultra myself, but I was just trying to be modest. With a suntan like I'm going to get, I don't...
Oh, put your trousers on again, dearie. Hurry.
I got 'em. Hand me my T-shirt. Thanks. Okay.
Come in. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in.
How do you do, my dear? Good day, Miss McGee.
Hi, Carsty. Fling the minks off and toss the frame on an orange crate. May not be a place, but it's home.
Read that again, dearie.
Oh, it may not be a palace, but it's home.
That's better. Won't you sit down, Millicent, and have a slug of tea?
Thank you, no, my dear. I'm just taking a moment for my Christmas shopping, and I don't know what to give Mr. Carstairs. He has simply everything.
How about some gold-plated golf clubs, Carsty? That'd be pretty fancy.
Oh, he already has sterling silver golf clubs, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
I'm afraid he'd consider gold ones a bit flashy.
The conservative type.
Oh, very, my dear. He does absolutely nothing that people could criticize. He even wires Mr. Petrillo before he takes the band off a cigar.
Got everybody else taken care of, Millicent? A diamond Carrera for the cook and a town car for the handyman, I suppose.
Oh, yes. Although my nephew is another difficult one. Hubert Updike III, you know.
My gosh, Hubert Updike. Is he your nephew?
Well.
I've heard a lot about him. Friday night. A pal of All and Young.
Yes, a very well-to-do young man.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, he's on a very meager allowance now. 10,000 a week until he comes into the estate.
Well, a boy can live on that if he doesn't eat dessert.
Gee, for a kid like that, you got to get something pretty unusual, Carsey, like a nightclub with fresh air in it. Or maybe an antique fountain pen that you can fill with ink every couple of weeks.
That is so true, Mr. McGee. Last year we offered to buy Hubert the Hialeah racetrack, but Hubert is allergic to horses.
Oh, really, Millicent? Does he sneeze when he passes them?
No, he cries when the other horses pass them. Well, thank you so much for being so helpful. Good day.
So long, Millie. Hey, you know what? Them Carstairs must have all the dough in the world, you know it?
Yeah, but they say Mr. Carstairs is very stingy.
Yeah?
Tighter than a coat of paint was the term, I believe.
Well, when you're that rich, you can afford to be stingy. When I tip 40 cents for a $4 dinner, I'm a dirty little tightwad with fish hooks in my pocket. But if Carstairs does it, he's a charming old eccentric who knows the value of money.
I guess so.
Hello, folks. How are things?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. How's the weather out?
Colder than the nose of a snowplow, pal.
Yeah?
This is the kind of day I'd like to be on a nice, warm desert island with 10 albums of swing music, a phonograph, and no needles.
No needles?
No, I don't like swing music. I'm a symphony man myself. I like Mozart, Grieg, Chopin, Prokofiev.
Oh, yes. Nothing like Prokofiev.
Very fine. Well,
Me too, Junior. I also like Guylam.
Who?
Guylam.
Guylam who?
Guylam Bartle. Well, look, Junior, you don't have to go to the South Seas to get a coat of tan. Take a look at me.
Okay, I'm looking.
Don't you notice it, Mr. Wilcox?
Notice what? Oh, he got a haircut.
No. Look at my arms and shoulders, Junior.
Oh, what about him? Just because you haven't the muscular development of some of the other fellows, so what? Gee whiz, lots of boys never had a chance.
Mr. Wilcox, now, he means his sunburn. Can't you see it?
Yeah.
You mean those pink splotches on his skin?
What do you mean, pink splotches? That's tan.
He's using a sun lamp to get a little color, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, I met a guy on the street the other day, and he says, "Hi, McGee." He says, "How much are they?" And I says, "How much are what?" And he says, "Aren't you raising mushrooms?" And that did it. I had to get some color.
Well, I know another good way to get your color back.
On your face?
No, on your linoleum.
Yeah, but we weren't talking
Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. You know, it's amazing how it restores the life and luster to old and dingy linoleum.
Quit changing the subject.
I'm not changing the subject. I've been talking about Johnson's glow coat for years. About how it's so easy to apply, how you just pour a little out, spread it around.
Yeah, but about his suntan, Mr. Wilcox.
Suntan. Hey, it's funny you should mention suntan, Molly.
Funny? My gosh, I've been yapping my head off.
Yes, because I was just talking to a lady customer of mine about getting suntan this morning.
Were you, Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, I said to her, I said, "Does your son get tanned for tracking up the kitchen floor?" I said, "It's a shame to have your son tanned for nothing.
Yeah,
because if you perfect that linoleum with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, you can wipe up those muddy tracks so easily.
Yeah, but what that...
You can keep your linoleum protected against mud and dirt. Still things keep it bright."
Yeah, but what that... Look. Look, Waxy.
Yes, pal?
Have you got to go now?
Because if you do, Mr. Wilcox...
Hey, thanks for reminding me. I've got to go downtown and pick up my wife's Christmas present. Hey, wait till you see the terrific sparkler I'm getting her.
A sparkler? Oh, a diamond, Mr. Wilcox?
No, some Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. So long, kid.
My gosh, that guy never did comment on my tan. What's the matter with everybody? Is this a conspiracy?
No, sweetheart. It's only that your tan isn't very dark yet.
Huh?
Why don't you stick some adhesive tape on yourself so you'd get tanned in stripes? People would notice that, dearie.
No, sir. By George, I'll do this legitimate or I won't do it. Turn the sun lamp on again, will you, Mom?
All right, McGee, but don't let yourself get overdone now.
Okay.
I've got to go up and sort the linen. But I'll be down base every 15 minutes.
Okay. Ah, there goes a good kid. She really admires this lifeguard tan I got, but will she say so? Not her. She knows flattery makes me unbearable. She knows... Uh-oh, where's my pants? Where's my pants? Where'd I put my... Somebody took my pants. Oh, I got them on. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello, sis. What's on your mind?
Well, I brought you some more stuff, mister, like you said.
Like I said, when? What'd I say?
More busted toys.
Hmm?
You said you'd pick some olives for the poor children, remember? For Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as a matter of fact, sis, to tell the truth, I don't believe I...
Yeah. Well, you know my teacher, Miss Yeagley? She thinks you're just wonderful to do it, mister. So do all the kids, I betcha.
They do, eh?
What?
I says they do, eh?
They do what?
All the children think I'm wonderful.
Oh, boy, are you ever conceited, though.
Doggone it, sis. I didn't say I thought I was wonderful. I said they thought I was because you said they thought I was...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, skip it. What'd you bring this time?
Well, I left them on the back porch, mister.
Mm-hmm.
There's a scooter with the wheel off and a busted coaster wagon.
Mm-hmm.
And a little steam engine that the whistle don't blow on it good. And, oh, hey, did you fix the dolly I left here last week, mister?
Oh, well, I'm still working on that, sis. It was a bigger job than I figured.
Oh?
How did it get so banged up?
Well, my doggy did that.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. He chewed it up one day.
Uh-huh.
He's a cocker bulldog.
A cocker bulldog? You kidding, sis? A cocker and a bull are two different dogs.
I'll say so, mister. I bet you never saw two more different dogs than my dog, I bet you. My daddy says he's a pure-blooded mongrel.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
Good. My daddy says he's either a police dog in plain clothes or a wire hair with a short circuit in the family.
Must be quite a mutt, sis. What does he look like?
Well, he's got long ears and a short tail.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And his front legs are shorter than his back legs.
Uh-huh.
And he's got hair all over his eyes like Veronica Lake.
Uh-huh.
And Daddy says if we put him in a dog show, he'd get a blue ribbon for being the best dog of all breeds because Daddy says he's the only dog he ever saw that was all breeds.
What's his name?
John.
Where'd you get him?
See, mister, he was there when I was born.
He was?
Sure. He's 48 years old.
What?
He was a captain in the Marines.
He must be quite a pooch.
Hey, don't you call my daddy a pooch. He's a nice man.
Oh, you were talking about your daddy. I thought you were talking about the dog. How often do you bathe him?
He bathes himself, I bet you. He takes a shower every morning and every night.
Your dog?
No, my daddy. He's awful smart, too. He brings the paper home in his teeth every night.
Your daddy?
No, my dog. Well, I guess I better go home now and see if somebody's fed him.
Your dog?
No, my daddy. Mama's out of town. So long, mister.
The King's Men sing Buttermilk Sky.
Oh, buttermilk sky, I'm keeping my eye peeled on you. What's the good word tonight? Are you going to be mellow tonight? Oh, buttermilk sky, can't you see my little donkey and me? We're as happy as a Christmas tree. Heading for the one, I love. I'll pop her the question, that old question. Will you, won't you, do you, darling, do you, do? And it'll be easy. Oh, so easy, if I can only bank on you. Oh, buttermilk sky. Oh, buttermilk sky. I'm telling you why. Now you know. Keep it in mind tonight. Keep brushing those clouds inside. Oh, buttermilk sky. Don't you fail me when I'm needing you most. Hang a moon above her hitching pole. Hitch me to the one I love. Oh, you can if you try. Buttermilk sky. Don't tell me no lie. Tell me no lie. Just try and be mellow and bright tonight. Buttermilk sky. Buttermilk sky. I'm telling you why. Now you know. Keep it in mind tonight. Keep brushing those clouds from sight. Oh, buttermilk sky. Don't you fail me when I'm needing you most. Hang a moon above her hitching post. Hitch me to one I love.
You can if you try. Don't tell me no lies. Don't tell me no lies.
Please be mellow tonight.
Buttermilk sky.
Now, Magee, you better forget that sun lamp for a while and get dressed. You're shivering.
I'm all right. That little girl that was here left the door open a while.
Oh?
I'll bake out this chill with the sunlight. Boy, does this feel good. I'll bet
Uh-huh. Catching cold, aren't you?
Nah, it's just the fuzz off this blanket tickling my nose. I still got a little while under the sun lamp before... That's it. Time's up. Shut it off.
Let's see your can, dearie.
Sure. Take a look.
My goodness, you actually are getting quite pink, Magee.
What do you mean, pink? I'm getting tan. I'm 3 shades darker than I was this morning.
Well, with that roast pork gray you started out with, it could easily be, you know. However, you still have a long way to go before you could be mistaken for a pot of watermelon.
What? After 3 days under a sun lamp, I must be thicker skinned than everybody says. I thought by this time I'd be so...
Get your trousers on, dearie. People coming.
Hey, hand me my T-shirt. Thanks. Hey, who sewed up my pants like? I can't get my foot into my... Oh, that's the pocket. Okay, I'm ready.
Come in. Oh, Magee, it's Mayor Latrivia. Hello, Your Honor.
Hi, Latrib.
Good day, Molly. Hello, Magee. I trust you felt no serious effects after Dr. Gamble and I polluted Dugan's Lake with your carcass last week?
Well, he did come home pretty chilled, Mr. Mayor.
That was nothing. I had that coming to me, Latrib. I can take a joke. I
was afraid of something like this, Magee. In fact, I took the liberty of asking Dr. Gamble to come over and check up on you.
Why don't you guys mind your own business? Anytime I need a doctor, I'm perfectly capable. Hand me that blanket, Molly. I'm cold.
You better get to bed, dear. You're coming down with something.
Yes, Magee, better take care of that. I'd put you in bed forcibly myself if I didn't have to get down to the high school to judge a spelling bee.
A what, Mr.?
A spelling bee. They're holding it in the auditorium.
That's the most wonderful thing I ever heard of, a spelling bee.
Can he spell any really big words, Latrib?
Who?
It's bee. My goodness, I've heard of talking dogs and singing mice, but a spelling bee. Well, that's the most amazing.
Please, this is not an actual bee. That's ridiculous.
I'll say it is. An ordinary bee couldn't even spell honey, no matter how he strained. This bee you got down there must be...
It is not a bee.
But you said it was. You said they were holding it in the high school auditorium.
Yeah.
And if you'll take my advice, Your Honor, you'll wear a net over your face because if he gets loose...
He won't get loose. There's nothing to get loose. When I said they were holding a bee, I merely meant...
Pretty nervy kids they got down there, I'd say. I was always scared to death of bees, but those youngsters hold a bee just like...
They are not holding a bee, I said. Or rather, they are holding a bee. But the bee they're holding is not the kind of a bee that you think...
Heavenly days. We wouldn't know one kind of a bee from another, Your Honor. So it doesn't really matter. Don't the pupils ever get stung?
Will you two stop talking about this bee as if it were an insect? This is a bee made up of 24 children. 12 on each side.
Isn't that interesting? What is a hornet made up of?
How many kids in a wasp? The reason I asked is...
There isn't any wasp. Reason. The bees that make up this children. You said that a hairnet... a hornet is a bee. Look, when I said something about a spelling bee, a spelling boo, spelling bar, it doesn't matter. You were the one who said it. I Magee?
Yes?
If you were a bee, you'd have no trouble with the housing situation.
I wouldn't?
No. Everybody would love to see you get hives. Good day.
I still don't think he's got a bee down there that can spell. My gosh, it's tough enough for me to spell. I could never...
Oh, dear, you have caught cold, Magee. My goodness, lying around this drafty house in slippers and shorts or a thin little T-shirt that... Come in.
Hello there.
Oh.
I just met Latrivia outside. He says Magee's under the weather.
Well, I'm afraid he's catching a cold, Doctor. Magee, sneeze for the doctor.
I got kind of a chill, Doc. It started just...
Well, why shouldn't you have a chill, you incredible little knucklehead?
Huh?
Look at you. In the dead of winter, you sit around here with no socks on. And a wisp of cotton over your flat little chest that wouldn't make a pup tent for a field mouse.
Don't you think T-shirts are healthy, Doctor?
I like tea, my dear, but not with so much lemon in it.
Looky here, Fatso. I was dressed like this because I was trying to
Give
get
me your wrist and be quiet. When did the symptoms start?
Oh, not more than an hour ago.
Well, maybe we can head it off. I'll write your prescription. You put him to bed. Keep him quiet, if possible. Feed him lightly. A pulse like a brewery horse.
Look, Tonto Robert, what I was trying to tell you
You're
was
not telling me. You're not telling me this time, Bucklewart. I'm telling you. Now, scram up and hit the mattress and keep warm and keep quiet.
Anything else, Doctor?
Yes, one thing more. Call the drugstore and get a sun lamp up here. A few minutes a day under a sun lamp.
What? My gosh, I've been under a sun lamp. What do you think that thing is standing there right behind you, big witch doctor?
Oh. Take a look.
Yeah.
Well, where did you get the bulb in this sun lamp, McGee?
Out of the table lamp. The bulb they had in it was too hot, so I took it out of the table lamp.
Me.
Our dream house.
Yeah. Can't wait to move in.
Let's send everyone our new address.
But the house won't be ready for 6 weeks.
Look, we want our bank statements on time.
Yeah.
And our credit card.
Yeah.
And charge account bills.
You're right.
Your post office has a free change of address kit with cards to tell everyone exactly when you're moving.
Better make sure you tell everyone our right address.
Get the change of kit from your post office or mailman. It makes things go smoother after you move.
There's one thing that Pete would just as soon eat every day of his life. He really goes for those noodles, so I give him the Campbell life.
Pete's idea of the perfect lunch is any lunch with Campbell's Chicken Noodle-O Soup. There's lots of chickeny flavor and little round noodles for him, but not a lot of work for me.
That's noodle okay.
Give me the Campbell life.
I wonder how a degenerated person like that could have reached a position of responsibility in the Army Medical Corps.
He was drafted.
This isn't a hospital! It's an insane asylum!
The original MASH. Right after Monday Night Football.
Did you know there's an acne medicine that keeps on working for 8 hours? Stridex medicated pads. Stridex is made to work a special way. First, the textured pad helps clean out oil and dirt to unblock your pores. See? Then the Stridex medicine works to kill germs and fight pimples, too. And Stridex keeps on fighting pimples for 8 hours, invisibly, so nobody will ever know. Try Stridex. It's the 8-hour pimple fighter.
Kid stuff, marbles,
dressing up,
skateboards,
Hostess.
A kid's world is a special world, and Hostess is a part of it. Hostess and kids, they go together.
Fresh, wholesome Hostess, cupcakes, fruit pies, golden Twinkies with cream filling.
A kid's world is a special world, and Hostess is a part of it. Hostess and kids, they go together.
This is the story of a routine flight that became a tragic nightmare.
Captain, this passenger would like to talk to you.
Don't forget, I've got passengers aboard this aircraft.
Charlton Heston and an all-star cast face death in the sky, Sky Terror.
Now.
The first time on television.
30 minutes from now on ABC.
A bow of vengeance becomes a death wish, and Beretta takes on a kung fu killer.
They broke her neck, and you're going to tell me who they are, or I'm going to break yours.
Wednesday on Beretta.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Fun from Hollywood with our star comedian Fred Allen. Music by Peter Van Steeden. New features, new voices, new laughs. It's Town Hall tonight. Listen to that crowd cheer as Fred Allen leads the parade to the old Town Hall. Fred's leading the band with the telescope, followed by those fallen stars of the stage, the mighty Allen art players. Let's join the happy throng, folks. Everybody's going. Here they come, clowns.
If you don't keep the audience in convulsions tonight, Zeppo, you're fired.
Don't worry, boss. I got a midget radio in my vest, and it's Town Hall tonight.
That lady.
How do you manage to stay so stout, Jolly Irene?
I laugh and grow fat at my radio Wednesdays, Mr. Dingling. It's Town Hall tonight.
Human cannonball.
Before we shoot you out of the cannon, Wizzo, have you anything to say?
If I miss the net, take me to a hospital with a radio. It's Town Hall tonight.
Well, here we are in front of the old Town Hall, and there's Fred loading a hot water bottle in case folks get cold feet about going inside. Let's listen.
Jack, be nimble. Jack, be quick. You better step on it, Jack, or you'll be late for services at the old Town Hall. Now, don't stampede there, neighbors.
Evening, Mealy Mouse.
Hi there, Mrs. Flogg. Hi there, Brother Scale. How are things down at your fish market?
I'm selling plenty of fin, but no haddy.
Well, that's life to a fish, all fin and no haddy. Folks, with a hey nonny, and I may get funny on the inside. So hurry.
Hey, Peter's waiting, Fred.
But not for long, Harry. He's opening the show with Who Knows.
I do, Fred. Let her go, Peter.
Who knows, not even the stars above. Who knows, but one night we two might fall in love. Who knows, I might have success. You might answer yes when I propose. Dreams do so often come true, but outside of you, who knows? I might have success. You might answer yes when I propose. Dreams do so often come true, but outside of you, who knows?
Presenting that dull, doleful demon, drolling damp, doughty dilemma, dramatizing droll, dopey dumplings, delivering dunk devil McDaily, Dorchester's deadpan, Fred Allen in person.
What is that deadpan, Mr. Von Zell?
I don't know. The man who wrote it here has
Oh,
left
he
town.
did, hey?
Yes.
You think I should be buried from the neck up, in other words? Well, thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we close our fiscal year and help the last of the aging 1937 jokes to totter up here to the microphone, say, Harry, I think before we start, you better look around the hall here.
Well, have you lost something, Fred?
No, but last Wednesday, you know, somebody left the door open, and that gypsy monologist got in here, if you remember.
Gypsy? Oh, Jack Benny. Oh,
Oh, now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Harry. He isn't that funny.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear Jack last Sunday?
No. I sat by my radio all Saturday night to see if Toscanini was going to take an encore. I was pretty tired. I slept all day Sunday.
You mean you slept all through Jack's program?
Why not? Why should I be the exception?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It was very funny, though.
Oh, that's only one man's opinion,
Yes,
Mr. Von
well, I
Zell.
know, but-
Two men, yours and Mr. Bennett.
Yeah. You know what he said? Jack said that you had a cheap microphone over here.
Why, certainly. People don't get out their silver service when the riffraff comes to call, do they? You're sure that he isn't here tonight?
Yes, I'm positive, Fred.
Then it looks like a great show. The curtain, Harry?
Well, I'm ready to unfurl, Fred.
And there's no unfurl like an old unfurl, Harry.
Yes, the lights go out.
And we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows all. New York City, New York. Christmas Day has come and gone. leaving in its wake thousands of disgruntled home folks who are dissatisfied with Christmas presents they receive. Many recipients of inappropriate gifts each year never have a chance to give vent to their feelings. Tonight, we afford several persons, double-crossed by Santa Claus, an opportunity to get even. We hope Santa is listening in. Town Hall News interviews the outstanding Yuletide soreheads of 1937. First, Mr. Titus Filch, freelance kleptomaniac. Mr. Filch.
Hiya, Bob. Hiya, Bunch. Hi, all. Hi.
Just a minute, Mr. Filch. Did you have a Merry Christmas?
I ought to punch you right in the nose.
Well,
Don't say Merry Christmas to me.
Well, kleptomaniacs generally thrive at Christmas. What happened?
Well, I'm in a department store doing my Christmas shoplifting early.
Uh-huh.
I just snatched a piece of luggage when, whammo, I feel something going down the back of me collar like a skyrocket.
A cold chill?
A cop's hand, Bud.
A cop's hand, eh?
Quicken, you can say, Kris Kringle, I'm stooging for a judge.
What did you get for Christmas?
90 days.
That's tough, all right.
Yeah, I snag a Boston bag and they're sending me to Atlanta. They got no sense of direction.
Thank you, Mr. Filch. A sort of a verbal undertow as Mr. Filch left here. One of the bitterest Christmas casualties was Mr. Danforth's twaddle. You are mad, aren't you, Mr. Twaddle?
I'm boiling, mister. I ought to wear a glass hat. I'm piking.
Did you get a raw deal?
I'm so bind up, two of my toes are clinkers.
Well, what induced it? Mr. Twaddle is being paid by the hour. We can't have him wait for that laugh. Thing like that would run into money. Well, what induced this impromptu tantrum, Mr. Twaddle?
Nobody ever gives me nothing for Christmas, see? So I generally buy myself a couple of quarts of rum, see? I lock myself in and get plastered.
See?
See? After 2 quarts, I'm cockeyed, brother.
You miss Christmas entirely?
Well, generally the firecrackers wake me up.
Firecrackers on Christmas?
What Christmas? I never come to till 4th of July.
But what upset you so greatly this year?
Well, nobody give me nothing this Christmas as usual. So I buys me annual 2 quarts of rum. A dame jostles me at the counter, our packages gets mixed up, and I walks out with the wrong bundle.
What happened?
I get up to me room, me tongue's hanging out, I open the bundle.
Instead of the rum?
I got 2 flannel step-ins and a girdle. A dilemma.
Aren't we all? And thank you, Mr. Twaddle. Still another ardent Yuletide hater is Miss Ophelia Wrinkle. Were you disappointed in your present, Miss Wrinkle?
A bachelor girl 52 ain't interested in her present, mister. It's her future.
You were upset this Christmas.
I'm upset every Christmas.
Why?
Well, ever since I was a little girl. That's before your time.
I can imagine. I can well imagine.
I heard about Santa Claus coming down folks' chimneys.
Well, you didn't take it seriously, did you?
Not till I was 40. I was still an old maid, so I began to wonder if Santa Claus was single.
Santa Claus was your last hope, huh?
Every Christmas for the last 20 years, I've been dolling up, preparing midnight lunch for 2, and sitting by the chimney all night, hoping.
Have you any message for your public?
Yes, sir. Tell them up to now there ain't no Santa Claus.
I'm sorry if there's anything I can do.
Are you single, mister?
Thank you, Miss Wrinkle. An unusual misunderstanding practically ruined Christmas for Mr. Dalrymple Offal. What marred the festive day for you, Mr. Offal?
I'll never get over this Christmas, brother.
What occurred?
Well, you see, I'm contact man for the city garbage department.
Contact man for the garbage department?
Yeah, I stand in the wagon and contact the cans as the boys pass them up. This is sort of a vice president in charge of residue.
I see. You've got to be strong to hold a job like that.
Strong ain't the word, brother.
And that's putting it mildly, Mr. Offal. But what spoils your Christmas?
Well, like this, every night after work, you see, I drive home with 3 other guys, and it's a closed car.
Have there been any complaints?
Well, nobody's come right out with it, but this year the boys pitched in and give me a bottle of something called eau de cologne.
You mean eau de cologne?
Yeah, it's French. I asked the guy who was selling Paris garters to translate it for me.
Or did he?
Yeah, he did. He said eau de cologne was French for Old Hennessy.
French for Old Hennessy, huh? And you drank it?
In 2 gulps, brother.
Have you noticed any distressing after effects?
Well, I exhaled in a pool room today, and 3 guys tipped their hats.
No kidding.
I don't know. Look, get a load of this. Get a load of this.
Delightful, and thank you, Mr. Awful. Folks may rant and bewail their plights as each year ends, but time heals all wounds, and Christmas woes are soon forgotten as the new year approaches. Town Hall News brings you a candid camera shot of old man 1937 welcoming in his young successor, 1938.
Well, 1938, I'm about finished.
Yes, 1937, and a fine mess you've made of the world.
Last year at this time, I was as cocky as you are, son.
Well, I'll set things right in 1938.
I wished I could stay and see you make the world happy and prosperous, son.
Don't worry, I'll come through.
I hope so. Do you want to say a few words to the world tonight on my time? Sort of a preview?
You bet.
Well, go right ahead here. Watch my scythe might cut your foot there.
Okay. Hello, folks. This is 1938. Let's go. Woo-hoo!
Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present our first guest star this evening, Mr. Louis Chico, a harpist extraordinary, one of the only 2 swing harpists, incidentally, that I have heard of up to now. Mr. Chico, isn't it rather dangerous to start a trend on an instrument like the harp? You think there's any danger involved? You know, St. Peter is apt to look down someday and say, that's just what we need up here, and woo-hoo, you'll be gone. Well, your number tonight is T for 2, Mr. Chico, is that right? Thank you very much. T for 2. And 51 more days before Christmas, so you'd better hurry.
Look, Fred, in your gay, impulsive way, aren't you being a little premature here?
Well, I wouldn't say so, Harry. You see, I want our audience to know that every waking moment I'm definitely on the qui-vive. if you get what I mean.
And I think I do, but I still think that Christmas item would keep for a while.
Well, how about coming out strong for a safe and sane 4?
I don't know. I still think you're rushing things a bit, Fred.
You're a hard Master Von Zell. Maybe you can suggest something that will show our customers that we have their best interests at heart. Something timely, remember?
Yes, I can. I'm glad you asked me, Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget every day to use iPana toothpaste and massage. Perhaps you haven't stopped to realize how important massage is to sound teeth and healthy gums. Our gums certainly don't get the stimulation they need from the soft, creamy foods we eat. So they're naturally apt to become tender and consequently more susceptible to gum trouble. That's why we sincerely suggest this daily routine. Every time you brush your teeth with iPana toothpaste, put a little extra iPana on your fingertip or on one of the new double-duty toothbrushes and massage it into your gums. For iPana is especially designed, when used with massage, to help stimulate and strengthen your gums. And since healthier gums and brighter teeth always add up to a far more attractive smile, you can readily understand why more and more people every day are remembering iPana for the smile of beauty.
Thank you. Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played Bob Green. And now,
Wrong color.
Yes, it is. I'm colorblind, Harry. That's Bob White, ladies and gentlemen. And now, you didn't expect to meet...
Say, who is our man tonight?
Congratulations, Harry. You're wrong even before we start.
Well, what do you mean, Fred?
Well, so far, all of our didn't expect guests have been men. There has been some ugly talk of discrimination, Harry.
Oh, yes. Yes, I've been hearing things around the beauty shop, Fred.
You've been hearing things around the beauty shop, huh? Well, I know that my name has been bandied about under some of the better mud packs, Harry. But tonight, the YW is vindicated. I am exchanging banter with a descendant of Eve.
Oh, yes. Well, do I know the young lady you're interviewing?
Have you ever heard of the firm of Tausig and Lewis?
No, Fred.
Proving you're not a man about Cinema Town, Harry. For right here in Hollywood, two young ladies, Miss Billie Tausig and Mrs. Sylvia Lewis, are operating a personal service bureau that baffles description. The slogan of the firm of Tausig and Lewis is, "Your business is our business."
Just what does the firm do, Fred?
Well, if you want to give a party, Tausig and Lewis will invite your guests and handle the entire affair for you. If you want to wake up in the morning, Tausig and Lewis will phone you and keep ringing in case you doze off again. If you want someone to fill out your income tax, find you a tree surgeon, rid your house of mice or house guests, answer your fan mail, see Tausig and Lewis.
Believe me, that's some service.
It's uncanny, Harry. And I have invited the young lady who first conceived the idea of doing 1,001 things for busy people to spend a few of her precious minutes at our microphone here this evening. And so then, ladies and gentlemen, I know you didn't expect to meet Miss Billy Taussig. Good evening, Miss Taussig.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Miss T, I hope you won't mind if I ask you a few pertinent questions about the unusual business you're operating here in Hollywood.
I know. Go right ahead, Mr. Allen. The firm of Taussig and Lewis is here to cope with any emergency.
Well, what did you and Mrs. Lewis, do before you launched this complicated secretarial and assorted service?
Why, Sylvia and I worked together on the Morning World.
In New York?
Yes.
Was Haywood Broun on the World when you were there?
Yes, Haywood Broun, Alexander Wolcott, FPA, Frank Sullivan.
You were certainly in good literary company, weren't you?
Yes.
But what happened when the paper was sold and you and Mrs. Lewis left the World behind, or vice versa?
I became literary secretary for Governor Smith.
Al Smith, the genial gentleman who made the Henna Derby so popular?
There's only one Al Smith, Mr. Allen.
Right. Did Mrs. Lewis work for the governor, too?
No, Sylvia joined the staff of the New Yorker magazine.
When did you first get the idea that launched this Taussig and Lewis service?
Well, after I left Governor Smith's office, I came to Hollywood to work at one of the studios.
As a secretary?
Yes.
Is that when your idea blossomed?
I saw so many writers and executives wasting valuable time looking for houses, servants, cars, and other things that I saw no reason why personal secretaries couldn't be supplied on a wholesale basis.
Uh-huh.
So I communicated with Sylvia and got her ideas.
And then you went into business.
Yes, and we've been living in a tornado of activity ever since.
I notice in your folder you list as your clients Jerome Kern, George Kaufman, Morse Hart, the Maharaja of Indore, Mr. and Mrs. Frederick March, Helen Hayes.
Yes, and we also have a number of New York clients who use our services while they're in Hollywood.
What are some of the features of the part-time secretarial service Taussig and Lewis offer?
Well, as your secretary, we take and deliver messages for you 24 hours a day.
What about mail and correspondence?
One morning or afternoon a week, we call at your home or office and attend to your personal correspondence.
Suppose the person is too busy to have you call.
We take your dictation over the telephone at any hour of the day and night. Or we pick up your mail and answer it from our office. We also do your shopping.
Shopping, too, hey? Now, suppose I wanted to buy Portland a birthday present. What would you get her?
First, we'd ask you about her taste, her preference for perfume, clothes, or perhaps books.
Well, Portland happens to like perfume.
Then we'd have to know the amount you want her to spend.
Oh, about 15 cents. Would Taussig and Lewis swing into action with this amount involved?
Yes, indeed. We'd probably buy your perfume in the 5 and 10.
Well, that's 10 cents. What becomes of my other nickel?
Why, we'd probably use it to telephone Portland and warn her.
I noticed that... Not a bad idea. I noticed that several of your clients are prominent authors. Do you type their plays, novels?
Plays, novels, picture scenarios. We also provide stenographers for dictation in French, German, Russian, even Chinese.
Chinese, huh? Miss Taussig, long time happy use your service near future. Long time very happy call on you.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, nothing, Miss Taussig. Just one of my many characters. But, getting back to your service, what is the oddest assignment you have ever handled through your office?
We arranged the roller skating party for Ginger Rogers and Alfred Vanderbilt.
You did. Did you help fallen guests up off the floor of the rink?
No, sir. Our service is purely secretarial.
It's not uplifting, huh?
No.
Well, what other unusual service do you perform for a client?
Well, if you happen to go to a social function and expect to be bored to death, we'll help you escape.
What do? Call out the Marines?
No. But after you've been there a while, we telephone you and say, your Uncle Dudley has taken a turn for the worse.
Your Uncle Dudley has taken a turn for the worse, huh? And that gives your client an excuse to jam on his hat and leave.
Yes. Some Saturday nights, Uncle Dudley takes 15 or 20 turns.
I imagine on New Year's Eve, Uncle Dudley will be whirling. I had a K in Uncle there. It sort of threw me off. Now, before we terminate our pleasant little tete-a-tete, if I conjure up a mythical client with a few imaginary problems, will you explain how helpful your service can be?
I'd be glad to, Mr. Allen.
All right. Now, let us say I am an author in New York City. I have a wife and 2 children. I write a flop play on Broadway, and I'm instantly signed to write for a picture company here in Hollywood at a fabulous salary. Now, I have never been to Hollywood. I'll need a car, a place to live, and a great many other things. I wire Taussig and Lewis at 1312 North La Brea, and what happens?
Well, how old are your children?
One is 6 months old. The other is 8 years, but I'll save 5 and save 1 fare on the train.
You've engaged us from New York?
Yes, but I bought my own tickets.
We could have arranged transportation for you.
Well, I'm hasty. I'm coming to Hollywood. Do I know what I'm doing? I'm just...
Well, before you leave New York, we call you and discuss your needs and problems.
And then my worries are over, huh?
Exactly.
Where do I get off the train?
Your car meets you at Pasadena.
My car? I can't even drive.
We've engaged a chauffeur for you.
You've engaged a chauffeur, and my chauffeur steps on the gas?
And you drive to the house we've rented for you. Your servants have prepared lunch. Your larder is filled with groceries and supplies.
What about the children?
A nurse is waiting for them. The special milk is ready for the baby, and arrangements have been made for the older child at school.
Are flowers in my drawing room?
Yes, and liquor in your cabinet, stationery, typewriter, postage stamps are on your desk.
Do I know anyone in the neighborhood?
No.
I don't, huh?
But in case of sickness, we have listed the names and telephone numbers of a physician, baby specialist, dentist, oculist, a convenient drugstore.
Oh, say, I forgot. I brought my dog with me.
You'll find kennel ration on the top shelf in the pantry.
Well, you can hardly improve on a service that includes everything from typing a letter to furnishing a house with kennel ration on the top shelf, Miss Tausig. And I certainly appreciate your Oh, excuse me. Hello? Miss Tausig? Yeah, she's here. It's for you.
Oh, thank you. Hello? What? Uncle Dudley has taken a turn for the worse? Well, thank you. Goodbye.
Say, that isn't that convenient Uncle Dudley of yours, is it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Allen. I can't answer that question.
Why not, Miss T?
Tausig and Lewis specialize in a confidential service.
I get it. Well, thank you, and good night, Miss Billy Tausig. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the King's Men. Tonight, the boys sing You're Out of This World. The number, incidentally, is written by one of the quartet, Mr. Ken Darby. Are you ready, gentlemen?
My head's in a cloud. I'm dreaming out loud. I'm in love. Romance is in the air, and here you are beside me. Let my conscience guide me. I feel just as strange as can be. Like a last night's dream, you're out of this world to me. Way up above, I see a purple moon a-shining, golden clouds reclining on the lazy lavender sea. Like a shooting star, you're out of this world to me. You cast a spell over me, sun pouring down in the lane. Seems to be indigo rain, splashing on silvery leaves in different keys. The words I love you, all my dreamy walking, all my crazy talking, shows how mad a lover can be. Though you're in my arms, you're out of this world. You're a comet in the sky, passing by way up high. You're an angel from the stars, far beyond the planet Mars. I see your footprints on the Milky Way. Have you come down to stay? And will there always be a purple moon a-shining? Oh, golden clouds reclining upon the lazy lavender sea. Like a falling star, you're out of this world to me. All my dreamy walking, all my crazy talking, just shows how mad a lover can be. Oh, you're in my arms, you're out of this world to me. What is this thing you do to me? You are so lovely, so far above me, completely out of this
And now we were supposed to bring you an innovation in the line of quartets. Mr. Jerry Colonna and his Swing-O-Jeers. A quartet, but unfortunately, at a recital last evening, 3 members of the quartet were seriously injured. Mr. Colonna, the lead singer, who had the presence of mind to duck during the verse, is with us tonight. But since Mr. Colonna can only sing in quartet formation, Harry Von Zell, Peter Van Steeden, and I have agreed to make up his foursome. We haven't really had time to rehearse the number, ladies and gentlemen, but we're going to do the best we can. Now, what is your song, Mr. Colonna?
When You Were Sweet 16.
When You Were Sweet 16. All right.
I love you as I never loved before. I love you as I love you when you were sweet, when you were sweet. Ah, Genevieve, I'll never forget when you were sweet 16. How you used to look into my ruby lips. How you used to look into my eyes. How you used to look into my pockets. Ah, Jenny, do you remember when you were 16? You are too. You were 16 from 1880 to 1902. I remember when you gave me a gold watch fob and told me to keep it forever. I've done exactly that, Jen. Well, not exactly. I haven't got the watch fob, but I always keep the pawn ticket close to my heart. I love you as I love you when you were sweet, when you were sweet, as a Thank you. That was one note I had left over, Mr. Colonna. I didn't want to have you go away without it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, while we're still knee-deep in the holiday season, it's a good...
Here it comes. Here it comes. Now we'll have a little more Merry Christmas and just a dash of Happy New Year. Personally, I'd like a little Arbor Day for a change.
What's the trouble, friend, if I may call you friend?
No trouble at all, only I don't like holidays.
Oh, come now. Not even this in-between time?
Especially this in-between time. The more I think of the presents I got, the madder I get. Some neckties that would come in handy if you had to flag a train. Some cigars that are guaranteed to rid the house of termites. A lot of bills that'll take me till spring to pay. And don't look now, but I'm getting a cold for New Year's. Or maybe you've noticed.
Well, if Fred didn't, I did, mister, and I can tell you what to do for that cold if you'd like to hear it.
Okay, brother, what's the answer?
Sal Hepatica. Put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water right away and drink it. And ladies and gentlemen, everyone who does that is following the advice of the physicians who say...
You can often help throw off a cold more quickly if, at its very beginning, you do 2 important fundamental things. 1, remove accumulated waste, and 2, counteract the acidity that so frequently accompanies a cold.
And Sal Hepatica is an effective mineral salt laxative that gets after both of those very conditions at once. It is especially made to remove accumulated wastes through laxation and also to help nature counteract that acidity. So the first thing to remember at the first sign of a cold, ladies and gentlemen, is Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ladies and gentlemen, Town Hall tonight will continue following a brief pause for your station identification.
Rita Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played. She's tall, she's tan, she's terrific. And now we have a special announcement, ladies and gentlemen. On Saturday, the town will salute Major Bowes back and see how he likes it. On Sunday... Quiet, please. If that's Snow White looking for the 8th dwarf, I'm not that small except on the latest popularity poll.
Hello?
Well, sir, they laughed when I slipped the atlas into my back pocket. They didn't know I'd soon be sitting on top of the world. If it isn't Portland.
I'll say. Hello, Harry. Hello, Peter.
Hello, Portland.
Did you have a nice Christmas, Peter?
Swell, Portland.
Did you get anything in your stocking?
Not that I know of.
Or didn't you take it off and look to make sure?
I will later, Fred. I've been pretty busy.
I know how it is, Pete. A man with a baton in his hand is always about to beat the band.
Did you get anything in your stocking, Mr. Allen?
Yes, I hung it too near the fireplace. When I put it back on, I got a hot foot.
What about you, Harry?
Oh, well,
Is something the matter, Harry?
Oh, I'm all right, I guess.
What do you mean, all right? You look as though somebody cut a hole in your beanbag. What's the matter if you're not happy here, Harry?
Oh, no, I'm happy on this program, Fred. It's that other program.
You mean Phil Baker's, Harry?
Yeah. Last week I had a terrible fight with that Beetle. You know, that heckling ghost that haunts Phil's program?
Oh, Beetle, what did you do?
Well, he slowly kicked me all over. I showed Beetle. Oh, I picked up my commercials and left.
Well, it serves Phil Baker right. If he's letting a ghost run his program...
No, look, it wasn't Phil's fault, Fred. Phil's a prince.
In what country?
No, really, I mean, Phil's swell. It's that Beetle.
Well, what did Beetle say to you, Harry?
Oh, he called me everything. He called Fred a bum.
He called you everything, but he still had that one word left over for me.
That Beetle has a lot of nerve.
Why, that broken-down echo? His voice sounds like a statue coughing. He ought to stick his head in an electric fan and we'd have scrambled sawdust.
Yeah, if you'd stick your jokes in an electric fan, we'd have scrambled eggs.
Gosh, what was that?
That's Beetle,
who said
Fred.
that? Who's heckling?
That's Beetle. He's followed me over here.
Yeah, you bet it's Beetle, Monsell. You thought you were rid of me, huh?
Oh, now, wait a minute. You E-flat phantom. You're nothing but a loose voice. I'm apt to knock you back into a ventriloquist.
Quiet, long puss. I'll scoot up your pants leg and air condition your spine.
Why, you...
You'd better cut it out, Mr. Beetle.
Yes, you watch your step over here, Spook.
Yeah, don't spook till you're spooking too, Monsell.
And quit telling those Phil Baker gags on this program, slowly. Why, for 2 pins, I'd lift up your shroud and paddle your ectoplasm.
Lay down, Alan. Here comes a pallbearer.
You leave Mr. Allen alone, Beetle.
His radio audience is doing that. And you, Monsell.
Now, see here, Beetle, you can insult me all you want, but leave Fred out of this.
Well, you 2 guys are friends of Baker's, aren't you?
Baker hasn't got 2 friends. And quit laughing on this program.
Nobody's laughing at it. Somebody ought to laugh on it.
If I get my hands on you, Zephyr, I'll twist you around until you feel as though you spent the night in a French horn.
Oh, yeah?
Why, you're nothing but a bag of wind without the bag.
Beetle, you tell him, Fred.
I'll tell him. If I had a vacuum cleaner here, Beetle, I'd siphon you up and get in the bag with you alone for about 2 minutes.
Now, you better go on back to Phil Baker, Beetle.
Oh, trying to put a curse on me, eh?
Now, listen, Beetle. Enough is enough, as the cow said when the farmer went away and left the milking machine turned on. You might be all right as a hostess in a cemetery.
Yeah, well, I feel at home in here.
I'd like to be a banshee for only 2 seconds.
Don't worry, Mr. Allen. I'll get rid of him.
Oh, get rid of him how, Portland?
Well, I've sent for somebody. He'll be here any minute.
Yeah, well, I can lick my weight in wildcats.
That has nothing to do with Fred and me, Beetle.
Yeah, I said wildcats, not polecats.
That's done it. Come on, Beetle. Borrow a body and come out and fight like a man. I dare you. Who's that?
I think it's that party I sent for, Mr. Allen.
Come in. Come in.
Hey, did anybody come in?
I didn't see anybody.
I did. I told you I sent for somebody to get rid of Beetle.
Well, who's your friend, Portland?
The Invisible Man. Are you there, Frank?
Standing by, Porty.
Hey, get that bum out of here.
Why, you small-time vapor.
Oh, boy. Say, that invisible man will take care of you, Beetle.
Yeah, you'll pay for this, Von Sal.
Quiet, Breeze. You better blow.
Nice work, friend. Where are you?
Right here on the chandelier. What's been going on?
Beetle's been bakery our program, Frank.
Oh, he has, hey? Now listen, you.
Take it easy, ill wind.
Quiet, Gus. You may have come in like a blast, but you're going out like a puff. Take this.
Did you hit him in Vizzy?
And how? A stiff uppercut to the halo. Watch this.
Hey, where is that guy?
Why, you ectoplasmic punk.
No, help. Murder, help. Hey, Baker.
Have you had enough, Beetle?
Yeah. I'm going back to Phil Baker. I can handle him. So long.
Oh, say, what happened in Busy?
I fixed Beetle. Breaking up my favorite program.
Hey, thanks a lot, Frank.
Yeah, thanks, Frank.
No trouble, folks.
Could I shake your hand, friend?
You are shaking it, Alan.
Oh, I thought my thumb was in a draft.
Well, I'll wheeze along, folks.
Goodbye.
So long.
So long, folks.
Say, he's a nice guy when you get to know him.
Sure is. He sure did us a big favor. You know that? That's the end of Beetle on this program.
Do you think he'll bother us again, Mr. Allen?
Well, how can he? We're all going back to New York tomorrow. We'll be on the train before he even comes to again.
Gosh, just think. Next Wednesday, we'll be back in Radio City.
Gee, it's a small world, all right, isn't it?
You wouldn't think it was so small if you paid for the railroad ticket.
I'm all packed. My trunk's full of tally-hos.
Yeah, I'm packed, too. My Ipana, Salopatica, my double-duty toothbrush.
Are you packed, Mr. Allen?
Yep, as soon as I shut my mouth, I'm ready to leave. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yeah?
Is your town hall company leaving for New York tomorrow?
Yes, why?
I'm the engineer on the Chief. Will this whistle on the engine be all right?
That'll be fine.
Thank you.
Well, guess we're all set, Fred.
Yes, Harry. How about you, Portland? Have you any last words you'd like to say to California?
Yup. Tally-ho.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Ray Whitley and his 6-bar Cowboys with the Phelps brothers and Ken Card. Boys, you're real legitimate cowboys, aren't you?
That's right, Fred.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, Ray. There are so many synthetic cowboys roaming around radio. I just wanted to check out. We had a cowboy on the program last spring in New York, one of those New York cowhands. He thought a steer was something you did to a boat. But, maybe I shouldn't have brought it up, Ray, but you know how those things are.
That's all right.
What do you boys are still over at RKO, aren't you?
That's right, Fred.
Were you in rhythm on the range with Bing? We're bringing down the house. You hear it? You hear it tumbling in as we go along on merry ways here. Were you in rhythm on the range with Bing Crosby, were you?
We sure were, and we were on Mountain Music, too, Fred.
Mountain Music, huh? I had a joke on Bing's program a few weeks ago.
You did?
It's a new idea. They're having guest jokes on some of the programs.
Tell us about it.
Well, it was just a simple joke. A fella is filled so full of lead every time he sits down he leaves pencil marks. The joke did very well over there. I may get over there myself later on the strength of the joke. What are you boys going to play tonight?
One the boys made up themselves, Texas Washboard Rag.
Texas Washboard Rag, if you will.
Where that old Texas jig was born. They got a gag that they call the washboard rag. They dance all through the night till early morn. And they take that old Texas washboard rag. It's not a game of hiding nor of tag. You face your partner with a grin. Circle back and then come in. Turn a flip or two before you. Now if you can turn a flip or two. Just take a drink of good old Mountain Dew. Now if you feel your fears years are gone from drinking that old dusty cone and using the old Texas rag.
I have just found out that modern efficiency has gone one more step toward taking the romance out of life, Harry.
What is it now, Fred? A dummy that turns around and waves goodbye to your wife as you back the car out of the garage?
No, Harry, it's a reminder service.
Well, a reminder service, is it similar to Miss Tausig's service?
No, this reminder service concentrates on reminding. If you pay them a fee, they'll remind you that it's Mother's Day or the boss's birthday or time to change the water in the goldfish bowl.
Well, sounds to me as though it fills a long-felt want.
Oh, yes? Well, can't you picture some dull, unimaginative guy subscribing to the service so they'll remind him to tell his wife she's beautiful?
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't be so hard on the poor fellow, Fred. It might be the girl's fault if he forgets. For if she had a sparkling, attractive smile, that would remind him to tell her she's beautiful. And because an attractive smile is so important, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that if you have one, keep it that way with the help of iPana toothpaste and massage. If you haven't an attractive smile, then by all means change to iPana and massage tomorrow. Because iPana was especially designed not only to give your teeth a more brilliant luster, but when used with massage, to help give your gums the toning and stimulation they need but fail to get from the soft, creamy, well-cooked foods you eat. And with healthier gums and brighter teeth, your smile can't help but be more attractive. So always remember, iPana, for the smile of beauty.
For Christmas, anything Santa would bring can never compare with you. I want you for Christmas. Your past and money can't get nothing but you will do. I just wrote a letter, and if my wish comes true, you can bet my Jimmy up and down that chimney with a bag full of you. I want you for Christmas. If Santa Claus will do what he should, I'm knocking on wood for him to make good. Christmas morning, baby, I only want you.
Peter Van Steeden and the iPana Troubadours has just played I Want You for Christmas with a vocal chorus by the King's Men. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the Mighty Allen Art Players. The dessert of our evening's entertainment, if you like camembert. Tonight, they steal away from their artistic mousetraps to present a mystery melodrama of Hollywood society entitled The Great Swimming Pool Mystery, or He Didn't Know His Own Backyard from a Hole in the Ground. Overture, Peter.
Hello? Bungle Detective Agency? Yes, Inspector Bungle's here, but I think he's grilling. I'll see. Inspector Bungle?
Just a minute, Miss Clue. I gotta finish this third degree. So you won't talk, eh? You'll talk. You ain't pulling no fast one on Inspector Bungle. Are you gonna talk?
Well?
It's no use. He won't talk.
What are you gonna do?
I'm getting another parrot. Send this one back to the pet shop.
Yes, sir. Will you answer the phone?
Oh, yeah, the phone. The phone. Where is it?
What a detective. Can't even find your own telephone.
Now, don't tell me. Hang up the receiver. Wait till it rings again and I get a clue. I'll show you who can find a phone.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to know. I'll swoop down on her now. Where did that ring come from? Now, don't tell me. Here's the phone. Nothing's escaping Bungle.
Well, now that you've found it, answer it.
Oh, yeah. Hello? Inspector Bungle speaking. Yes, J. Edgar. I closed that case last week. That man Garner ain't missing. He's vice president. Okay.
Did you take care of that other case?
I sent the brewery a check today. Now, where's my bloodhound Muldoon?
Your dog was in this morning and he went out again.
On business or pleasure?
I wouldn't know.
That bloodhound's the smartest detective in the game, Miss Clue. Since I learned to speak dog, Muldoon can come in the office here, bark out a report, and I can take it down verbatim. It's Muldoon now. Open that door.
What's he saying now?
He's got hot news, Miss Clue, about the Bailey kidnapping. Oh, now keep your leash on, Muldoon. I'll be with you in a minute.
What did he say?
He says it's okay. He's in no hurry. Get ready. Get ready for some notes on the Bailey kidnapping, Miss Clue. I'm going to talk to Muldoon here in dog. He did, hey? Why, the double-crossing rat?
Did Muldoon catch the kidnappers?
Yeah, it was old Bailey himself. He dressed up as Santa Claus and put the kid in his bag. Now, here's what you do, Muldoon. Okay. Work along them lines. He'll have Bailey back here in 20 minutes. Where's my sun lamp? I'm going to shadow myself around the office to keep in practice.
Your sun lamp's in eclipse. The installment collector was here this morning.
Oh, yeah? They ain't pulling no fast one on Inspector Bungle. Turn on me confidential police radio.
Yes, sir.
Calling Inspector Bungle. Calling Inspector Bungle.
Okay, I'm here.
Why don't you say so, dope?
Now, don't get personal. Give me that confidential police call.
Okay. Calling Inspector Bungle. Swimming pool stolen in Hollywood Mansion at 709 North Cannon Drive. Reported once. Swimming pool stolen. Calling Inspector Bungle.
Shut that off, Miss Clue.
Okay.
Where's my police siren? Here it is.
Sakes alive, what's that?
It's a police siren. All I gotta do is get in a taxi and keep blowing this. And I got my own police car. There's a swimming pool stolen on North Cannon Drive. Inspector Bungle never fails, Miss Clue. I'm off. Is this 709 North Cannon Drive?
I say, who are you, Bounder? What's the row?
I'm Inspector Bungle, Bud. Is your swimming pool missing?
Oh, yes, our pool's been stolen. I'm frantic.
Don't give me no phony name, Bud. You ain't frantic. Come clean. Nobody's kidding Inspector Bungle. What's your moniker?
Monica, I say.
Your handle, your name. Don't come to fast and loose on Bungle.
I'm Hawtrey Scriven, the British author. Mrs. Scriven and I leased this house this morning.
With a swimming pool?
Rather a beauty. But it's gone, vanished.
Where was it?
Come in here, I'll show you.
This room is empty, Scriven.
Yes, the pool was in the yard, right under this open window.
When did you first miss it?
My wife dove into it this morning, and by George, it wasn't there.
I'll take a peek out this window. Stand back, Scriven. Is that your wife with her head stuck in the ground?
Rather.
We gotta get her out, Bud.
But I say she's only the missus. There's no hurry.
But she might have a clue. Let's go out in the yard. Inspector Bungle on the job, lady. Grab her other leg, Bud.
Her limb, dear boy.
Twig is the word, Bud. Grab it. We'll pull her out. Steady, lady. There we are, lady.
Oh, thank you.
I say, Luella, look at your face. What a mud pack.
Where am I? What happened?
I'll do the grilling, lady. Where's your clothes?
Why, this is my bathing suit.
You should have worn the label.
But really, Luella's gear has nothing to do with our missing pool.
You're right, Bud. The pool was right here, hey?
I saw it distinctly.
Oh, definitely. I opened the window for Luella to dive.
Didn't you look around when you didn't hear no splash?
I may have other failings, dear boy, but I'm not curious.
It's a pretty state of affairs when one's swimming pool is stolen from under one's dive.
Now, wait a minute. There's something else missing here.
What?
The hole in the ground. If somebody swiped your swimming pool, where's the hole in the ground?
Oh, you can search me.
I'll frisk you later, Bud. first, I'm searching the house. Open that door.
But I say, the thief would scarcely hide the pool indoors, would he?
A guy with a hot swimming pool will take chances, Bud.
Hawtrey will show you round, Mr. Bugle.
Bungle's the name, lady.
Regardless, I'm putting on my robe.
You better call the real estate agent who rented you this house, sis. Get that guy here for a grilling.
Righto. Ta-ta.
Hip, hip.
Simone. And now, Hawtrey.
I say Hawtrey's the cognomen.
Okay, regardless, I'm looking over the house. Nobody's hiding no swimming pool on Inspector Bungle. What's this next room here?
This is the bar and cocktail room. This here is the billiard room. And this is the card room. This is the rumpus room. Here's the living room, dining room, breakfast room, sitting room, bedroom, and bar.
That's 2 baths, eh?
Righto. Have you got a clue?
Not yet. The missing swimming pool ain't in any of them rooms. What's that bell? Come clean, Scribbin. You ain't pulling no fast one on Inspector Bungle.
I say keep your dicky on, Bungle. It's the door.
This may be the guilty party.
Do it off!
Yes, Hawtrey, I'll open the door.
Don't open that door till I get me gun out, lady. Well, I'll pay you.
Did you get it out?
All but 1 bullet, yeah. Okay, open the door.
I should say so.
Oh, come in, Mr. Escrow.
Thank you, Mrs. Scriven. What did you call me about?
Where was you on the night of December 25th, Bud? Answer yes or no.
No.
A cutie, eh?
Who is this imbecile, Mrs. Scriven?
Oh, he's Inspector Bagel or something.
Bungle lady.
I should say so.
Is something wrong, Mrs. Scriven?
Don't get personal, Bud. What's your game?
This is Mr. Escrow, our real estate agent, Inspector.
Come clean, Escrow. Where's that missing swimming pool?
What swimming pool?
Our swimming pool's been stolen, Mr. Escrow.
What?
Yes.
That beautiful swimming pool gone?
Vanished.
Why, you were paid for this, Scriven.
But surely you don't think that I would pilfer a beastly dunking device?
All I know is I rented you a house with a swimming pool this morning, didn't I?
There was a pool in the rear yard, yes.
Can't you do something, Mr. Jungle?
Bungle lady. Bungle, as in mess about.
My, if you're a detective, I'm a nonagenarian.
Meat eating's got nothing to do with a swimming pool, Bud.
Neither of you, stupid. My pool is gone, and I demand $10,000 damages.
Not too fast, Escrow. Bungle is solving his case. Now, you've seen the swimming pool through this window, hey, Mr. Scriven?
Oh, definitely.
And I came in, opened the window, and dove out.
That's all I wanted to know, folks. The mystery's solved.
What?
Solve nothing. I demand $10,000.
Quiet, swindler. I'm closing this window. Now, look.
By Jove.
Our swimming pool.
Right. It's painted on the window.
Painted on the window? Extraordinary.
Definitely lifelike.
Come clean, Escrow.
Okay, Bungle. You've caught me with the window down.
What's the big idea, trying to swindle these people?
I had to do it, Bungle. You can't rent a house in Hollywood without a swimming pool.
You're right, Bud.
All the movie people have got swimming pools on their minds.
And that's why I'm letting you go, Bud. It ain't no crime to swindle people who got water on the brain. Ladies and gentlemen, before the lowlights of next week's show pass in review, I'd like to pass along a thought from the sponsors of these programs. The makers of
Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
Nice remembering, Harry. And here's the thought, ladies and gentlemen, to all of your friends, both old and new. We send our sincere greetings. May you begin and end this new year in health, happiness, and prosperity. And don't forget, we invite you to be with us again next Wednesday night. Good night.
Heard on tonight's program where she's tall, she's tan, she's terrific from Cotton Club Parade and who knows from Rosalie. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Enjoy a special 1-hour season premiere of Happy Days Tuesday night at 8 on ABC.
Not many people give you money these days. That's why this is so amazing. Cash back on products you buy every day. It's this incredible new idea from Universal Product Dollars called UPS. Look for the UPS mark. You'll find it on participating products whenever you shop. It means these UPS symbols are worth cash. Save 50 or more, mail them in these postpaid cashback envelopes, and get a check for as much as $10 or more. And UPS envelopes are free at the Legs Boutique where you shop. Just save UPS and get cash.
TWA returns to the skies, film at 11.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Who is it helps now with your cleaning? I need somebody. Thought you did your own work. I always have, but lately I've had a nagging backache with sleepless nights and feel tired out.
I know what discomfort backache can be. Better do something about it.
But what?
Try Doan's Pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's Pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's Big Economy size.
Now, I sure can't find your order, Miss Kitty.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Jonas.
I saw Edna getting things together, but what she did with them...
Mr. Jonas, I don't mind waiting.
Well, it bothers me. Now, she should stay here till 5 o'clock, but no, every afternoon come 4:30, she has to run off to the boarding house, change her clothes, comb her hair, and freshen up, as she keeps saying.
Well, if she's not a good worker, why do you keep her on?
No, I didn't say that. She's a fine worker. As a matter of fact, I'd hate to lose her.
Lose her?
Well, she keeps talking about San Francisco and how she'd like to live there.
Well, maybe it's only talk.
No, I don't think so. I get the notion that Dodge is just the place she ran out of money, and as soon as she saves up enough, she'll be on her way.
Did she ever tell you where she's from?
A farm, someplace in Ohio, I think. You know, one day we got to talking about hogs and milk cows, and she let it slip. Almost bit her tongue off after she said it.
You think she's ashamed of being raised on a farm?
No, it ain't that. A funny thing, it's more like she was scared, like she had to keep it a secret.
Well, I'm back, Mr. Jonas. I'll just tidy up the counter. Oh, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Edna. My, you look pretty.
Well, thank you.
Miss Kitty is waiting for her order, Edna.
Oh, I've got it all wrapped and setting on the counter here.
That was very thoughtful.
Well, I knew you'd be in, so I told Mr. Jonas rather than have you wait, I'd get it ready and he could give it to you.
Here you are. Thank you.
Edna, it's almost 5 o'clock. Are you ready to... afternoon, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
I'm all ready, Mr. Proudfoot. You have to forgive the way I look, but I have been working all day, and a person does get a little wilted.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, shall we go? See you in the morning, Mr. Jonas.
All right, Edna.
Nice seeing you, Miss Kitty.
Well, nice seeing you. And you, too, Chester.
Yes, it was. Very nice.
Mr. Jonas, I think you're wrong.
Oh? About what?
San Francisco. I think Dodge City is as far west as Edna plans to get.
Oh, I just think trains are the most exciting thing, Mr. Proudfoot. Don't you? All that black smoke and huffing and puffing and the way the whistle screamed. It's like a big wild animal or Or at Dragon.
Well, no, I never quite thought of it that way, but with all the...
Mr. Proudfoot, would you mind if I just held on to your arm till it leaves?
No, ma'am. Not if you're really scared.
Oh, my, but you're strong.
Well,
Oh, and you must be very brave, too, working with Marshal Dillon the way you do. Fighting Indians.
Well, we don't fight so many Indians anymore. Mostly we just
capturing
kind of...
rustlers and horse thieves and train robbers.
Well, every once in a while we...
I'll bet you've saved his life lots of times.
Oh, Mr. Dillon has a way of looking after himself. Oh, there she goes. Say, my Jane, you know, it is pretty exciting at that.
Oh, it certainly is.
Here's the marshal's mail, Chester.
Oh, thank you, Charlie. I was just coming in to get it.
You think you and your pretty little helper here can carry all that by yourselves?
Oh, sure, Charlie. This little bit ain't so much to get. Oh. Old Charlie sure is a josher.
I'll bet there are real important things in those letters.
Oh, once in a while he is. Don't seem to be much today, though. Just 3 wanted circulars. And...
Could I see one of them?
Well, I guess there ain't no harm. They're going to be posted anyway. Here you are.
Texas Sam. Oh, what a mean, terrible-looking person.
Well, that ain't a very good likeness of him. He's really
Don't show me the others. I don't want to know about such people.
Well, all right. But you asked...
But I would like to see those envelopes.
Well, now, Miss Edna, the U.S. mail is sort of sacred-like.
Oh, Chester, just let me look. My, the Department of the Interior in Washington, D.C., and the U.S. Marshal's Office in St. Louis. Oh, my, all that important mail. It is a responsibility, isn't it?
Well, yes, ma'am, it is. And I think I better walk you on home now so as I can take the mail over at the office.
Oh, all right.
Mr. Dillon likes to look at it before he goes out for supper.
Chester?
Yes, ma'am?
This boardwalk's terribly rough. Would you mind if I took your arm?
Yeah, well, now, you're sure that's the move you want to make?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that makes 3 games in a row, and I suppose I should feel flush with victory, but I find absolutely no satisfaction in beating a half-hearted opponent.
What are you talking about?
Come on, Matt, out with it.
Well, you'll know sooner or later anyway. It's Chester.
Chester?
Has he been up to see you?
No, why? Is he sick?
Well, something's wrong with him.
Well, what are his symptoms? What does he do?
Nothing.
Well, then what makes you think that...
Well, those are his symptoms, Doc. He doesn't do anything. When he's here, he walks around with a blank expression. He doesn't hear anything I say. This place hasn't been swept up in a week. I've had to make coffee for the last 2 mornings, and the day before yesterday, that drifter we had in the cell didn't get any supper.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound like Chester.
That's what I'm talking about. Now, do you have any idea what might be bothering him?
As a matter of fact, I do. And the only thing that amazes me is that it hasn't happened long before this.
Well, what is it, Doc?
Chester is a victim of your ingratitude.
What? Oh, now, Doc.
I know, it may sound silly, but it's a fact.
Look, Doc.
Now, wait. You asked my opinion, and I'm going to give it to you. I've seen cases like this before. A man goes on year after year doing his job, and then suddenly one day he asks himself, why? Oh, sure, he gets paid for it, but he has to feel that what he's doing is important, that the person he works for appreciates his efforts. If he is not appreciated, all the spunk goes out of him, and he begins to think maybe he should find something else to do.
You mean Chester's thinking about quitting?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. So tell me, Matt, when was the last time you said something nice to me?
Something nice? Look, I can't run this office like a Sunday school, Doc, if I have to pat Chester on the head every time he does.
All right. You asked me and I told you. But you just go on like you have been. No word of thanks or no praise. Barking orders. Expecting things to be done day after day.
Well, maybe.
You certainly wouldn't want to lose a man like Chester. Because of your own stubbornness.
Well, No, I wouldn't, Doc. Okay, I'll do something about it.
There she goes.
Yes, sirree. There goes that old dragon.
Oh, it sure is exciting.
It sure is. Well, let's go pick up the mail. Old Charlie must have it sorted out by now.
Oh, but you'll have time to walk home with me, won't you?
Oh, well, of course I will. Yeah, I see you got your pretty little helper with you again, Chester. I sure have. Mail sorted yet, Charlie? Yep. Here you are. Thank you. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Both of you.
You know, Chester, you're the nicest person I ever met.
I am? Well, that's
Oh, it's true. And I'll tell you something else.
What?
This is a secret. Lean over so I can whisper it in your ear.
Well, you can just say it right out. Nobody can hear.
Lean over. That's what I think of you, Chester.
Well, now, Miss Edna, that's very... I don't think Front Street's the place to...
Oh, it's all right, Chester. I don't care who knows.
Well, I think I'd better take you home. Yeah, on account of Mr. Dillon be mad if he don't get his mail by supper time.
It must be very important mail tonight. Let me see.
Here. Oh, now, you shouldn't do that, Miss Edna.
Let's see. One from the Department of Defense. A circular.
Please give it back to me, Miss Edna.
A catalog of firearms and ammunition. Another circular. A letter from Ohio. Oh, I dropped that silly old catalog.
Never mind, I'll get it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It ain't hurt now.
Oh.
Just the new Granger catalog I sent for.
Well, here are the letters.
Thank you. Miss Edna?
What's the matter?
There was another letter here.
There was?
Yes, ma'am, you know there was. You had it right in your hand when... There it is.
Where, Chester?
You stuck it in your shirtwaist there.
Well, what makes you so sure that's your letter?
Well, it has to be.
Mr. Proudfoot, are you accusing me of stealing a silly old letter?
Well, no, ma'am. I suppose it could have got there by accident.
If you're so sure, why don't you just take it away from me?
Well,
But if you try, I'd scream like anything, and everybody in Dodge would think that Chester Proudfoot was a big, nasty old brute.
Miss Edna? Miss Edna, I've... Oh, dear.
Well, good morning, Chester.
Oh, morning, Mr. Dillon. Sorry I didn't get your breakfast this morning.
Well, every man has a right to sleep late now and then, hasn't he? I think it's kind of good to eat breakfast out once in a while, anyway.
That's right. I just didn't close my eyes till after sunup, Mr. Dillon. I just tossed and turned, tossed.
You know, Chester, I think you've been working too hard. I think you should take a couple of days, pack your saddlebag, and take your fishing pole and ride out and just loaf a little. You remember that little stream that cuts off the Arkansas?
Well, yes, sir, I remember it, but I just couldn't do that.
Well, I can manage without you here for a couple of days.
Mr. Dillon, if you want me to go away, you don't have to be nice about it. I understand.
Chester, I didn't say I want you to go away.
You said you could manage without me.
For 2 days, Chester. I figured that you needed a rest, a change. Now, look, you've got a tough job. Well, I got a tough job, too. Any marshal has. But if he doesn't have help that he can count on, his job is twice as tough. Now, you're a good assistant. You're loyal, and you're dependable.
Mr. Dillon?
Shut up. I'm not finished yet. Now, when I'm out on the prairie 4 or 5 days, a week at a time, I got to have a companion I can stand to live with. Well, most of the time, I can stand you. Now, does that sound like I'm trying to get rid of you? Huh? Does it?
No, sir.
All right.
And thank you very much. You just helped me make up my mind about something very important.
All right, then. Now, make up your mind to clean up this rat's nest from top to bottom before I get back. I'm going over to the Long Branch.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I don't know, Kitty. I guess I was pretty hard on him, but maybe it helped. Anyway, sweet-talking him seemed to make him feel worse.
And that was Doc's idea, huh?
Yeah. He figured Chester needed some encouragement.
And what did you figure?
Nothing. I just got tired of him mooning around like a lovesick calf, neglecting his work.
You said it, I didn't.
Huh? Said what?
Mooning like a lovesick cat.
What? Oh, now, Kitty.
Mm-hmm.
Chester?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who?
Edna Wallstrom.
You mean the little girl that Jonas hired to work in the store?
Oh, she's not exactly a little girl. She's 22 if she's a day. And she set her cap for Chester.
What, Kitty? Chester isn't the kind to go chasing after girls.
I said she set her cap for him.
Well, what do you know?
Uh-oh. Speak of the devil.
Mr. Dillon?
Well, Chester. Miss Wallstrom?
Marshal?
I think you know Miss Kitty Russell, don't you?
Oh, yes, I do. Good evening, Miss Kitty.
Well, won't you sit down?
Thank you. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Miss Wallstrom's got something to tell you.
All right.
I'm under arrest, Marshal.
What?
Chester arrested me for tampering with the U.S. mail.
Now, you didn't open the letter, Miss Edna, so that just makes it interfering instead of tampering.
Well, that's still a pretty serious charge, Miss Wallstrom.
Well, I know, Marshal. Chester said he liked me very much, but if he didn't arrest me, he'd be even guiltier than I am, because it wouldn't be loyal to you. And that a marshal has to be able to trust his assistant in everything.
Well, who was this letter addressed to?
To you, Marshal. Here it is. It's from Mr. Gruber, back on a farm near Akron, Ohio. And it's all a lie.
Well, if you haven't opened it, how do you know it's a lie?
See, Mr. Dillon, this Mr. Gruber wrote to Miss Edna about a week ago and told her what he was going to do if she didn't take the next train back to Ohio.
Well, let's find out.
If only you would have told me about this, Miss Edna, instead of just trying to steal the letter.
But I just didn't know what to do, Chester. I thought if the marshal didn't know about it, old Mr. Gruber would leave me alone.
I know, but now...
Miss Wallstrom, did you steal $200 from this Mr. Gruber?
No, sir, Marshal, I didn't. He gave it to me. It was a loan.
But he says here that you signed a confession.
He told me I was signing a note.
You're telling me the truth now.
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, we'll find out who's lying tomorrow.
What do you mean, Mr. Dillon?
Gruber's getting into Dodge at 10 tomorrow morning.
When somebody breaks the law, they should be in jail.
That may be true, Mr. Gruber, but this jail wasn't built for women. And I'm still not sure that the law was broken.
You got my letter? I sent you her confession.
I know. And if you'd filed a complaint back in Ohio, I can hold her here in Dodge until they can send somebody to take her back.
But I am already here. I will take her back.
Mr. Gruber, the law just doesn't work that way.
Here's the telegraph, Mr. Dillon, from the Akron police.
You read it, Chester?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, you read it, Marshal.
Complaint against Edna Wallstrom, filed here by Hans Gruber, January 10, charge theft. Presently in your city, please apprehend and hold for extradition.
So now I want her arrested.
She's not no criminal, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you think not?
No, I don't. She's a fine person. And if she done something wrong, she must have had real good reason.
Chester.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon, but I'm real upset.
Now, look here, young fellow. No.
Look here. I think Miss Edna is all right, fine lady, and I just won't believe she could do anything really bad like stealing your money. She works awful hard, and she's awful nice, and she's awful pretty, and she wouldn't do a thing like that.
You have got a lot to learn, young fellow.
That may be, but there's one thing I do know. I know if you say one mean thing to her when she gets here, if you try to scare her one little bit, it's going to make me madder than I am.
Are you threatening me?
Yes.
Chester, nobody's going to intimidate her. I'll see to that. Now, you just calm down, and I promise you we'll get to the bottom of this just as soon as we can.
Here she is, Ma.
Oh, hello, Kitty. Come on in, Miss Wallstrom. Miss Wallstrom, do you know this man?
That's Mr. Gruber.
Hello, Edna. Why did you do it, Edna?
Mr. Gruber, you told me when I signed that paper that now everything was all right. You know I was going to pay it back.
I don't mean about the money, but why did you run away? Everybody laughs at me.
I can't help that, Mr. Gruber. I had to do it.
But why?
I'll tell you why.
Kitty.
No, Matt, this is important. Mr. Gruber, you're a widower, aren't you?
That's right. 4 years now.
And Edna here was your housekeeper, your hired girl, huh?
Yeah.
How much did you pay her?
Well, not so much maybe money, but there's room and board. I bought goods so she could make clothes.
And on fair day, one Friday a month, you took her to town with you, along with the chickens and eggs and pigs, and you gave her $2 whole to spend. Is that right?
Yeah.
And for that, she kept the house, did the baking, the cooking, the washing and ironing, fed the pigs and fed the chickens and gathered the eggs. And when she wanted to leave, you wouldn't lend her enough money to live for 2 weeks while she went looking for another job.
Yeah, that is so, but I didn't want her to go away. She was always talking about San Francisco, and I was afraid that if she had money, she would go there.
But you made it easy for her to steal the $200. And then you made her sign that silly confession so that you could use it to frighten her into staying on the farm.
Is that the story, Gruber?
Yeah, that's the story.
You must be very proud of yourself.
No, I am not. That's why I had to find you, Edna.
I don't even want to talk to you, Mr. Gruber.
Please, listen. I had to find you because I want you to be Mrs. Gruber.
What?
That's all right. You laugh. But you listen, too. I've hired a couple, Jacob Glasnap and his missus, to run the farm. And you know the little house with the green shutters, the Schaefer place we used to pass going to town, the one you always liked so much?
What about it?
I bought it.
Well, that's very nice, Mr. Gruber, but...
Wait, I'm not finished. Look here, in this envelope. Go ahead, look.
2 tickets to San Francisco. Why, Miss...
And I wrote to the Palace Hotel. They will get us married, and we will stay there, and we'll buy some fancy clothes, and we'll go to the show houses.
Mr. Gruber.
I want you should call me Hans, Edna.
Hans. Hans, you're the nicest person I ever met.
There is a stage at 5:15. If you can get back...
Oh, I can, Hans, I can. But we'll have to hurry. You come with me, and we'll get everything together.
Oh, what about this warrant?
Oh, I will write to them from San Francisco. Just forget all about it, please.
Oh, that's about that.
Well, I'm just so excited I almost went off without saying goodbye. Miss Kitty, thank you so much for helping me. And Marshall, I'm sorry I took the letter. Really, I am. And Chester.
Yes, ma'am?
Please, lean over.
Well,
Please. Oh, Chester, I think you're the second nicest person I ever met. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Edna.
I'm sorry, Chester.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Kitty. It's just... Mr. Dillon,
Some people sure is hard to figure out.
Chester, if by some people you mean women, they certainly are.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Vic Perrin, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Barbara Eiler, Joseph Kearns, and Vic Perrin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. 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 Gunsmoke.
Isn't the color a little dark?
Believe me, you'll get used to it.
These days, it's pretty hard to get things done your way. But not at Burger King.
2 Whoppers and 2 chocolate chicks.
Could we have the Whoppers with extra ketchup on them? Sure.
See, Burger King doesn't make all its delicious 100% pure beef hamburgers ahead of time. You want your Whopper built some special way, you get it without a lot of waiting.
Have it your way at Burger King.
The look, the smell, the taste of fresh ground roast coffee. Taster's Choice 100% freeze-dried coffee looks and smells like ground roast and tastes like fresh perked. And for you decaffeinated drinkers, Taster's Choice decaffeinated. Green labels, same fresh perked flavor. Ground roast and Taster's Choice. Just try to taste the difference.
Your skin has a complexion. Your hair has a complexion, too. Alkaline shampoos can dull hair complexion. They leave alkaline residue. But non-alkaline Earthborn removes that residue, improves hair complexion. An alkaline shampoo solution turned this test paper dark, but Earthborn removes alkali from this dried paper just as it will from your hair, leaving it cleaner and shinier. Earthborn removes alkali, improves hair complexion.
You do more than one kind of riding. That's why you need more than one sort of flare. Now, there's me, hard head flare. And me, regular flare. Here's my point, super hard plastic. For a fine ball pen kind of line. In vivid flare colors. I even make carbon. Here's my point, a flexible nylon tip for the expressiveness you need to set your riding free. Hard head flare. Regular flare. Now flare gives you both. For all kinds of riding. Shouting. Reporting. Doodling. Carboning. Drawing. Figuring. And,
Well, who baked those wonderful pastries? We'd really like to know.
We did. It's a party.
With Pillsbury poppin' fresh dough.
If there's anything better than hot apple turnovers,
they're great.
It's the fun we have making them.
Right. Yes, they bake those wonderful pastries with poppin' fresh dough.
Hey, it's our turn to bake.
Pillsbury poppin' fresh dough.
$30 off on a front drop-in bobbin. Sold.
Harry, wait, there's so many.
$90 off on a machine with a flip and sew surface. You'll love it.
It's the world's biggest sewing machine sale.
Hi.
Oh, Debbie Reynolds.
Your trade-in will get you even lower prices on all these Singer machines.
Harry, there must be a zillion of them. Let's look at every single one.
It's the sale only Singer could have on machines only Singer could make.
Wednesday on The Bionic Woman.
Steve is dying. Now, he told me that you, or your people, have some kind of a wonder drug? Yes.
Bigfoot returns, and Jamie Summers fights for her life.
This time she won't escape.
The $6 Million Man guest stars on The Bionic Woman. 1 week from tonight, a top-secret plane vanishes.
The government spent $15 million developing the XJ7, and it just disappeared.
Barra Fossa Majors guest stars on The $6 Million Man.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from the Vanderbilt Theater in New York City, where we're playing to an audience of men on leave from the armed services and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Benny Goodman. Now that our watchword is share and share alike, now that we must divide our meat and meat products with our fighting men, you can help keep your folks fit for their 10 more meals around other nutritious foods that are still thrifty and plentiful. Among these foods are whole grain cereals, such as delicious toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. Grape Nuts Flakes bring you the valuable nourishment of natural whole wheat, including iron for the blood and 2 important vitamins, niacin and vitamin B1 for good appetite, steady nerves, and energy. So a generous bowl full of malty rich Grape Nuts Flakes and milk at breakfast makes a mighty fine start for any day. Let your family enjoy America's most distinctive flake cereal, Grape Nuts Flakes. Delicious, nutritious, and thrifty. Hallelujah, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from New York City, we bring you that reckless playboy who's been known to light a cigar with a Raleigh cigarette coupon, Jack Benny.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, it was nice of you to call me a playboy, but you're wrong this time. As a matter of fact, I haven't been out of my hotel since we got here Thursday.
Oh, you haven't?
No, you see, like a darn fool, I left my money belt in Los Angeles. So I got in town broke,
Well, why in the world didn't you write out a check?
I did write out a check. That's why I couldn't leave the hotel.
What do you mean?
Well, at the Acme Plaza where I'm staying, the manager locks you in the basement until your check goes through the bank. Imagine 4 days listening to a boiler hiss at me. I thought I was playing low state again. Oh, it was awful, huh?
But, Jack, why are you staying at the Acme Plaza? I hear it's an awfully run-down joint.
Oh, no, Don. They fixed it up now. They even got a new rope for the elevator. And incidentally, it's one of the few hotels in New York that has girl bellhops.
Girl bellhops? Say, that's a novelty. What sort of uniforms do they wear?
Sweaters. I forget the rest. But they're awfully cute, though.
Hello, Jack. How's the boy?
Oh, fine, Benny. How are you? Say, Don, I'd like you to meet Benny Goodman. He's our guest conductor this week.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Goodman? I'm mighty glad to know you.
Hey, Jack, is this the guy that was shooting off his mouth all through my opening band number?
Well, that was the commercial. He does that every week. Don't you ever listen to my program?
No, what night are you on?
We're on now. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Who's the character with the clarinet?
That's Benny Goodman. Oh, Benny, this is Mary Livingston, our comedienne.
Hello, Benny.
Hello, Miss Livingston. I've sure been looking forward to this.
Phil Harris, Abe Lyman, Benny Goodman. I have yet to have a band leader who can read English. No kidding. Huh?
Well, how are you, Mary? I haven't seen you since we got off the train. Where are you stopping?
Oh, I'm at the Sherry Netherlands, and boy, is it swanky there.
What do you mean, swanky?
I ordered a 3-decker sandwich yesterday, and the waiter launched it with a bottle of champagne.
Well, that's pretty swanky, all right, but give me the good old Acme Plaza.
The Acme Plaza. I can't understand why you stay there, Jack.
Well, for one thing, they have very reasonable rats.
Listen, their rates are reasonable, too. It's a lovely spot.
You know, Mary, Jack tells me they've got girl bellhops there.
Oh, so that explains it.
Explains what?
I looked in your diary, and it says, Geraldine is beautiful, tip 25 cents.
Well, Geraldine carried my trunk up. That's worth a quarter. It's pretty heavy, you know. Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Oh, boy, you ought to see the hotel I'm staying at. They have girl bellhops, girl desk clerks, girls everywhere.
Well, where are you stopping, kid?
At the YWCA.
Well, I'd like to find out just one thing, Dennis. How can a man check into the YWCA?
Only a tenor could do it.
Well, Dennis, I think... Dennis, I hope Fred Allen is listening in. We're getting a lot of laughs tonight. Dennis, I think it's about time for a song. Go ahead, kid. Hold it. Come in.
Salutations, Mountebank. Falstaff brings you greetings from Fred Allen.
Greetings from Allen?
That is precisely why I am here.
Oh, well, go ahead.
I bring you greetings from Fred Allen, who's listening to your show today. He's sitting by an open window, hoping the smell will go away.
Get out of here. Hey, wait a minute, Falstaff, come back here. Listen, I've got a message for you to take back to Allen. I want you to be sure to...
In a dream, the strangest and the oddest things appear, and what insane and silly things we do. Here is one I see before me, vividly and clear, as I recall it, you are in it too. I had the craziest dream last night. Yes, I did. I never dreamt it could be. Yes, there you are in love with me. I found your lips close to mine, so I kissed you. You didn't mind it at all. When I'm awake, such a break never happens. How long can a guy go on dreaming? If there's a chance that you care, then please say you do. Say it and make my craziest dream come true. So I kissed you and you didn't mind it at all. When I'm awake, such a break never happens. How long can a guy go on dreaming? If there's a chance that you care, then please say you do. Baby, say it and make my craziest dream come true.
Yes, sir, that was I Have the Craziest Dream, sung by Dennis Day and accompanied by Benny Goodman and his orchestra. And, Benny, that was a swell musical background. It was really okay.
Thanks, Jack.
I'm sure glad you got Benny Goodman instead of that band you wanted to hire for tonight.
What band?
Sammy Slotnick and his Staten Island Hawaiians.
Well, they play snappy music.
And that slogan of theirs, swing and get hot, Nick, with Sammy Slotnick.
I bet that was stolen from somebody. Now, wait a minute, Mary. Listen, Mary.
Yes,
now, wait,
Jack.
that happens to be a very good orchestra.
Well, Jack, if they're so good, why aren't they here tonight?
Because due to an oversight, they joined the wrong union. They're allowed to fix a sink, but they can't play musical instruments. Anyway, Goodman, you're all right. You can follow Phil Harris, and that's a pretty tough assignment.
That's a real compliment, Jack, because I think Phil has one of the finest musical organizations in the country.
And now, ladies, and what? Did you hear that, Mary?
Well, Jack, you know how musicians are. They always stick together.
Yeah, it's the same way with actors. You never hear one actor running down another one. And now, folks...
I'm an actor, and I don't like you.
What? What did you say, kid?
Oh, is my mouth open? I was only thinking.
Only thinking. Well, just be careful what you're thinking about, Dennis. The first thing you know, there'll be a whole... I'll take it. Hello? Well, Gary. Yeah, I've been expecting your call, Gary. Where are you, Gary?
That must be Indiana. It can't be Gary Cooper.
Quiet. Yeah? Yeah, well, sure, Gary. I'm all set and raring to go. Where are you, Slim?
Oh, Slim Somerville. That's more like it.
It's not Slim Somerville. It's Gary, Indiana. I mean, Cooper. Where are you, Gary? Say, that's just around the corner. Okay, come right over. Swell. Goodbye. Gee, I'm glad he can make it. You know, fellas, Gary and I are going to do the town tonight. You want to come with us, Don?
Oh, I'd love to, Jack, but I'm going out later and have a big bowl of toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes.
What? You're going to have toasty brown, sweet as a nut, grape nuts flakes at night?
Yes, sir. I tell you, Jack, this town is wide open.
Okay, Don, have fun.
Hey, Mr. Benny, when Gary Cooper comes up, I've got a swell gag I want to pull on him.
A gag? What is it?
Well, you know how tall Mr. Cooper is.
Yeah.
Well, when you introduce me to him, I'm going to say, hello, Gary, how's the weather up there?
How's the weather up there?
Don't you like it, Mr. Benny?
No, it's awful.
You just hate me because I got blood.
Listen, I don't hate you, Dennis, but that's an old corny gag.
Oh, yeah? A guy out in the alley sold it to me for $1.
You gave $1 and got that?
Also a package of postcards.
Well, Dennis, if I were you, I'd just... Hey, that must be Gary now. Come in. Well, hello, Gary. Come on in.
Hiya, Jack. Are you all set to go?
Gosh, are you ready to do the town?
Yep. I got a street guide and my snowshoes and everything.
Well, you're all set.
Yep.
Tell you what, Gary, I figure we'd start out...
Oh, Jack, introduce me.
Oh, yes, pardon me. Say, Gary, I'd like to have you meet my gang. This is Mary Livingston.
Well, this is a pleasure, Miss Livingston.
Kiss me, my love.
What? What did you say?
Oh, was my mouth open? I was only thinking.
She's so thrilled, Gary. And, oh, Gary, this is Don Wilson and Benny Goodman.
Hello, fellas.
And Dennis Day, our young tenor.
Hello, Dennis. How's the weather down there?
Hey, that's all right, Gary.
Hey, what happened?
Never mind. No kidding, Gary. That's a swell gag.
Yeah, you ought to see the postcards that got with it.
Hey, excuse us, fellas. Say, Gary, as long as you and I are stepping out tonight, you know, the hot spots and everything, did you call up any girls?
Nope.
Well, don't you know any girls?
Yep.
Well, don't they like me?
Nope.
Oh, well, I'll get the girls myself. I've got my little red book right here.
Some book. Lillian Russell, Anna Held, Annette Kellerman.
Stop peeking. Well, don't worry, Gary. We're bound to bump into some cuties, the places we're going. Now, Don. Oh, just a second, Gary. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello, Rochester. It's about time you were phoning me. Where are you?
I'm up in Harlem, boss.
Harlem?
That's an old Dutch settlement that's gone hidey-ho.
I know all about it. Look, why is it, Rochester, that every time we come to New York, I can never find you? Where have you been for 4 days?
I got lost. There's a dim out up here in Harlem.
Well, listen. There's a dim out down here, too.
It ain't as dim as our dim out.
I don't want any excuses. 4 days in Harlem.
Well, I got business up here, boss.
Business my foot. I can just see you now. You're sitting there with a cigar in one hand, a Tom Collins in the other, and a girl on your lap.
Is the Tom Collins in my right hand or my left hand?
It's in your right hand.
That's amazing. He's psychic, honey.
Now, look, Rochester, you're still working for me, and I want you to be at my hotel bright and early tomorrow morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Are you going to wear your new overcoat while you're in New York?
Which one?
The one I'm getting so many compliments on.
Yes, and bring it back. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I want that coat. Well, Benny, Gary and I are going to run along now, so how about a good hot band number?
Okay, Jackson.
Come on, Gary, let's go. Boy, are we going to burn up the town.
Oh, fine. Sleepy time down south and Old Man River going to burn up the town.
Well, we are. Hey, Gary, what spot we hit first, kid?
Well, Jack, I haven't been to Grant's Tomb yet or the planetarium.
Grant's Tomb?
Yep.
The planetarium?
Yep.
Well, don't you want to go to a nightclub?
Nope.
Okay, stubborn head, let's go. The planetarium, and I went and took a nap this afternoon. Well, so long, fellas. See you later. on, Gary. We've seen enough. What do you say we get out of here?
No.
Nope. Look, Gary, we walked across the Brooklyn Bridge. We saw the Statue of Liberty. We fed the pigeons in Central Park. Now let's go to a nightclub.
Quiet, Jack. I'm trying to listen.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes our visit to the stars, which has been unfolded to you in this magnificent planetarium.
All right, magnificent.
That'll be 25 cents. Please pay as you exit.
25 cents. This is on me, Gary.
No, Jack. This time I'll take my shoe off.
No, I have it right here. Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute, Jack. I want to see what they've got in this other room.
Okay, planetarium. Wow, this is a big hall.
Wow, this is a big hall.
You hear that, Gary? There's an echo in here. Hello there.
Hello there.
I'm Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny.
And this is Gary Cooper.
What's he doing with you?
Oh, shut up. Come on, Gary, let's go to a nightclub. A sightseeing bus. Fine evening I'm having. Are you having fun, Gary?
Yep.
There he goes with that yup again.
Your attention, please, folks. We are now approaching that famous thoroughfare known as the Bowery. On the right is the old Bowery Mission. On the left is the Bucket of Blood Saloon.
Gee.
And that dump directly ahead of us is the Acme Plaza Hotel.
It is not. Boy, what a climb.
You know, Jack, you can't appreciate how high the Empire State Building is till you walk up here like we're doing.
Listen, Gary. When do we get to the top?
We're there now.
Boy, it's cold up here. I'll go back to the planetarium.
Isn't this a wonderful view, Jack?
Yeah. Got it? There goes my hat. My brand new hat.
Your toupee just took off.
That's a pigeon.
With a part in it?
All right. Now, please, Gary, let's get out of here and go up to Times Square where there's some action. How about it?
Yep.
Thank heaven. Well, Gary, here we are on Broadway. Are you thrilled?
Yes!
Excuse me.
It's all right. You can say yippee. You don't have to be afraid. Yes, sir. Glittering, glamorous Broadway. Well, Olson and Johnson are still going strong. Yes, sir. Gosh, Broadway is crowded tonight.
Papers, magazines, all the latest magazines here.
Wait a minute, Gary. I want to get a copy of Movie Story magazine. I hear that my picture is on the cover. A copy of Movie Story magazine, buddy.
You bought them all this morning.
No, are you the same guy? You ought to see it, Gary. There's a swell picture of me right on the cover.
Gee, I wish I could get my picture on one of those magazines.
You will one of these days. Let's stroll on, huh?
Going right in for all seats. The big girly show is about to start.
Hey, Gary, look at those posters, huh?
Hot ziggity. You think we oughta? Oh, forget it.
No. What are we going to say, Gary?
Well, I thought we might go in and see. Oh, shucks. Let's go home.
No, nothing doing, Gary. Come on, I came out for a little excitement tonight. I'm going to have it. 2 tickets, please.
Come on. Big girly show on the inside, folks. Step lively.
After all is said and done, there is really only one. Oh,
Hey, Here are 2 good seats, Gary, if we can get this guy to put his feet down.
Before going into our feature attraction, ladies and gentlemen, I will pass among you with Broadway Sam's individually wrapped bonbons. Buy a box for a quarter. Open it up, and you will find inside a $1 bill, a $5 bill, or a gold wristwatch. Don't eat the candy, it's lousy.
I can imagine, huh?
Who'll be the first to make one of these prize packages?
I think I'll buy one, Jack.
Oh, don't be a sucker, Gary.
But it's only a quarter. I might find a gold wristwatch.
Might find. They always say that.
Right after this conference, folks, I expect to make a sale.
Oh, shut up.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the feature attraction that you've all been waiting for, that famous dancer and international favorite, Miss Fifi LaRose.
Hey, gee. Gee, she's a pip, isn't she, Gary?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Hey, she dropped her coat.
Gary! Now put your elbow down so I can't see anything.
Say, friends, remember the old story about Jack and the Beanstalk? Beanstalk. It grew and it grew and it grew. Well, that was just a fairy tale. But the story of the Grape Nuts Flakes beanstalk is true. Yes, Grape Nuts Flakes have been doing a regular beanstalk. Why, during the past 3 years, Grape Nuts Flakes have grown more than all other ready-to-eat cereals put together. Why? There's a reason, several reasons. For one thing, that malty, rich, sweet-as-a-nut flavor, that grand old Grape Nuts flavor in toasty brown flake form. And for another thing, that remarkable all-around nourishment. For Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal with the essential whole grain food values recommended as part of your daily diet by our National Nutrition Program. So join the bandwagon for better breakfast. Serve delicious, nutritious Grape Nuts Flakes, America's fastest growing breakfast cereal.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Friends, when you write Grape Nuts Flakes on your next grocery list, be sure to add Grape Nuts Wheat Meal, delicious, nourishing hot cereal member of the Grape Nuts family. It brings you that famous flavor of fresh roasted wheat, plus extra vitamin B1. It's extra fast cooking, too. It's rich, hot, brown Grape Nuts Wheat Meal, the taste treat your family will love.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Bionic Woman fights for her life and the life of Steve Austin.
This time she won't escape.
The Bionic Woman.
They broke her neck. And you're going to tell me who they are, or I'm going to break yours.
A vow of vengeance becomes a death wish, and Beretta takes on a kung fu killer. Then, the 3 most beautiful detectives in the world become racetrack groupies to investigate the death of a driver. Get them while they're hot. They're Charlie's Angels, right after the Bionic Woman and Beretta.
A night of excitement Wednesday at 8 on ABC.
Tuesday, Pinky Toscadero slays the Fonz on the new season premiere of Happy Days. Then, the motion picture you wished would never end hasn't. The premiere of Rich Man, Poor Man, Book 2, right after Pinky on Happy Days.
Tuesdays starting at 8 on ABC.
Jack in the Box restaurants are having a taco sale. You can get 3 of our delicious regular tacos for just 89 cents. Or you can get 2 of our great big super tacos for just 99 cents. But you better hurry. The sale ends September 26th.
There's a game being played these days by supermarkets, stringing you along with store coupons and specials. You think you've got a hold of some big savings, but those savings dwindle away because of higher prices on other items. But at Lucky, when you fill your entire basket, you have a basket full of real savings because we keep our prices lower overall. At Lucky, we don't pull the wool over your eyes.
Buses may be rolling soon. Film at 11. How'd you like to ride along with the Budweiser Clydesdales? Well, here we go.
Here comes the king. Here comes the king. Here comes the big number one. Here comes the king. Budweiser beer, the king is second to none. Budweiser beer, the king is coming. Let's hear the call. When you say Bud, you said it all. When you say Bud, you said it all. Yeah.
Thanks for the ride, fellas.
Go! Everything Zach does is for kids.
Except when I get a headache. Then I do the adult thing. Take adult strength Anacin.
Others are also for adults, but while ordinary and buffered aspirin start with the same amount of pain reliever, Anacin adds 23% more, plus an extra ingredient not found in the others.
Anacin's fast. I'm right back with the kids.
Adult strength Anacin.
Ben Franklin, you discovered electricity.
No, something really shocking. Look, Carefree sugarless gum here, Trident here. Both cost the same, yet Carefree gives you 32% more gum by weight than Trident. And Carefree's taste electrifying.
Ben, the electricity.
I'll think about it in Washington, A.C.
That's Washington, D.C.
Get more gum with Carefree.
Now in bubble gum, too. More gum.
Carefree sugarless gum. Clean is sexy.
You've got it.
Clean is sexy.
You look it with CoverGirl. CoverGirl Clean Makeup.
Clean.
Because it's made with clean Noxzema ingredients.
Clean.
Because it makes the most of what you've got.
Clean.
Never looks fake or phony. You look clean. And that's sexy.
CoverGirl Clean Makeup by Noxzema.
Clean is sexy.
They broke her neck. And you're going to tell me who they are, or I'm going to break yours.
A vow of vengeance becomes a death wish, and Beretta takes on a kung fu killer. Then, the three most beautiful detectives in the world become racetrack groupies to investigate the death of a driver. They're Charlie's Angels following Beretta.
Tonight at 9 on ABC.
On Thursday, the 30th of September, Chevrolet will introduce a whole new kind of six-passenger automobile. A truly beautiful car that's both right for the times and right for the people. One with even more headroom, more rear seat legroom, and more trunk room than last year's full-size Chevrolet. The new Chevrolet. It's more than a new car. It's a whole new ballgame. September 30th at Chevrolet showrooms everywhere.
Pass it on. The Sweat Hogs are back. Then it's Fish versus the Kid.
You mean you're just going to dump me?
What do you want me to do, adopt you?
And the Tony Randall Show.
Remember me from court yesterday? I was the guy in the long black robe.
Cotter, Miller, and Randall.
Tomorrow, starting at 8 on ABC.
Donnie and Marie Salute Television with Desi Arnaz, Milton Berle, George Gobel, Arthur Godfrey, Art Linkletter, Paul Lynde, and Gail Storm. Friday on the Donnie and Marie Show.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
From the archives of the greatest dramas in radio history, we proudly present Hollywood. The Radio Theater, starring Olivia de Havilland and Charles Boyer in Clooney Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A book that may have eluded your attention, albeit a bestseller in its field, is a hefty volume called Modern Plumbing Illustrated. If by any remote chance you should have occasion to refer to it, you'd notice that it opens with a chapter on the kitchen sink. In fact, the kitchen sink takes precedence over laundry tubs, shower bars, hot water tanks, and cellar piping. I mention this because our play tonight is motivated not by just romantic love, but also by a love for plumbing, starting with the kitchen sink. It's 20th Century Fox's screen hit, Clooney Brown. And our stars are Charles Boyer in his original screen role, and Olivia de Havilland as Clooney. Two unpredictable people who meet at the aforesaid sink And he ends up, well, you'll see how as our play progresses. It takes place back in 1938. We take you now to London and Act One of Clooney Brown, starring Olivia de Havilland in the title role and Charles Boyer as Adam Belinsky. Way back in 1938 in London, an amiable bachelor named Hilary Ames was expecting 50 guests for cocktails when a sudden bolt of disaster descended. His kitchen sink refused to drain. For an anxious hour, Mr. Ames has been waiting for a plumber. Finally...
Come in, my good man. Come in. Oh, thank you. You oughtn't have me to spoil your Sunday, but it's sink or swim, you know. Kitchen's right there. There you are. Quite from mess, isn't it? Yes. Very interesting. Well, there it is. Don't just look at it, old chap. Do something. Oh, you want your sink fixed? Right. Relieve the drain, relieve the tray. I'll give a correction. Well, what you need is a plumber. Right. You mean what? Oh, unfortunately, no. No, I stopped by to call on an old friend of mine, Professor Lee. Professor Lee's been in Scotland for months. Oh, well, now I am in a fix. What about me? I'm in a fix, too. 50 guests, including the Honorable Betty Cream, and she doesn't go everywhere, you know. You are the most selfish man I've ever seen. What? You don't even know me. And already you're not interested in me. Why don't you ask me why I wanted to see Professor Lee? Why don't you say, my dear sir, is there anything I can do for you? Well, is there? Oh, thank heaven, I've misjudged you. My name is Adam Beninsky. Oh, Hilary A. Ah, delighted. Still, I wish Professor Lee were here. You know what he would have said to me? What? Is there anything wrong with this, he would have said? And I would have said with a sad little smile, no, nothing. But he would not have believed me. Oh. No, he would have observed how tired I am. He would have insisted on my going inside and taking a nap. You had the most charming way of forcing a 20-pound note on you. Made you feel you were doing him a favor. A remarkable fellow. Well, if there's anything I can do, that must be the plumber. Come in.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, did you have a go at it?
I beg your pardon?
The Robertson's room with the sink, aren't you? Well, I'm Porritt the plumber's room.
But, where's Porritt the plumber?
Sitting out where he's got at the cemetery. I left some notes for him. Thought I'd have a crack at the sink myself.
You don't mean you're a plumber, too?
Oh, no, but I've learned a lot from Uncle Arn. He respects the conservative, if you ask me.
Conservative?
Oh, much too. Just a clap here, and it's your chair, you know. When that a good bang might turn out chicken jiffy. So, I'll get to work.
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, my dear Ames, where's your sense of adventure?
Please, sir, do let me try.
Oh, but a lady now, look, when you're up against a deadline, you have to take chances. Well, young woman?
No, what a congestion. I never thought it would be as good as this. I can't take enough, gentlemen.
Your instrument, miss.
Thank you.
I hope it won't take too long. It's 4:30, you know.
Well, here it goes. Anything happen?
No, not yet.
I'm not discouraged. Monkey wrench. A fuss and a twist.
The what?
And a twist.
It gurgles.
It did. Punch it in, then.
It's coming. Eureka.
Oh, it's Johnny John.
My dear child, my dear child.
Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, fascinating. Oh, it calls for a drink, definitely. So where are you two? I'll be right back with cocktails.
Oh, what a wonderful afternoon. My first drink and my first cocktail. With an olive in it.
Have another.
Oh, thank you. Oh, she is just lovely. I feel sympathy.
Sympathy?
Have you ever had tea at the Ritz? I had last Saturday. I was lining up to sucking oranges to turn up the kitchen, you know, and all at once I said to myself, Clooney Brown, you've got a pound note in your stocking. Why don't you have tea at the Ritz? So I did. That's how I things come over this.
Was it a good scene?
Oh, it wasn't the tea, but to hear them say, the cynic, isn't. And holding my chair for me, you'd never have thought I was out of place.
What made you think you were?
Oh, I didn't think I was. It's Uncle Arn. He's always telling me, Clooney Brown, you don't know your place. Think of your place, Clooney Brown. You ought to learn your place.
And where does Uncle Arn think your place is?
He didn't say.
Because he doesn't know.
I say, it's kind of fine.
I tell you where it is. Wherever you're happy, that's your place. And happiness is purely a matter of personal adjustment to one's environment. You're the sole judge.
I am.
For instance, some people like to feed nuts to the squirrels. But if it makes you happy to feed squirrels to the nuts, who am I to say nuts to the squirrels?
Oh. Am I saying that all over again?
Not at all. I said some people like to feed nuts.
My dear. Come in.
Aunt Forrest the plumber.
It's Uncle Lon. Here I am, Uncle Lon. In the pit.
Looney Brown. And with strong drink in your hand, what's been going on
Oh,
here?
I
assure you, Uncle Lon. Name's Mr. Forrest, giving strong drink to a young girl. I've half a mind
Oh, that's Uncle Lon.
There you go again. You don't know your place, you never will know your place.
But this is my place. What's anybody's place? If you want to feed nuts to the squirrel, who wants to say, do you?
That settles it. You're going to take that job, you are. You're leaving tomorrow for the country.
Yes, Uncle Lon.
You'll be a domestic in a decent home. You're going into service. Now come along, Clooney Brown.
Yes, Uncle Lon. Goodbye, gentlemen. And thank you. Thank you for everything.
You'll take the train in the morning, Clooney. You're a very lucky girl getting took on as parlour maid in a nice house in the country.
What's the people's name?
Sir Henry and Lady Tom, they'll let you.
But what if I don't get enough to eat? What if they see these straps and starve me down to the bone? Then can I come back, Uncle Lon?
They'll feed you, love.
What if they knock me about?
They won't.
But what if they do?
Well, then, send me a line. But be sure they do.
Uncle Lon.
Hey.
Do you know why girls leave home? Girls leave home because they're thrown out, that's why. I wonder what his name was.
Hey? Oh. Whose name?
Is. What's for the squirrel? That's something to think about, all right. What's for the squirrel?
And believe it or not, Andrew, she fixed it. Bang, bang, and away it came. A lady plump. Incredible. And what happened to the chap who was looking for Professor Lee? Oh, he's about somewhere, I suppose. I lost track of him when everybody brings him. Hello, Betty. You've met our host, haven't you? Mr. Ring, the Honorable Betty Green.
I hope you cheered him up, Mr. The Lord and heir of the Cornell fortune is an for humor.
Oh, not at all. I simply can't understand cocktail parties. No offense, Hillary. When Europe is on the brink, Hitler in Vienna and Prague.
Oh, I'm so tired of talk about Hitler.
But you must realize we're on the verge of war.
Stop talking and do something about it.
Well, I most definitely have. I've written a letter to the Times.
Then there's nothing to worry about. Now then, I've something interesting to tell you. I've just discovered a man inside.
With the screen, the place is full of men.
This one's in bed. Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, no wonder. The chap's squid. Good heavens. What's the matter? Hillary, that man. Steve Belinsky. Adam Belinsky. You mean I should know him? Is he a gangster? Oh, don't be an idiot. He's a great man. His name is Belinsky. Adam Belinsky. Yes. He's a writer. A professor at Prague. One of Hitler's worst enemies.
You mean the Nazis are after him?
Certainly. Look at him. Exactly like his pictures. Better, in fact. Nobler. Much nobler.
He snores.
Oh, what difference does that make? He's a great liberal. For that matter, I snore myself. So do I.
Well, I don't. And I'm as liberal as either of you.
Oh, excuse me. See, we've wakened them. Hello.
Hello.
Now, it's all right. You can trust us. I'm Andrew Carmel.
Oh, how do you do?
And I'm Betty Clean.
You see? Oh, yes, you are honorable and you don't go everywhere.
Oh, we don't mean to pry, but you're in trouble, aren't you, Professor?
Yes. As a matter of fact, unless a miracle happens, I'm a man without a home. You see, my landlady...
Oh, that beast, that terrible beast, Hitler.
I wonder if I've made myself clear.
Oh, perfectly. And we must do something exactly.
Gentlemen, I'm afraid you are a little confused.
Oh, I know we are. There's so much muddled thinking.
I have an idea. Let's scram out of here.
It's step in the right direction.
Hillary, of course. Oh, boy, under the circumstances and all. But, where will you go? Yes, where? Some place of sense. Any suggestions, Mr. Belinsky?
Well, I should say the Ritz is a good, safe place. I mean, you could talk things over anyway.
Splendid. Let's go.
Sorry, Hillary. Wonderful party, but, well, you understand.
Well, this is my lodging house. Thank you for a delightful evening. You see, I've never been to the Ritz before.
Oh, it's been a privilege, Professor. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Carmel.
Good night.
Oh, Professor.
Yes?
Excuse me, Betty. Professor, I beg your pardon for bringing this up again, but since you have honored us with your confidence...
Yes?
Well, I feel that the 20 pounds you were gracious enough to accept from me is most inadequate. Here, please take this.
No. My dear friend, you mustn't press me any further. I insist.
I understand, Professor. I'm sorry.
However, should I need 30 additional pounds, you will give it to me and nobody else. That's a promise, my word of honor.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'll telephone you tomorrow.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, Professor. Betty.
Yes?
I'm sorry, darling, but I'll not be having lunch with you tomorrow.
No.
No. Tomorrow I'm driving down to the country. I've got to see Father about Professor Belinsky. And so, to get to the point, Father, I'm inviting a guest here.
Good.
Mother?
Of course, dear.
Now, he's in great danger. Oh, he won't admit it, but he is. He must get out of London.
Good heavens, what's he done?
What hasn't he done? He's fighting for a new and better world.
Whatever for?
What for? Father, haven't you heard of the Nazis?
Oh, yes, German chaps. Always wanted to see one. Send him down by all means.
Father, he isn't a Nazi. He fights Nazis. Believe me, England won't be safe until we produce our own Belinsky.
What the devil are Belinsky?
What are Belinsky? Oh, I give up.
No, don't go to pieces, dear. If England must produce Belinsky, why, we'll produce Belinsky.
Belinsky is the man's name. Professor Adam Belinsky.
Oh, well, we'll be glad to make his weekend as pleasant as possible.
But this isn't a matter of a pleasant weekend. It's a matter of life and death. Well, you may have to stay here permanently.
Permanently? A total stranger? Now, look here,
But, Father, he sacrificed everything. He hasn't any money. Oh, Mother, I'm sure you'll understand. Now, I'm depending upon you to be very kind to him. Well, I've got to get back to London.
You just got here.
Betty Cream?
Of course not. Betty Cream is entirely too superficial to be concerned about in times like these. Well, I'll see you as soon as I can. Goodbye. Goodbye, Father.
Oh, dear, I wish you were more interested in Betty.
Nice girl. Sits a horse well. Why doesn't he marry her and have done with it?
Dear Uncle Anne, I am right to receive you on the train that is carrying me out of your life and into my new career as parlor maid. There is a nice young gentleman across from me and his dog, Robbie. The gentleman says you will have a car waiting for him at the station, and he will drive me to Sir Henry Carmel's residence. He says any friend of theirs is a friend of his. So very clean. Whom did you say, Henry?
Miss Brown. Colonel Graham just dropped her off. Well, aren't you going in to see her?
But I don't know any Miss Brown.
Oh, of course you do. Of course you do. You just don't remember.
Andrew, definitely said Mr. Belinsky. But do you suppose you could have meant Miss Brown?
Possibly. Oh, you'll remember once you get a look at her. One of those relatives of yours, probably.
Well, I'll have to search too, anyway.
Colonel seems quite fond of her. Wants us to bring her over there tomorrow night.
Miss Brown? It really doesn't matter, then, sorry, Sir Lemon. Well, I used to take notes, but I'll try lemon. Oh, well, then, by all means. Sugar? Oh, I don't think so. Are you quite sure? Well, if you don't mind, sir, please.
Try a crumpet.
Oh, thank you. You know, I think this is going to be anything like this. And I've never seen such beautiful flowers.
Hear that, Alice? She works in it from morning till night. It's her empire.
Maybe you'll let me help you, of course, my dear. I'm so glad you like flowers. You're much nicer than I thought. I didn't think you'd be nice at all.
You didn't?
I was even afraid to my starving. Instead, here I am having tea with milk and 4 lumps and crumpets. Here, I have another.
Good heavens, child, have them all.
You won't be sorry. I'm going to do everything to please you, even if sipping. How's it coming?
Plummy?
I only switched one of your pipes leak. I could fix it.
By God.
Miss Brown, I suppose you've known Colonel Graham a long time. Oh, no. You just get on the train. But I feel as if I've known him ever so long. I'm going to have a puppy.
You're going to have a what?
A puppy. From the Colonel.
Jupiter.
You see, it's the first time he's ever given one of Roddy's a bird. I promise I won't let it interfere with my work. Your work? No. What? I'll see you down. Miss Biscuit, can you just accept me? Do you accept me? I'm going to do Polonite. Oh, I see. You thought I was going to be yours, didn't you? Well, it's fine. Oh, nonsense. You've enjoyed meeting you.
Yes, of course.
Sir? Yes, sugar. Just as soon brown when you made. No, don't get upset. Finish listen to me. We hope you'll be happy here and stay with us a long time. Thank you, lady.
Well, sir, how's it progressing? The new parliament.
It's a little difficult to determine so soon, sir, but I've decided to let her assist at dinner, sir.
Good. Now, about what's his name? The chap Andrew sent us from London.
The professor, he'll be downstairs immediately, sir.
I say, Alice, what's his name again?
Oh, dear, I keep forgetting, too. So many foreigners have foreign names, don't they?
If I may make a suggestion, sir, think of the fur, Kolinsky.
Of course. Professor Kolinsky.
And now substitute B for Co, Belinsky for Kolinsky, and you have it, sir.
Simple, isn't it? Professor, what's the name of that fellow again?
Professor Belinsky.
Oh, Professor, how nice to see you.
You're very kind of you, young man. How do you do, sir?
How do you do? Have a glass of sherry.
Don't you like your room? Oh, most excellent room. Good. Comfortable bed, too. Oh, there's a nightingale under your window.
Oh, you shouldn't have gone to so much trouble.
Not at all.
Professor, you're most welcome here for as long as you care to stay.
How very hospitable you are, but I don't feel I should accept until you know more about me.
Oh, Andrew has told us all about you.
And about this nasty business, you don't have to worry with Constable Birkins around.
Well, what really worries me right now is the lack of a dinner jacket. Dinner is served, milady.
Sir Henry, I couldn't bear to face you in a lounge suit across the dinner table.
Nonsense. Wore a lounge suit myself once to dinner. In Naples, French plumbing. Didn't want to shock the natives.
How simple and charming you make effort.
Now, and mind that you hold the mutton carrot properly.
Oh, yes, sir.
Stop leaping about. You will serve Sir Henry first. Very well. Here we are. Mutton from our own sheep, Valencia. Huh? What?
Don't take that pizza, Rennie. This one is much better.
What?
Because it's in its fat. And it's bigger and browner.
Well, I never.
Will you have pizza?
No, thank you, Miss Brown. If you don't mind,
It's you! It's you! Very much for the show!
A maid choosing my mutton for me. Outrageous. Preposterous. You'll be dismissed immediately.
No, one moment, Sir Henry. You took the piece of mutton she suggested. Why?
Well, because the other piece had a blob of fat on it.
And this one is browner, leaner, and bigger.
But hang it all, Valencia, just isn't done.
What a pity. Does it occur to you, sir, that for generations the lords of Carmela probably eaten the wrong pieces of mutton?
Oh, that's a very interesting way of looking at it. Besides, Henry, it's so difficult to get domestics to come to the country.
Well, she needn't have dropped the whole platter and insulted my friend. What is it she said to you?
Nuts to the squirrels.
Doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. It should be squirrels to the nuts. But...
Well, not too deep for me, Belinsky. If I may say so, milady, the sooner the young woman is dismissed, the better.
Oh, Monsieur Stewart, I know that as a guardian of English tradition, Miss Brown has offended your sensibilities. But permit me to quote someone to whom everything English was also dear. The quality of mercy is not strange. It droppeth as a gentle rain from heaven. Lady Carmel, Sir Henry, allow me to raise my glass to Shakespeare.
Here, Shakespeare.
We'll just have another chance to it.
Thank you, Lady Carmel. Clooney. May I come in, Clooney? Hello, Clooney. Oh, I'm so sorry I upset you at dinner tonight.
I didn't see Mr. Belinsky.
Forgive me for calling on you at this hour. I would have paid my respect sooner, but I had some difficulty locating your room. Now, for heaven's sake, how did you get here?
You remember my uncle, don't you?
Oh, yes, that's right. He did speak of sending you into service.
No, Mr. Belinsky.
Now, Clooney.
But I don't want to be a maid.
What about me, Clooney? I'm a city man. I love crowds and traffic and smoke in my lungs. What have I got? A big-mouthed nightingale right under my window.
Oh, it's good to talk to someone who's out of place, too.
Yes, Clooney, talk to me at any time. Open your heart to me.
Ditto. Oh, Mr. Belinsky.
That's right, Clooney. Put your head on my shoulder. There. Now, there.
Oh, please forgive me for what? For taking advantage of you. I think you were too ordinary. It was as if you were my type and leading me wrong.
Sure I'm not. You were just happy to find a friend here, and so am I. Well, we must go on being friends. And as we are not our type, that should be easy.
You're like two people on a desert island. Waiting for a ship to rescue.
Yes, that's right, Clooney, but you know how it is on a desert island. You wait, and then you don't wait anymore. Clooney Brown, let's admit it, we're in danger. Oh, today we are not our type. But as time passes, well, we might not look so bad to each other. And if we remain here long enough, who knows?
Oh, no. No, that must never happen, Mr. Belinsky. You must never become the victim of my circumstances. And if you should ever seem romantic to me, don't hesitate. Just kiss me.
Good. Let us kick each other.
It's a pact. We'll kiss on.
Excellent.
Ah, I feel so much better. How lucky I was to meet you at Mr. Ryan's kitchen sink. Oh, I wish I were back there right now. I wish I could roll up my sleeves and unloosen the drawing. Bang, bang, bang.
Yes, Clooney. Well, I think I'll go to my room now and let the nightingale bang me to sleep. Good night, Clooney.
Good night, Mr. Belinsky.
In a moment, we'll return with Act 2 of Clooney Brown, starring Charles Boyer and Olivia de Havilland.
At military and experimental airfields all over the world, espionage agents observe. They watch and record the flights in and out of the field, and they observe, as much as they can, the performances of new planes and weapons, and they listen to the voices of the people who work inside and talk outside about classified information. The outcome of wars and the course of world history is changed because people who should have known better talk.
2 of Clooney Brown, starring Charles Boyer as Belinsky and Olivia de Havilland as Clooney. For 3 weeks, Clooney Brown has pursued her career as a parlor maid on the country estate of Sir Henry Carmel, where Adam Belinsky is installed as a somewhat permanent guest. Now, on a pleasant afternoon, Adam and Clooney negotiate a chance meeting in the village.
Clooney!
Why, Mr. Belinsky, what are you doing in the village?
Oh, just a walk, Clooney, but look at you. Violets on your shoulders, roses on your cheeks, and a whole garden of a hat on your head. What's the occasion?
My afternoon walk, from 3 to 7.
Oh, that's perfect, Clooney. 4 hours, all to ourselves.
Ah, I was awfully sweet of you, Mr. Belinsky, but, well, something has happened.
What?
Well, what would you think if a gentleman invited you to tea, and to meet his mother, too?
No, I wouldn't go.
But I've already accepted. It's the chemist, Mr. Wilson. Oh, it's so exciting to meet a man surrounded by hundreds and hundreds of bottles, and every one of them like that dress. Mr. Wilson is going to get better acquainted. He'll let me watch and make up a description.
Well, Clooney, it looks as if your ship is coming. Have a good time, my dear.
Goodbye, Mr. Belinsky. I hope you enjoy your walk.
This is the parlor, Miss Brown.
Oh, Mr. Wilson. What an elegant room.
Yes. It's not Buckingham Palace, but it's Wilson's little castle.
You notice, Mr. The way I look?
Eh?
Up there, my hat.
Well, I don't object to it myself, Miss Brown, but Mother might think it a little frivolous.
Oh, well, I'll take it also.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, what if someone should come in and shop for a prescription?
I'll hear the tinkle bell on the shop door. Now then, Miss Brown, you might enjoy this. A map of our entire valley.
Just look at it.
Yes. Now, here on the map is where we are this very moment. And this is where I intend to remain the rest of my life. In this very house.
Ah. But what if the house burns down?
It won't. You may have observed the lightning rod on the roof. Newton's imperial pinpoint. The very best. However, if a blaze should occur, it may reassure you to know that I am chief of the Friar Carmel Volunteer Fire Department.
Oh, Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
It would be almost worth a fire to see you in action.
Thank you, Miss Brown. Now I shall call my mother. Mother? Mother? Mother's been resting. Ah, here she comes. Mother, Miss Brown.
How do you do, Mrs. Wilson?
Your chair, Mother. And now, Miss Brown, I shall play something on the harmonium.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, is there anything to dance to?
You shall have your choice. Sweet Alice Benbow or Play Gently, Sweet Aspen.
Oh, they're both so beautiful.
Then shall we say Sweet Alice and maybe Play Gently for an encore? I'm afraid I have to leave you at the crossroads, Miss Brown. Not as I'd like to go further. Mother's taken a great liking to you.
Yes, sir. Oh, I hope so. She didn't say anything, that is, apart from clearing her throat.
Mother voiced words on Saturday.
Oh, look. Hello, Mr. Belinsky.
Hello, Clooney Brown.
Who's taking a walk? Oh, this is Mr. Wilson. Mr. Belinsky.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Belinsky's staying at Friar's Carmel. He's a guest of Sir Henry and Lady Carmel.
Oh.
I understand you're surprised, Mr. Wilson. A guest is not ordinarily aware of the existence of a maid.
Exactly, sir.
Well, you see, at Friar's Carmel, we are very proud of our Clooney and interested in your welfare. And above all, in your friends.
Oh, naturally, sir.
Oh, it's quarter to 7. Oh, I really must move along. Thank you for a wonderful afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, Miss Brown. A very wary young lady.
Yes. I'd like a word with you, Wilson.
I am at your disposal, sir.
Mr. Wilson, I presume that you have weighed your intentions to Miss Brown as carefully as you weigh the contents of a pill.
I assure you, sir, I am not the sort who would invite a young lady to tea merely to while away an afternoon.
Well,
I must admit I was worried about Trini, but you have relieved my fears. Mr. Wilson, you couldn't have prescribed a better sedatives on yourself. Oh, thank you, sir. Not at all. Good night. Good night, sir. Oh, Mr. Wilson. Yes, sir. Just something more. You don't drink, do you? Oh, no, sir. Good. Good night, Mr. Wilson.
You want to have a look about it, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, yes. Sit down, Trini.
Thank you. How do you like Mr. Wilson? The present I sit with around?
Listen, there is an ocean, and on the ocean is a boat, braving the storm and battling the billows. That's not Mr. Wilson. But in a quiet harbor, there is a freighter. Its engine is turned off. No smoke comes out of its funnel. Nothing could ever budge it, neither wind nor wave. That's Mr. Wilson.
Oh, I'm so glad you like him. This afternoon, for the first time, I really felt what it must be like to really have a taste. And then his mother started to snore. I got all stitched up.
You like that?
You see, I'm an orphan, and I've never heard my mother snore.
Well, you're happy now? That's all that matters.
Well, Mr. Gillespie, I'm sure your ship will come in too someday.
Don't worry about my ship. I'm a good swimmer.
Oh, you have water bottle.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valencia. Good night.
Professor Belinsky. Andrew, what an unexpected pleasure. Well, I decided quite suddenly to drive down. Tell me, Andrew, how are you? Oh, better now that I'm out of London. And how is Vicky Tree? Oh, I never want to hear that woman's name again. She's impossible. Self-centered and idiotic. Now tell me, what's been going on? I've neglected you shamefully. Have you noticed anything that looks like a Nazi? Well, there is a cow on your father's pasture that's given me a nasty look once or twice, but... Oh, won't you ever be serious? Professor, from now on, I'm devoting my undivided attention to you. Oh, if you would only listen, Andrew. I've tried to tell you so many times. I'm merely another refugee. I'm not in any danger. You're not in danger? Well, naturally I am. Well, that's more like it. But so are you. The whole world. Everyone. Yes, but everyone's not Adam Belinsky. So I've had a bad time of it until I had seen them. And mind you, I may have a bad time of it again if they ever publish my book. Oh, what's holding it up? Publishers. What a fad. I'm going to write another letter to the Times. Good. No, I'll join the RAF. That's better. Join the RAF. Rise above the Times. Well, not much point sitting here, is there? Let's drive on home. Hello? What's Betty Green? Yes? What's she doing here? Riding a horse? She's here for the weekend. Why didn't you tell me? What do you care? You told me she was impossible. Betty, why did you come here?
Your mother invited me.
Well, have you forgotten that row we had last night?
Did you have a row? I don't remember.
We had a row all London's talking about. You haven't even the decency to acknowledge it.
Sorry, darling. I'll do better next time.
That's getting your habit, old boy. One day, some man's going to marry that girl. Decent step, probably. Poor Betty. Well, there's only one thing I can say for her. You fix the horse well. Like anything?
Professor Belinsky.
Andrew was surprised to see you.
You made that quite clear.
Nice fellow, Andrew.
You've come to my room to tell me about Andrew.
No, to talk to you about Toon Brown.
Yeah.
I suppose you have not even noticed her. Who do you think unpacked your 3 suitcases, 2 hat boxes, and 1 overnight suit? Harry? No? Did it?
Millie Brown.
Yes. And Tony Brown would like to have the evening off to attend a birthday celebration. Now, Mrs. Magee, the housekeeper, and Mr. Stewart, the butler, are willing to excuse her.
Well, everything's settled, isn't it?
Not quite. You see, Miss Brown has been assigned as your personal maid. Now, the question arises, Miss Green, can you get in and out of your clothes without breaking your neck?
That I don't know.
Try it, will you, my little lamb, my sweet? And if you should break your pretty little neck, just very soon.
And if you promise not to come, Miss Brown may have the whole evening off.
Thank you, Miss Green.
A pleasure, Mr. Belinsky. See you later. What did you say, Mr. Belinsky?
I said the evening is yours, Tony. Enjoy it.
Oh, Mr. Belinsky. You see, it's not only Mrs. Wilson's birthday, but things been started happening.
Hi, Tony.
Yes, they have. Mr. Wilson has spoken to his mother about me.
Oh, I'm sure she approved of you.
Well, anyway, she didn't say no. She just said, That's what he told me.
Oh, that's very encouraging.
And the Mr. Wilson asked us to meet him to look at her, and everybody. And they all...
He asked you?
That's just it. He might ask me tonight. That's the thing.
I see. So romantic, Tony.
Mr. Belinsky, oh, no, I can't tell you.
Tell me what?
But I had a dream last night. About you.
Goodness, you did?
Oh, you don't know how wonderful you looked in that carriage. And how you rode that black Arabian stallion. Hey, you just burned Dr. France, and you slipped me up off the desert and put me right in front of you on the saddle. My, did we get a horse well.
Tell me, did I take you to my tent, Cluny? That's the usual procedure, isn't it?
You were taking me somewhere, but just in time I remembered our pack.
Our pack? Oh, yes.
So I took myself.
Oh, and took the stick right out of the dream.
Mr. Belinsky, who was I gone to your tent?
No, Cluny, you did the right thing. I have no tent. Not on the desert, nor anywhere. Well, run along, Cluny. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Belinsky.
Miss Payne.
Oh, Professor Belinsky.
Miss Payne, what does one do with a woman like you?
One gets out of my room, Professor. Especially at this hour of the night. I was about to go to sleep.
A good beating. That's what I ought to give you. A good beating.
Think it over, will you? But nothing here. Or would you like me to scream?
Why are you so vicious to my friend Andrew? Tonight after dinner you did nothing but...
this time it's about Andrew. Your friend isn't a personal call.
Oh, Miss Payne, you hold no attraction from me whatever. None.
Really? Then why is your hair so carefully combed? And why do you smell like a perfume salesman? Well?
Yes, it is me, isn't it? Well, that's very interesting. You know, I could have sworn I came in here for no other reason than to speak for a friend. Now, is it possible that when I reached for the brillantine, way down deep in my subconscious, I was reaching for something else? Betty, I am beginning to doubt my motive.
I wish you get up, and I don't mean subconsciously.
Why are you so nasty to
I explain.
Wake up your whole house. Don't you ever think of any...
What happened, anyway?
It's all right, Philip. Apparently it was nothing more than a dream. You may go.
Good night, milady.
Good night, Mrs. Maley. Good night, Maley.
Where's Betty?
She's in her room, Andrew. She's perfectly all right.
What happened, Professor? It was all my fault, Andrew. I was looking for the bathroom and I mistook the door.
I'm so sorry,
Well,
Mr. Carmel. I heard my door open. I thought it was a burglar cry. Dear me, what an exciting evening. Well, good night, Professor.
Good night, Lady Carmel. My profoundest regret. Good night, Andrew.
Andrew, I want you to promise me to go straight to bed, please.
I insist upon speaking with Professor Belinsky. You want the morning do just as well, Andrew? Very well, then, the morning. You see, I don't believe a word of what you've just said.
Good gracious. May I come in, my dear? Of course, Lady Carmel. You know, Bessie, you ought to get married. Yes, Lady Carmel. Are you going to marry Andrew? Yes, Lady Carmel. Then I think it's a pleasant thing, because she's getting quite yes, Lady Carmel. And thank you. Good night, my dear. Oh, would you like a maid? No, thank you. Besides, I don't think she's home. Something about her birthday party, I believe. Goodness, it must have been quite a party. Is there any?
Yes. I hope you're satisfied, Miss Brown.
But Mr. Wilson...
All our guests have gone. And just as Mother was about to blow out her birthday candle.
I still don't understand what I did that was so wrong.
For one thing, Miss Brown, the word Plunding is not mentioned in mixed company, let alone at Mother's birthday.
But it's right. It's a flood in the bathroom.
Miss Brown.
And I thought I was being so helpful for fixing it. When I did fix it, I fixed it down.
We shan't discuss it any further tonight, Miss Brown. If at all.
Yes, Mr. Wilson. Good night. Good night, Mrs. Wilson.
In a moment, we'll return to the third act of Truly Brown, starring Olivia de Havilland and Charles Boyer.
The first description or definition of leisure in the Webster Dictionary is freedom afforded by exemption from occupation or business. Well, there isn't a man serving the armed forces today who doesn't have a certain amount of leisure time. What is done with that time is up to the individual. But here is a suggestion that may come in handy. Why not take a course, or a group of courses, through the United States Armed Forces Institute? There are over 6,000 to choose from, elementary, high school, college, or technical. The choice is yours. How about discussing it with your education officer?
Back to your producer, William Keeley.
Act 3 of Truly Brown, starring Charles Boyer as Belinsky and Olivia de Havilland in the title role. It's been a bad night for both Truly Brown and Adam Belinsky. Cleaning propensity for plumbing has started her budding romance with Mr. Wilson the chemist, while Adam's brave attempt to smooth the path of love for Andrew Carmel and Betty Cream likewise has fizzled sadly. It's a solemn-faced Adam who faces Andrew's father at the breakfast table.
I want a word with you. Sit down, have some breakfast.
No, thank you. I don't feel like breakfast today.
Have you seen Andrew?
No, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to.
You're in for a surprise. He'll bowl you over.
Really?
Belinsky, he's not a boy anymore. Two-fisted man, overnight, scared the wind off his head.
Oh.
Know who did it? That fellow you're running away from.
What fellow?
What's his name? Hitler.
Good heavens. What else happened last night? Was war declared?
Oh, no. But Andrew thinks it will be. That's why he barged into my room this morning and said, I'm joining the RAF. Never spoke to me like that in his life.
Oh, the RAF. Well, I think I'll have some breakfast, after all.
I say, Belinsky, this talk about war is all poppycock, isn't it?
No, Sir Henry. I know Hitler.
Written a book, hasn't he? Well, what more does he want?
If you really want to know, Sir Henry, read the book.
It's sort of an outdoor book, isn't it? What's it called? Oh, yes, My Camp.
Yes, sort of an outdoor book. The old German idea of sport. Sir Henry, there will be a war. It's inevitable.
Well, then I'm glad Andrew's joining us. We'll see this thing through, Belinsky. We'll show that blighter.
You're getting angry, Sir Henry. Good. Stay angry, and everything will be all right.
Oh, good morning, Professor.
Good morning, Lady Carmel. Good morning, Miss Cream.
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning.
Have you heard the good news about Andrew and Betty? You may congratulate us if you like. They're going to be married.
Imagine it, Belinsky. All this went on last night. We slept through it like a couple of days.
Yes. Well, I wish you all happiness. You're both very lucky. And now I have an announcement. I'm leaving.
Who's leaving?
Well, really, I must get back to London.
Well, you'll come right back, won't you?
I wish I could, Sir Henry.
Well, hang it all. It took me quite some time to learn to say, Belinsky, and now that I can, beastly selfish of you, old man.
Professor? Yes, Andrew?
I still insist upon a word with you. Yes. Talk to him, Andrew. He can't leave us. Tell him what's what.
I intend to. If you don't mind, Professor, well, I do. Well, Andrew, about last night. I'm not a child. You were not looking for the bathroom door. You don't believe it, eh? I didn't believe it last night, and I don't believe it now. I don't believe it either. But if I should tell you, I went into Miss Chain's room last night to talk about you. Would you believe that? Would you? No, but I did. Professor, I have great respect for you as a writer, as a man of principle. Thank you. But I'm going to knock you down. Sorry. Well, let's get it over with. Wait a minute. How much do I owe you? It doesn't matter. But it does matter. If anything should happen to you, I want to be sure of how much I owe you. Now, let's see. You lent me £20 in London, £4 yesterday. Oh, forget it. What kind of a man do you think I am? Are we going to have this out or aren't we? Indeed we are. But I want you to know that I'm fighting under a handicap. You think a man who lent me £24 may throw me up badly. Are you ready? Yes. Now, I know. I think you ought to know that I was once lightweight champion of all Czechoslovakia. And I think you should know I was middleweight champion of all Oxford and Cambridge. Middleweight, eh? Pretty warm, isn't it? Rather. Oh, it's no use. Can I trust you to wait here? Where are you going? Never mind where I'm going. But if you know what's good for you, be here when I come back. Betty.
Andrew, what are you doing? You took something out of the kitchen.
I'm sorry, Betty, but it doesn't concern you. You've got to trust me. Now, please.
But if I trust you now, I'll always have to trust you. And I'm sure I won't. It's a gun, isn't it? That's what you're hiding behind your back, a gun.
Does this look like a gun?
Oh, darling. Oh, darling, it's only money.
And I suppose you'll think it's absurd of me to lend the professor £50.
Absurd? Give him 100, 200. Oh, and I thought you were going to shoot him.
Well, maybe I ought to. After all, walking into your room like
Thank heaven he did. If I hadn't screamed last night, we wouldn't be engaged today.
Oh, you're so right, Betty. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. What England needs is more Belinsky.
You sent for me, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm leaving.
Oh, indeed, sir.
You know, I will miss you, sir. And so will my wants. You brought glamour into its sordid life.
Thank you, sir.
You increase and increase its self-respect. You give it hope. Thank you, sir. I'd like to give you this.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And if you don't mind, this other envelope is for Mrs. May.
Yes, sir.
Where's Sue Brown? I have a little something for her.
I'm afraid Brown is indisposed, but she hasn't left her room this morning.
Oh, nothing serious.
Oh, no, Mrs. May tells me the birthday party last night was a bit too much for her.
Oh.
But I can call her. I'm sure it's all right.
No, it's better like this. Would you be kind enough to give her this little package? And tell her, please, that I'm so happy her ship has come in. And that I wish her bon voyage with all my heart.
Bon voyage, yes, sir.
And should she ever feel unhappy, tell her just to close her eyes and say, squirrels to the nut. You remember that, won't you?
If she's ever unhappy, nuts to the squirrel.
No, squirrels to the nut.
Squirrels to the nut. Very good.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Professor Belinsky. Louis.
Mr. Belushi, I was afraid you'd be gone.
Why should you be afraid of that?
Because I wanted to thank you. Last silk stockings, Mr. Belushi. Oh, they're beautiful.
I'm glad you like them.
How didn't you say goodbye to me? You might never think of a thing.
Yes, I know, Clooney.
It's kind of awful to think of.
Yes, it is awful. How is Mr. Wilson?
Why are you better, Mr. Belushi?
Was he sick?
No, he was upset about his mother.
What's the matter with her?
Oh, he was upset about me. Mr. Belushi, I distressed myself last night.
Clooney.
Do you know what plumbing does to me? I just can't get my hands off it. So I don't blame Mr. Wilson. No, just don't worry, plumbers.
Oh, you mean then it's all over? You and Mr. Wilson?
We would think so, wouldn't we? But it's nothing. He telephoned me this morning.
Oh.
He's got to ask his mother to give me another chance. The next one is having. Yes, I might still be Mrs. Mr. Wilson. That is, if I can keep away from quite strong enough.
Well, the train is leaving, Clooney.
Yes. Well, goodbye, Mr. Belushi.
Get on the train.
What?
Get on the train.
But Mr. Belushi. Mr. Belushi.
Yes, Clooney?
Where are we going?
General delivery, London.
General delivery? Are you expecting a letter?
Always. That's what's so wonderful about general delivery. Letters pour into it, millions of them, from all parts of the world.
You know, I've never thought of that. Oh, you do make one see things, Mr. Belushi.
Among all those letters, there might be one for us. Mind you, it might be very disappointing, but it also might be very encouraging. It might come from America.
Mr. Belushi, you sound as though you like me.
Clooney. Clooney, if I were rich, I would build for you the most beautiful mansion with the most exquisite and complicated plumbing. And right in the middle of the most elegant housewarming party, I would hand you a hammer and a monkey wrench, and I would say, ladies and gentlemen, Madame Clooney Belinsky is about to put the pipes in their place.
Madame Belinsky.
Clooney, never again are you going to have to serve 3 meals a day. On the other hand, you may not have 3 meals a day. Sometimes maybe only one.
And sometimes maybe only none. I don't care. As long as we eat it together, Mr. Belinsky.
Just for that, we're going to have 3 meals a day. With hors d'oeuvre and champagne and snacks in between. You know what you've done to me, Clooney?
What?
I was going to write a book. Morality versus expediency. Well, with luck, I might have made barely enough money for myself. But now, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to write a bestseller. A murder mystery.
A murder mystery? What's it going to be about?
A murder. A man gets murdered.
Who's man?
A rich man.
Oh, yes. The thing who's murdering a poor man.
Oh, all right, you are. You see how well we work together?
Who killed him? Who did it?
For 360 pages, I will not know myself. But when on page 361 finally comes out, oh, will I be surprised. And so will millions of others. Clooney, this book will make enough money for both of us.
But Mr. Belushi, what if there should be 3 others?
Well, then I'll write a sequel. But why limit ourselves? I'll write a serial.
Oh, Mr. Belushi, how do you think I'm going to have much time for plumbing? Henry Lopez.
What is the matter?
Just saying, Professor Belinsky's new book.
At last. By Jove, they've been sold out for weeks. What's the name of it again?
The Nightingale Murder by Adam Belinsky.
Where have you been, darling?
I just took a doctor's here.
Ah, did you fix his plumbing?
You know what he said? No more steam and everyone with the use, he said.
Uh-huh. You mean...
Uh-huh.
Why, Clooney Belinsky. Excuse me, my darling.
What are you doing?
The Nightingale strikes again by Adam Belinsky.
We take our leave of Clooney Brown and welcome our stars of the footlights for a curtain call. Olivia de Havilland and Charles Boyer, who've given us a most delightful hour.
Thank you, Bill. I really enjoyed being Clooney Brown.
Does that mean you have a yen for plumbing, Olivia?
No, sir. The only bathroom fixture that I understand is soap. Good night.
Good night, and thanks again for Clooney Brown. This is William Clooney saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Watch the season premiere of Beretta 30 minutes from now on ABC.
People in the Los Angeles area are discovering a brand new way to enjoy the great taste of Coke. The the convenient 8-ounce California Compact.
I think they're really convenient. I think it's a good thing. I just think the smaller cans like that, it just really come in handy. If I'm going out swimming or going out to a rock to lay down, I can throw them in my purse.
There's only one soft drink available in the convenient new 8-ounce can. Aren't you glad it's Coke?
Those little 8-ounce cans are really neat.
Anti-busing rally in San Pedro, film at 11.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway takes its nighttime out of the river. The autumn mists rise from the water, skirl down the furious avenues of the city, and moisten the shadows. And for an instant, Broadway is stunned. Night has come too swiftly. It's suddenly November, and the people of the time clock go home to dinner in darkness. And I watched it from my window at headquarters, the crowd, fragments breaking off here and there to try its luck in this doorway and that. Wiped my hand across the frosting glass and considered it. That's why I didn't hear the man when he came in. Huh?
The man's lying dead.
Who are you? What are you talking about?
I'm Finch. Room service. Hotel Haddon. Finch.
What are you trying to tell me about a man lying dead?
In the penthouse. Hotel Haddon. I walked in to deliver the drinks. Noted that the drapes were drawn. Noted that the spread had not been drawn back. Noted that he hadn't taken off his shoes. I noted that he was dead.
How could you tell?
He didn't move when I tapped him on the shoulder. He didn't breathe. Either inhale or exhale. That's being dead.
And you notified the manager?
Did you hear me say I did that?
No, but...
No, of course you didn't. I'm reporting it directly to the police, so it'll be on the records that I found the man. Finch found him. Finch. F-I-N-C-H. Alan Finch. You'll tell the papers that. Yeah.
Oh. Danny Clover speaking.
Homicide, Danny. Call just came in.
Where?
Penthouse, Hotel Haddon. You gonna take it?
Right away, Tartaglia.
Finch. F-I-N-C-H. Alan Finch. Don't forget it.
What do you want? Oh, it's you, Daddy. I'm glad it's you.
Makes you happy, huh, Morrow?
Yeah, come on in. That comic on television, he kills me. You ever watch him, Danny?
Uh-uh.
You should. Look. Look at him. He kills me.
Where is he, Morrow?
The dead one? He's in the bedroom. Come on, I'll show you.
If you could tear yourself away from the comic.
Ah, Danny, don't be like that. How many laughs does a house dick get in a day? I mean, for free. There he is, Danny, on his $20-a-day bed.
Shut the door.
The television is for free, too, Danny. In every room, we can cop a look in between, you know.
Shut the door.
Whatever you say, Danny.
Who was he?
Here, I'll hold up his head so you can look at him. Looks different, huh? We've been waiting a long time to see him like this, huh, Danny?
Johnny Hill.
The same. A little punctured, but the same. Johnny Hill.
Tell me about it.
A lady was bidding a gentleman good night at the door. While lost in a kiss, she heard shots. She told me so on the phone.
Did she see anyone leave this apartment?
It was all too frustrating. She didn't see a thing because her eyes were filled with tears. She told me. Boyfriend scurried away, didn't want to get caught in a mess. The lady wept.
Any ideas, Morrow?
On who put so many holes in him? Except everybody who ever wanted Johnny Hill dead. Johnny Hill. King of the Chicago hooligans. Wanted for all the small print in the book. Who's to put the finger on who wanted him dead?
Look, Morrow.
I wanted it, you wanted it. Who didn't want it, Danny? Tell me so I can get him a free room in this classy flea bag.
After that, there wasn't anything much. Morrow said he was going back and look at the comic, except now the comic was through and there was a cowboy instead, which was even better, Morrow assured me. And when the boys from Technical came, they were on Morrow's side. When I asked everybody why the cowboy carried 3 guns, they sneered at me. So I left. Then it was legwork. Find out why a hoodlum from Chicago had come to New York to die. Ring doorbells. Ask a man in a midnight blue dinner jacket what he knew about the death of Johnny Hill, and have him beckon to 5 more midnight blue dinner jackets. Alibis. Then the nightclub circuit. Start where the cover charge is $10 and the upholstery genuine, and ask questions, and get no answers. Then to the joints of plastic leather and no dance floor and no minimum, and get no answers. Then to the dives of the open collar and the biggest beer in town for a dime. And in one of them there's a man. His name is Benny Fane, and he's not happy.
Go away, Danny.
What's the matter with you, Benny?
Nothing.
You used to help us out. What happened?
I'm not stooling no more, that's all. Go away, Danny.
Because you don't want to tell me about Johnny Hill?
Just go away.
Suppose the boys around got to know you used to work for me, Benny. What about Johnny Hill?
Yesterday. That's when he hit town.
Where'd he go?
There's people watching us, Danny.
There's nobody watching us. Where'd he go?
He checked in at the Haddon. They went to where they all go, Danny, the Griffin Club. Please, go away, Danny.
That's all you know?
I swear on the missus.
The missus is doing time at the state reformatory.
But she'll be out in 10 years. The Griffin Club, Danny.
The Griffin Club was a polite brownstone mansion that peeked at the park through white lace curtains, needle-pointed with aqua griffons. Its decor, late Prohibition. Its membership, lovely ladies and equally elegant gentlemen. Their amusement, conversation of latter-day hooligans who have become quality folk. I knew that because when I walked in, the tinkle stopped. The whisper of silk took over, and I was looked at as if I were a cheap wine spilled on the fawn-colored rug. A lady rose quickly to wipe away the stain I was making in their drawing room.
I'm afraid you've made a mistake. We are only for members. We suggest the wise, right?
Don't you know me, Betsy?
You're full of them, aren't you? Mistakes. I'm Mrs. Crane, vice president in charge of accepting and rejecting.
Oh, sure you are, Betsy.
All right, so I know you. You're running out of your class, aren't you, Danny?
I don't think so. Johnny Hill made me a member.
You were having a lovely time till you walked in. You turned it sour. But I recall that's the way you are.
I said Johnny Hill, and you didn't even drop your fan. Drop it, Betsy, so I'll have to pick it up for you.
He's in Chicago.
In the morgue. But you know that, don't you, Betsy?
Huh, you finally made it. I'm glad for Johnny. You'll tell him.
Before that, he did all the normal things for him. Checked in at the Haddon penthouse, came here, then back to the Haddon. Died in his bed. Normal for Johnny.
I'll tell my friends how it was. Thanks, Danny. They've been itching to know.
And you'll tell me the things that Johnny did here, won't you, Betsy? For old time's sake?
Grab a handful of canapes, Danny. Take some to your friends, because we're through reminiscing. Wait, I'll get you a brown paper bag.
I couldn't go without you, Betsy.
You've got nothing. Not on me, not on the club.
Only a murdered Johnny Hill. You know how these things work, Betsy. We hold you on suspicion, a day, a month, as long as you want. What happens to your vice presidency then?
It took me a long time. It's mine. No part of it belongs to anyone else.
Sure. Think how hard you worked for it, Betsy.
I rocked myself to sleep thinking about it. All right. Johnny came in here about 4 o'clock last night.
Alone?
For a while alone. For about an hour, he nibbled at the caviar, the entertainment. Then he got bored. Called Nick Joyner.
Nick was here?
Johnny called him, didn't he? Johnny calls, people come. Used to. They played cards, then something must have happened because they started calling each other names. So I called Johnny's boy to break it up. He came, he did.
Johnny's boy, who is it now?
Harry Bishop.
Where?
1923 East 47. I've been awfully good to you, Danny. It didn't cost you a cent.
Not a penny.
Mm-hmm. Clutch it close to you, because that's all you get. Goodbye forever, Danny.
Yeah?
You, Harry Bishop? Let's go inside. Let's go, Harry.
You sound like Law. Law. Later, Law. The mood will come to me and I'll call you.
I said inside. Inside. Better. You got a permit for this gun? Gun, Harry, on the bed.
Holy smokes, a gun.
Did you shoot Johnny Hill with it?
You have yourself a sniff. See? Hasn't been used since they mowed down ducks in Lake Michigan. I duck hunt with a 38. The ducks appreciate it. I wonder how that gun got here. I thought it was in Chicago.
I'll ask you again, Harry. Did you shoot Johnny with it?
You lost your mibs. Johnny was done with a 45.
How'd you know that? It wasn't in the papers.
Nick carried a 45. Nick Joyner, the guy who shot Johnny.
You're sure of it, huh?
Johnny was killed with a 45, wasn't he?
That's right.
See? Nick Joyner.
What happened at the Griffin Club last night?
A card game with peckled cards. Johnny dropped maybe 50 G's. Nick won it with peckled cards. Maybe Johnny wasn't going to stand for it. Maybe Nick beat him to it.
You took Johnny home after the game?
Back to the Haddon. Tucked him in.
Where's Nick?
I'll find him.
That's why the gun, Harry? You're going to take care of Nick? Where's Nick?
Leave him to me.
Let's go.
If we go, you're never going to find Nick.
Come on, Harry. I'm booking you on a weapons charge.
You're taking me in, huh?
Where is he?
Where else? Hotel Haddon under an alias?
Of what alias?
Merkel, something I don't know. I can save you the trouble, cop. I owe it to Johnny.
Then you'll be held for homicide.
Then you'll have to catch me.
I already did. Turn off your radio and let's go, Harry.
Imagine Nick Joyner living under an alias. Merkel. Merkel. The things a guy will go through to get a room.
You didn't know about it, huh, Morrill?
So help me, Danny, not till you told me. This is a big hole. I can't keep my eye on everything that crawls into it. So help me, Danny.
All right, you didn't know.
You think Nick's the one that got to Johnny? I ask you a civil question. The least you can do
This
is...
it?
Huh? Yeah, 1218. A room reserved for shoe salesmen, usually. Must be slow in shoes. Maybe Nick's out. Maybe
you got a pass key?
Sure, Danny. I got everything, but maybe Nick's...
Open it.
Whatever you say, Danny. See, Danny, he's out.
Is there another room?
This one with bath. All rooms with bath. Nick, I'm sorry to barge in, but guess who? Hey, Danny's in the shower. Nick. Nick. Hey, Nick.
Open it, Morrow. Tell him we're here.
Nick. Nick!
Nick can't hear you, Morrow. He can't hear anything anymore. Nick is dead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. How's for trying to sing it again this Saturday night? $5,000 in cold, hard cash and $10,000 in fine prizes are waiting for the CBS listener who can solve the new Phantom Voice mystery. Dan Seymour will be on hand with those coast-to-coast phone calls, and Alan Dale, Judy Lynn, Bob Howard, and the Riddlers will be making music. It's an hour of fun and song to entertain you and perhaps pay off every Saturday night on most of these same CBS stations. Here, sing it again this Saturday, won't you?
Broadway stands on a street corner and raises its collective coat collar against the coming of winter's night. Tries to find warmth in the blaze of neon or in the ashes of a summer night's dream. And for a time, Broadway warms its hands at memory, tasting its glow, watching it flicker, watching it die. Then it goes looking somewhere else. And the Translux screams in its ear. Murder, it screams. Gangster dead in Swank Hotel. Nick Joyner found dead. Broadway is happy. Broadway is daring. It goes right ahead and accepts the substitute. Grins. It found what it was looking for. And And at police headquarters the next day, the probing over the murder of two men, Johnny Hill and Nick Joyner. And assisting at the probe, a man with an apple in his mouth.
Good.
What, Tartaglia?
I was merely remarking that this apple is, good. Try on a bite, Danny.
Some other time.
Roger. I will save you a piece in wax paper. Look for it around the water cooler, Danny. That way it'll keep cool.
Anything else you're saving for me, Gino?
No, nothing. Oh, you mean...
Uh-huh.
Oh, you didn't have to mention it, Danny. I was coming out with it anyway.
I'm sorry.
You're forgiven. If I don't forgive you, who should I? All right, Danny, all right. In the matter of the killing of Johnny Hill, hailing from Chicago...
You'll tell me, huh?
Well, it goes without saying. Established by technicals, said Johnny Hill was undone by a revolver caliber .45.
I know that.
They've checked on the bullets. Found them to stem from a gun owned by Nick Joyner, hailing lately from this city.
That means that...
Permit me to finish your thought, Danny? That means that without a shadow of a doubt, or as Mike Schreck, the bald-headed miracle detective from Philadelphia would have it,
Tartaglia,
it means that Johnny of Chicago was undone by Nick of this city because of an argument over a friendly game of cards. You know, Danny, Mike Schreck coined a phrase for such cases. Open and shut. That's Schreck.
Now you'll tell me about Nick Joyner.
Oh, need you ask? Nick Joyner was undone by a poison, the title of which can be found in any child's chemistry magazine.
What else?
Danny, we found someone who might be sorry Nick is dead. That's what else.
Who?
His missus. Mrs. Claire Joyner of 902 Benton Road, Forest Hills. You know, I think I'll pen a note to Schreck about this.
Why?
Well, it's a riddle to his liking, Danny. Look, if Nick killed Johnny, who killed Nick? All Johnny's friends are in the cooler or in Chicago. That leaves a large question mark. You know, you don't mind if I write to Schreck about it, huh, Danny? Bye, Danny.
Can you come back? Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry about what?
I thought you were the door-to-door tea salesman. The jewel truck is across the street, and I was going to tell him... Who are you?
Danny Clover, police.
Oh, please come in. In here. Please sit down.
Thank you.
I'm afraid I haven't very much time. Nick is...
I know.
I want to see him just once more. He's at the mortuary. I feel I ought to see him.
How long has it been since you and your husband lived together?
I don't know exactly how to answer that, Mr. Clover.
Well, a month, a year?
No, longer than that. Once Nick brought home a black gown, strapless and cut... Well, you know. I put it on. I looked like a housewife looking ridiculous in a strapless gown. Nick left then.
He moved out?
No, he moved out just a month ago. It's been 3 years since he bought me the gown.
You knew about the...
About Nick's business affairs? That he was a thief? That he was a hoodlum? I knew about that.
It didn't matter?
I'll tell you something, Mr. Clover. Nick would go out and something would happen to him. Maybe he'd beat a man with a gun. He'd come home and stare at me. He needed me so he could feel ashamed.
You still loved him?
While he was here, I was glad. He's gone, but I'm not sorry. Nick wasn't the kind of man who could live very long. But I had him for part of the time that he did.
Mrs. Joyner...
No, please, you understand, Mr. Clover. Long ago, Nick wanted me to move someplace. You know, Park Avenue, a place like that. But Park Avenue, well, it was like the strapless gown.
Did you ever meet any of Nick's friends?
Nick didn't have any friends. He had people he had fun with.
Like who?
So many of them.
Women?
Of course, lots of them. But he never felt ashamed before any of them.
But wasn't there someone special?
Miss Lisbon was special. I saw her. Once I saw her walking on Broadway with Nick. On Broadway, Mr. Clover. And she only saw Nick.
Miss Lisbon?
Paulette Lisbon. Nick told me about her. She stayed at the Hotel Haddon, I believe. Oh, maybe she poisoned Nick.
Maybe.
Then I'm sorry for her. She doesn't know what she killed.
The woman turned away from me, walked over to the hall mirror, adjusted a wisp of colorless hair under her hat, smoothed her gloves, looked once at her face, looked away, then walked out for one more time with Nick. She'd left the door open. I closed it for her. At headquarters, there was a file on Paulette Lisbon. Kansas City, Las Vegas, Chicago, Paris, the Italian Riviera. The girl who opened the door for me at the Hotel Haddon was the sum of all the places in which she'd been whispered to, clothed in silk. The sum of all the hands that had stroked the shadows on her throat, the edges of her mouth. All there was in the room was Paulette Lisbon.
Thank you.
For what?
For the way you look at me, I thank you.
Miss Lisbon,
Nick looked at me like that sometimes. Other men makes a girl feel good. I mean good.
You liked Nick?
Nick brought me pretty flowers. These on my neck, on my arm, those boxes on the dressing table. Sure, I like Nick.
Then maybe you'll help us find his killer.
You really want him? The killer, I mean? So many people are celebrating Nick's dying all over town. I know because I've been invited.
You're not going?
No. No, I think Nick would like me to grieve a little. After that, I'm on my own. He told me so lots of times.
He was poisoned. Maybe you can tell me why.
I can give you a lot of whys, but don't ask me who.
You'd tell me if you knew.
Cross my heart and hope to die.
Who needed him dead?
You, the citizens, the people of the country. My Nicky was a stain.
That brings us to you.
I needed him alive. Girl like me doesn't know where her next Nick is coming from. Would you open it for me, Danny, please? This robe, the guest might whisper.
Miss Lisbon, Oh, it's you. I know you.
Come on in, Finch.
Yeah, you don't keep a promise. I even spelled my name for you.
What'd you bring me this time, Finch?
Oh, you'd be so pleased, Miss Lisbon. I stole it from the kitchen. Hunk of pheasant. And this cold wine. I stole it for you. There's no charge.
Well, there's some bills on my dresser, Finch. Help yourself.
Oh, you know I don't do it for that, Miss Lisbon. You just help yourself to these goodies.
Have some, Danny? It's on the house. It always is with Finch.
No, thanks.
They killed your Mr. Joyner, didn't they, Miss Lisbon? They had to be brave to kill a man like Mr. Joyner.
If you like it that way.
You just call me to clean up the mess when you're through. Bye, Miss Lisbon.
Oh, there are so many kinds, all different. Sure you won't have some, Danny? A funeral feast?
No.
Then throw it away for me, will you, Danny, please? Out the window was fun. Lots of fun.
Danny?
Oh, hello, Dr. Sinsky. Come on in. What's on your mind?
Got a cigarette, Danny?
Here you are.
Thanks.
Light?
No, I wouldn't think of it. I carry my own matches. A very strange thing just happened, Danny.
Oh, like what?
I just finished an autopsy on Johnny Hill.
An autopsy? What for? He was shot to death. What do you need an autopsy for?
Because he wasn't shot to death.
What are you talking about? Of course he was shot.
Of course he was, with 3 .45 caliber bullets. But that's not what killed him.
Look.
Please, Danny, let me have my minute of glory, huh? Thank you. I happened to see the photographs taken of Johnny by our boys. Why, I asked myself, is there so little blood from a man who's been shot by a large caliber bullet? Then at the morgue, I examined Johnny. Very little blood on his clothes.
So you performed an autopsy?
Just to prove my point. Johnny was dead before he was shot.
What?
Johnny was poisoned to death with the same poison that killed Nick Joyner. Know anybody who didn't like those two fellas, Danny?
Here he is, Danny.
Oh, sit down.
Me?
Him. You leave, Morrow.
Oh, Danny, I lend you my office. Be polite.
Out.
Okay.
I said you can sit down.
I'm not in the habit of sitting down. Room service, remember? Finch, room service.
Tell me about yourself, Finch.
I told you. Room service.
I mean, how you live, your friends, what you do outside of the hotel.
You're interested?
Yeah, I am.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I'll tell you. How do I live? I work 8 hours, read a lot, go to the movies a lot. Write letters to the newspapers. They printed some of them.
Spell your name right?
Always. I have such a simple name to remember. Maybe that's why everybody forgets it.
What about your friends?
No, I've tried that. People don't measure up.
Does Miss Lisbon measure up?
She's beautiful. I'd like her to admire me, but really doesn't matter.
Don't you care what people think about you, Finch?
Used to bother me. I used to try. When I was younger, I took physical culture exercises and correspondence courses and personality, but I never finished. I don't know, somehow. Well, I don't know.
Now you don't care.
Oh, people are stupid. They don't know what goes on inside of other people. Me. Why are you asking me these things, Mr. Clover?
Because I admire you.
Oh, thank you. Here. Oh, say, let me show you something. I have it right here in my coat pocket. It's a letter I'm writing to the Times. Read it.
Tell me about it.
It's about those 2 men who were murdered in this hotel. Society ought to thank whoever did it. Give them a medal. Don't you think so, Mr. Clover?
Think what?
Give them a medal. Whoever poisoned those 2 men.
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it, Finch.
See, you know, Mr. Clover, you and I think alike. You can understand a man. I think we can be great friends.
Uh-huh. I think I would have hated Nick Joyner myself.
Yeah, that's right. Tell me about it.
Well, if I would have poisoned a big man like Johnny Hill, and if someone would have come along and taken all the credit for it by emptying his gun into Johnny...
Oh, what kind of courage did that take? Killing a dead man.
Maybe Nick didn't know Johnny was dead. He probably just thought Johnny was sleeping.
Oh, that doesn't make any difference. Nick got all the glory for killing Johnny.
And you couldn't stand that, could you? You wanted that glory.
What's that?
You killed them both, didn't you? Johnny and Nick.
What's that?
Poisoned Johnny because of how important it would make you feel inside yourself. You could walk the streets and look at the people and know they didn't know how important you are.
I didn't say that, Mr. Clover.
And Nick messed it up for you. So you had to kill Nick.
No, that's not right, Mr. Clover.
You said they were both poisoned. How'd you know? I just found out.
Now, listen to me.
When you reported the first murder to me yesterday, you took great pains to give me details. But you didn't say he was shot because you didn't know he was.
You've got to listen.
No. You listen to me. Think about it, Finch. Alan Finch kills 2 big, notorious gangsters.
But look, Mr. Clover.
Think about it, Finch. Your picture and all the papers, your name and all the headlines.
Alan Finch.
Not just letters to the editor. Pictures. Headlines.
Personal interviews? About how I did it?
Sure. Of course.
Maybe a picture of Miss Lisbon and me. And she'll be crying.
Let's go tell the papers about it, Finch.
Finch. Alan Finch. F-I-N-C-H. Finch.
It's the happy time on Broadway. It's after the movies. Nobody wants to go home. It's a place strung against the night like a phosphorescent alley. They're heaped here, the golden girl, the bright-eyed kid, the man with the promises, and the guy who believes him. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Howard McNear, Marlo Dwyer, Gigi Pearson, Adrian Marden, Lou Merrill, and Jack Crucian. We Americans have a valuable heritage, a heritage of individual freedom that includes the freedom to worship as we wish at the church or synagogue of our own choice. By attending church regularly, we can gain the moral and spiritual strength to meet the many problems which confront us today. Help support your church and attend regularly with your family. Dan Cubberly speaking. This is CBS, where yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings adventure Saturday nights on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Is that you, Harold? Sit down, boy. You know a lot about fast foods, fast dancing, fast living, but you don't know a darn thing about fast relief. Time you learned about plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Those bubbles don't pussyfoot around. Just look at them bursting into action, itching to get to your upset stomach, ready to speed relief to your aching head. Boy, that's fast.
Oh, what a relief it is.
A woman can walk miles in a day just by doing ordinary things. And an ordinary day can make a woman's legs feel tired. But new no-nonsense Comfort Stride pantyhose can help make your legs feel refreshed. It's made with a special yarn that's stimulating and soothing, but it looks sheer and beautiful, too. There's also a ventilated panel, so it feels cool and fits well. New no-nonsense Comfort Stride pantyhose in the silver pouch, so your legs can feel as good as they look.
You're the Pepsi generation. Come and have a Pepsi day. Come on, come on, come on and taste the Pepsi way. Come on, come on, come on and have a Pepsi day. Wrap a thirsty smile around it. Raise a Pepsi up and down and come on, come on. Come on, come on. Have a Pepsi day.
Now, for great kisses, Maybelline introduces Fresh and Lovely Kissing Potion. Flavored roll-on lip gloss. Shines up lips or lipstick. Outshines pot gloss and stick gloss by a smile. No color, just a kiss of flavor. Strawberry, mint, cola. 6 flavors so delicious, share it with a friend.
Hello, fresh face.
That's you with a little help from Maybelline. Fresh and Lovely Kissing Potion. Fine makeup sensibly priced.
When your street turns into hay fever street, be ready with Dristan tablets. Compare leading allergy products. Only Dristan combines medicine for sneezing and congestion with extra medicine, 650 milligrams per dose for allergy, headache, and sinus pain. Extra relief the others don't give. In minutes, sneezing, dripping, pains relieved. Hay fever? Get Dristan with extra relief medicine the others don't have.
Introducing new Jell-O Americana rice pudding. What would your grandmother think of its good old-fashioned taste?
Tastes like rice pudding ought to taste.
Okay, come on. Real creamy. Lots of milk in this.
We always love Jell-O tapioca and golden egg custard.
And this new rice pudding tastes great, too.
Jell-O brand Americana desserts, tapioca, golden egg custard with real egg yolk, and new rice pudding have the rich, good taste of long ago.
Reminds me of yours, Mom.
Mm-hmm.
Lady wrestling, are you kidding?
Okay, now this is where the going gets real tough, dearie.
This is Lindsay Wagner. Here are some scenes from the next episode of The Bionic Woman.
There should be no trouble as long as the Summers girl is out of the way. She will be.
And it knocks him out?
Before they even hit the ground.
The Battle of the Ages is going to be fought right here in the Olympic Auditorium just 2 short hours from now.
I don't want to hurt you. You're going to hurt me.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and our happy postman, Mel Blanc. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Last Thursday, George and Gracie celebrated their 15th anniversary in radio, and all week messages of congratulation have poured in. Gracie is now busy pasting them in her scrapbook.
This telegram from Jack Benny was short, but sweet. Just 3 words. Congratulations, Jack.
What was the third word?
Collect.
Good old Jack. So thoughtful.
Oh, this...
A true friend.
Yes. This one is one of my favorites. Best wishes on your anniversary. When I listen to Burns and Allen, I feel very proud of my family name. Signed, Fred Allen.
I like that, too.
Yeah. But this one puzzles me, George. It just says, I don't feel so good. Signed, Bob Burns.
I'm confused, too. I wonder what he means.
Too. Did you know I got a telegram from Ma Perkins?
Ma Perkins?
Mm-hmm.
No, read it.
So you've been on the air 15 years with George Burns, and I thought I suffered more than anybody in radio. I don't get
Somebody sent that for a gag.
Oh. Well, we received congratulations from just about everybody.
Yeah, everybody but Al Jolson. I thought I'd hear from Al after singing that duet with him last week. When April showers may come your way.
Oh, I forgot to tell you.
They bring the flowers
George,
that
Al
bloom
Jolson
May.
sent you a long wire.
Give me a chance. He didn't let me sing last week. He sent me a long wire?
Yes.
Really swell. Read it.
Well, I can't. It's baling wire, and he wants you to twist it around your throat.
Professional jealousy.
Yes. No, I'll answer it, dear.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman.
May I add my congratulations to the many you have received on your 15 years in radio?
Oh, thanks again.
I wish my wife Bertha was on the radio. I'd tune her in every day.
You would?
Yes, just for the pleasure of shutting her off.
She talks a lot, huh?
That woman couldn't keep her mouth shut if she was Nora Prentice.
Mr. Postman, maybe I'd understand your attitude better if I knew more about your wife. What does she look like?
Well, when I look at Bertha, I think of Lana Turner.
Oh, really?
Yes, but it doesn't help. I gag anyhow.
Well, thank goodness George and I are happy together.
If you want to stay that way, don't show him the morning mail. It's full of bills marked 2 months overdue.
Oh, dear, look at them. Gas, water, lights. Oh, dear. If George sees these, he'll throw me out of the house.
That's what a husband should do. The last time my wife neglected the bills, I said, hit the road, Bertha.
What happened?
She hit the road with me. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns, and remember, keep smiling.
Well, George will have a tizzy if he sees these overdue bills. Think fast, Gracie.
Well, I see the mail came. Anything important?
No, just some more letters of congratulation. I'll throw them away.
Wait a minute. The top one is from the water company. Did we get congratulations from the water company?
Yes. They want you to take a drink on them.
There's a letter there from the gas company.
They want you to take some of their product, too.
Let me see that letter.
Oh, never mind, dear. I'll read it to you. Mr. George Burns, please permit the gas company to congratulate you on your 15 years in the radio. We are proud of our gas. Hope you are the same.
Give me that letter. 60 days overdue. Please remit or suit will be filed. Gracie.
Happy anniversary to you.
Oh, wait a minute. Never mind that. What happened to the gas money?
Suddenly my mind is a blank, George.
Suddenly, she says. Gracie, if this bill isn't paid, they'll come over this afternoon and shut off our gas.
Oh, no, they won't.
What makes you so sure?
They shut it off this morning.
Then I won't get any breakfast. Not even coffee.
No.
Okay. Bring me a glass of water.
Yes, dear. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Well, I have to go next door for it.
They shut off the water, too?
Uh-huh.
And you told me these were letters of congratulation. Now I see the light.
Oh, did they turn those back on?
Now the electricity. Holy murder. I gave you the money to pay these utility bills. Where did it go?
All right, I'll tell you. And you'll be ashamed you shouted at me. I gave that money to a girl who supports her family.
Really?
Yes. She supports them by selling hats at Saks Fifth Avenue. George Burns, how dare you call me that?
I didn't call you anything.
Well, you were thinking it.
You're right.
Hi, Burnses.
Oh, hello, Bill.
See, I've been pushing on the door buzzer. Doesn't seem to work.
Nothing works around here. Thanks to Gracie.
Yeah, I know. How long are you going to let her support you?
I'm in no mood for jokes, comedian.
Gracie, what's the matter with the little man this morning?
Oh, he's upset, Bill. It's hard for him to face life.
Must be kind of tough for life to face him, too.
Why don't you get a hen of rinse so people will think you're Red Skelton?
Now, boy, stop that. George has a right to be angry, Bill. I squandered the household money.
Yeah, Bill. Why can't Gracie remember what Benjamin Franklin said? A penny saved is a penny earned.
Well, naturally, Gracie wouldn't remember it like you would, George. You heard Franklin say it.
Okay, funny man, make your jokes. But I'm going to lay down the law right now. Gracie, a house should be run like a business.
Yes, dear.
You've got to have a system for your housekeeping.
Oh, I'm very systematic. I have a place for everything. I keep the rent money in the old coffee pot, and I keep
Then why did the landlord come to me for the rent money yesterday?
Oh, well, that was a misunderstanding. I was busy when he came, so I said, go to the old pot and get the money. And
Never mind. I'm going downtown and pay these bills. But from now on, I want this house run like a business.
Hey, sounds like the little man really wants you to go into business, Gracie. You going to try it?
Yes, Bill. It's a wife's duty to give her husband anything he wants. And from now on, I'll give George the business.
I bet you will at that. In the gloaming, meaning in the twilight, huh, Meredith?
That's right, Bill. And mighty lovely music any time of the day. Talk about your hit tunes. Gosh, folks have been singing this one for close on to 70 years.
Yes, and it's just as popular as ever today, Meredith. You'll hear it by the fireside on a winter's night. Hear it wherever there's dancing and the lights are bright. Sweet is the memory of love's first song. It's a treasured and well-loved part of our musical tradition. A warm and sentimental part of our American scene. Makes me think how down through the years, Maxwell House coffee has come to be such a familiar and well-loved part of the American scene, too. We Americans love coffee, have made it our national drink. And today, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. It's Maxwell House wherever you go. Flavor explains this nationwide preference, that good to the last drop Maxwell House flavor that results from the skillful blending of these premium Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. The sum of which is great coffee at its flavor peak. So, friends, why not know the very best in coffee goodness, coffee pleasure? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Simply say, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
I'm glad that you dropped in, Meredith. How do you like my office?
Like it fine, Gracie, but why have you got an office?
Well, George said if I ran the house like a business, I'd save him money.
Well, what have you done so far?
Oh, I bought a desk, a typewriter, 2 filing cabinets, and a water cooler. I wonder how much I've saved him already.
Plenty, I'll warrant.
And now, of course, I'll have to hire a secretary. Someone to file the filings and vouch the vouchers and separate the invoices from the outvoices.
Well, perhaps I could qualify for the position, Gracie.
All right. I'll interview you and see if you make good. Let's have a look at your legs.
My legs?
Yeah. Businessmen seem to prefer secretaries with good legs. So I can't imagine why.
Oh, I'll bet I know why. Suppose the boss doesn't go home to dinner but stays late at the office with his secretary.
Well?
Well, if she has good legs, she can run out and get him a sandwich.
Oh, that must be it. Well, now let's see if you have the other qualifications for a secretary. Do you know how to write shorthand?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I don't know how to speak it either. How's your spelling?
Well, I was considered an excellent speller. Back in my hometown of Mason City, Iowa, I was always in demand for spelling bees.
Oh, what's so great about spelling a simple word like bees?
Well, by spelling bees, I meant
you'll have to do better than that if you want to be my secretary, because I'm quite a speller myself. Go on, spell a word. If it's right, I'll hire you.
Very well. Anthropomorphic. ANTHROPOMORPHIC.
Try another word.
All right. Consanguinity. CONSANGUINITY.
Try cat.
CAT.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I'll go eat some lunch, Gracie, and come right back.
Oh, no, you won't have time for lunch. I've got some important letters to dictate.
You want me to take dictation on an empty stomach?
Oh, certainly not. Take it out a notebook. Now, let's get busy.
Gracie, I'm home. Where are you? Maybe she's in the den. Gracie, what goes on here? Why is Meredith sitting on your lap?
Where do you expect him to sit? He's my secretary.
Secretary?
Well, yes. You told me to run the house like a business, so I'm doing it.
Gracie, I want to talk to you.
Do you have an appointment, sir?
No, I don't have an appointment.
Then come back next week. GA is in conference.
GA?
That's what we employees call the boss.
Well, I want to talk to GA right now.
What is the nature of your business, sir?
Oh, quiet and get off my wife's lap.
George, please, you're interrupting my dictation. Take another letter, Wilson.
Yes, GA.
I want a copy of this sent to every grocery store in California.
Ready?
Dear grocery store, the kitchen division of Gracie Allen Incorporated is interested in the immediate purchase of half a dozen eggs.
I wouldn't take any partners in this business. I'd run this myself.
Now,
make a fortune.
Let me see. Is interested in the immediate purchase of half a dozen eggs. They must be complete with yolks, whites, and shells. Please quote me a price, and within 10 days I will notify the lowest bidder. Yours very truly, etc., etc., etc. Wilson, read that last sentence back to me.
Yours very truly, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, put in another etc. We're a big concern.
Yes, sir. I'll get these out at once.
Well, now, Burns, I can spare you a moment or two. What's on your mind?
Look, Gracie, I admit I asked you to run the house like a business. Okay? I made a mistake.
No, not at all. It's wonderful. Remember how I used to keep my important bills and receipts crammed into coffee pots and sugar bowls in the kitchen?
Yes.
Well, now I have a filing cabinet.
Well, that is better.
Well, sure. I keep the coffee pots and sugar bowls in there.
Gracie.
You're talking to a real businessman now. Oh, that reminds me. I have to look out the window again.
Why do you keep looking out the window?
I'm watching the A&P.
What for?
Well, a businessman has to keep his eye on the market.
Gracie, let's have a nice, quiet little talk. Now, I appreciate you trying to run this...
Pardon me, GA. The man is here to demonstrate that office equipment you ordered.
Oh, good. Send him in.
Office equipment?
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true-tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate. Oh, it is so simple. Let us say we are working late and a brilliant thought occurs to us. We simply grasp the true tone dictaphone in our left hand.
Gracie, did you really order this thing?
Yes, George. Go ahead, mister.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate. Ah, it is so simple.
Wait a minute. You said that once. Just skip that part.
Well, gee, I can't. This is the way they taught me to spiel at the factory, and if I don't say it all the way through, I get mixed up. It don't take long, honest it don't.
Well, you go right ahead, mister. Say it the way you learned it.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate. Ah, it is so simple. Let us say we are working late and a brilliant thought occurs to us.
And it will, too.
I beg your pardon?
I say, and it will, too. I'm very brilliant.
Yeah. Grasping the dictaphone... pressing the true tone... how do you...
Oh, no.
It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate. Oh, it is so simple.
Oh, it doesn't sound so simple to me.
Gracie, let the man finish his sales talk so I can throw him out. Go ahead, True Tone.
How do you do it? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate.
Well, why throw him out?
Gracie, please.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone.
Well, I think he's nice.
How do you do?
Oh, no.
There's no business like show business. Meredith Wilson and his music.
We got rid of the two-tone salesman. Now, please, Gracie, let's have a nice, quiet little talk.
Just a moment, Burns. Oh, Wilson.
Yes, G.A.?
I'll be in conference. Now, I don't want to speak to anyone unless it's urgent.
What do you consider urgent?
If anyone wants to speak to me.
Okay, G.A.
Now, Burns, let's hear what you have to say, and keep it short. I'm a busy man.
Yes. Now, look, Gracie. When I asked you to run the house like a business, I didn't mean for you to make yourself for a Woolworth. All I want you to do is pay the bills on time and keep track of...
Excuse me, G.A.
Yes, Wilson?
Mr. Goodwin to see you.
Oh, send him in.
But, Gracie,
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of Maxwell House Coffee, which I am here to demonstrate. Ah, it is so delicious.
Bill, it sounds like you ran into the two-tone salesman.
Yeah, I did. What a schmo that guy is, Gracie. I said, nice day, and he went right into his routine.
He's a schmo, all right.
Well, sure. An intelligent salesman makes conversation before he mentions his product. He leads into it gradually. I'll show you. You say nice day to me, George.
Nice day.
Isn't it? Maxwell House coffee is rich. Paul is right. Delicious and mellow. That famous Maxwell House flavor, you know, is the result of careful selection and blending of premium Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection. It's no wonder more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
I thought you'd never get to Maxwell House coffee.
Love that subject. Love it. I think I could switch any conversation in the world to Maxwell House coffee.
Well, not now, Bill. I've got to get Gracie out of business. She thinks she's a Woolworth.
And it's well worth your time to try Maxwell House. It's the very best in coffee drinking pleasure.
Run along, Bill.
You'll never run a long bill at your grocer if you buy Maxwell House. It costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy.
Bill, goodbye.
Goodbye? It's a wonderful buy. That's why Maxwell House is the choice of so many millions of Americans today. They know today's coffee buy is Maxwell House.
Out, Bill, out. You can finish that in the hallway.
Always good to the last drop.
Goodbye, Bill. Goodbye. Now, Gracie, let's have a nice, quiet little talk. When I said to run the house like a business, I didn't mean for you to...
Excuse me, G.A. On your call to New York, the lines are still tied up.
Oh, keep trying, Wilson.
Very well.
Why are you calling New York?
Well, George, I'm in business to save you money. Your favorite steak is a New York cut.
So?
So I'll call New York and buy it direct. We'll save a fortune.
Gracie.
I'm also calling Philadelphia.
For...
Cream cheese.
Cream cheese, I thought so.
And, of course, I'll call Boston.
Baked beans?
What else?
I need a pair of garters. Why don't you call Paris?
That's a good idea.
Put down the phone. Now, listen, Gracie. When I said to run this house like a business, I didn't mean to put...
Excuse me, G.A.
G.A., he wants you, yes.
The man is here to demonstrate the comptometer you ordered.
Well, show him in, Wilson.
How do you do? It's always a pleasure
Not
to
you
address
again.
Yes, and I'd appreciate it if you'd let me finish this time.
Yeah, you go right ahead, mister. I'd just like to see him interrupt you.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a math model comptometer, which I am here to demonstrate. Oh, it is so simple.
I just dare him to interrupt you.
Gracie.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address
Oh, I'm sorry. That was my fault.
Get out!
George, why didn't you let him demonstrate the comptometer? Now I won't know how to comptom.
Gracie, let's have a little talk. When I told you to run this house like a business...
Excuse me, G.A.
G.A. Yes.
I've got that advertising agency on the phone.
Oh, button, zipper, and button?
Yes, G.A.
Well, tell him I want to buy full-page ads in every magazine.
Hey, hold on. You're buying full-page ads?
Well, of course I am. I'm in business now, and advertising is the backbone of business.
What are you going to advertise?
Hang up on them, Wilson.
Very well.
Well, don't I make a wonderful executive?
Simply great.
Now, you used to say my head was only good for wearing hats. But now I've developed a head for business, too. You're married to a woman with two heads.
That explains a few things. Now, Gracie, when I told you to run this house like
Excuse me, G.A.
G.A. is back.
The man is here to demonstrate the inter-office communicator that you ordered.
Oh, send him in, Wilson.
How do you do?
Get out! Get out!
Oh, George.
A fellow like that can drive you crazy.
Yeah, well, how can I save you money if you won't let me run the house like a business?
Gracie, listen to me. When I asked you to run the...
Excuse me, G.A. I just got the report from the grain exchange. The price of wheat is going up 2 cents a carload.
Oh, well, we've got to move fast. Rush down to the store and buy 400 loaves of bread.
400 loaves of bread?
Well, wheat's going up. In 4 or 5 months, we'll make a killing.
In 4 or 5 months, the bread will be moldy.
Moldy?
Moldy, yes.
Wilson, call Mayo Brothers and see what they're paying for penicillin.
Okay, that does it. You're through.
But, George, I've got a going business.
And I know just where it's going. Well, I've still got a nickel to my name.
You mean you want to buy me out?
If necessary, I'll buy out. How much for the business?
Well, shall we say $1,000?
Shall we say 10?
Okay, $10,000.
I meant $10.
Oh, George, don't be silly. Look at this lovely office furniture. And look at this nice comptometer.
I don't want a comptometer. I don't know how to run it.
How do you do? It's always a
Okay. I'll still give you $10.
Sold.
I'm still stuck.
Any further instructions, G.A.?
Oh, no, Wilson. You're no longer in my employ. I just sold the business to George.
You did?
Yes, your new boss is G.B.
You mean I'm his secretary now?
That's right.
Well, if I must, I must.
Get off my lap, you chowderhead.
New horizons are opening up today and every day for young women who enter the nursing profession. There never have been enough nurses to go around, and with the vast expansion of America's medical facilities now underway, the opportunities open to nurses will be unlimited. So if you're a young woman between the ages of 18 and 35, a high school graduate, or a college student in good standing, think about entering a school of nursing now. Get full information by inquiring at the nearest hospital. Now, here's George and Gracie.
George, please don't be angry with me. I was only trying to help you.
I'm not sorry, Gracie. I love you no matter what you do.
Oh, George.
With all your faults, I'd rather be married to you than Lana Turner.
Really?
Why, sure. What do I care about a little dizziness?
Oh, is Lana Turner dizzy?
Good night.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Till next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House Coffee. Now, stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
It's instant. It's new. It's good to the last drop, too. It's instant Maxwell House coffee. Yes, trust Maxwell House to make a better instant coffee. True coffee flavor, true coffee aroma, because it's all coffee made from America's favorite, the famous Maxwell House blend. And thrifty. A jar of instant Maxwell House makes fully as much as a pound of regular coffee. Help yourself to that famous Maxwell House flavor instantly with instant Maxwell House. Good to the last drop.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
We're having a party. 7 brand new shows in one all-singing, all-dancing super week of entertainment. Starting next Sunday with a dazzling night of 100 stars. Join hosts Mary Tyler Moore and Walter Cronkite for CBS On the Air, right after The Wizard of Oz.
Next Sunday on CBS.
Make today a Safeway special day.
Meet Safeway's special new taste treat, Bel Air Frozen Pizza. You'll find Mr. Fast and Easy on all 3 kinds of Safeway pizza: cheese, sausage, and deluxe. Pop them in the oven, ready in minutes. Like all Safeway brands, Bel Air Pizza is guaranteed top quality. You'll taste the difference. Pizza's better at home with Safeway's best. It's pizza magic from Safeway.
Hey, Phil, didn't you say I have to make a phone call? Oh, yeah, thanks.
Your meal is just too much.
Just 1 lump of sugar.
I like your salad dressing.
Hey, Henry. Guess who?
Our next door neighbor. Moved all the way to L.A.
Los Angeles, L.A.?
Any night after 11 or weekends till 5 on Sunday, dial direct and talk 10 minutes to anyone in America for $1.58 or less. So imagine how little a few minutes cost.
Go ahead, I got time.
Dr. Tim Johnson talks to JC Monday.
Because of the following special program, Rhoda will not be presented this evening.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. Adventure, words, and music. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Let successful radio, talkie, and recording artists show you the glamorous road to fame and fortune. Write the words and music for a song hit. Let the 3 J's, Joe, Jack, and Jim, do the rest. We publish and distribute. We guarantee to put your song in the hands of leading movie producers, orchestras, and radio stations. Get out of the rut. Write a song. How's that sound for an ad?
Joe, you ought to quit music publishing and go in for ad writing. That'll get them.
Sounds good, Joe. But you ought to have something about send for our free booklet and full details. Oh, I got that here, right down at the bottom. Now, the idea is that we'll run this in all the cheap magazines with a blank to be sent in. We've fiddled around with this racket long enough. Now it's time to branch out.
That's the idea. Get into a nationwide business.
Hold on, Jack. Maybe we should get a lawyer to look things over. We'll be using the mails, you know.
I talked to the lawyer, Jim. We aren't breaking any laws.
What about that line, submitting songs to radio stations, dance bands, and all that?
We will. We'll submit them. If they toss them in the wastebasket, that's not our worry.
Okay.
Another thing the lawyer said.
What's that?
We ought to protect each other. I got some contracts here, see?
Contracts for what?
We all sign them. It's a partnership agreement so we don't break up.
Break up?
Yeah. Suppose one of us lands a job with a radio sponsor or something.
None of us could. You know that, Jack. We worked as a harmony trio. We're washed up as far as that stuff goes.
Maybe your pipes were never good for solo stuff, but Jim can do a good tenor.
Oh, not me. I'm for the publishing racket. There's big dough in it. And we don't have to worry about commercial contracts running out.
Just the same, we should have an agreement. If one of us pulls out or dies, the other two get his share of the work.
That's fair enough, Jack. Sounds all right to me.
I thought it'd be okay with you two. If we're going into big business, we might as well be organized right.
And what about this ad? Is it okay with you two to go ahead and run it?
Sure.
The sooner we get started, the sooner the dough will begin rolling in. The advertising for the 3 J's was widely circulated throughout the country. And a few weeks later, cash came pouring into the publisher's office with every mail delivery. Hundreds of hopeful young people awaited the verdict of the racketeer trio, just as Waldo Fielding did.
Any mail for me today, Mother?
Yes, Waldo. There's a letter from that song publisher.
Where is it? Gee, I can hardly wait to hear what they say about my poem. Wouldn't it be swell if they put music to it and publish?
There's the letter, Waldo.
Gosh, if I could just get the start. Well, look at what some people make out of songs. I heard that sometimes a guy makes as much as... Ma!
What is it, Waldo?
They'll accept my poem.
They will?
Yeah, they like it. They'll have one of their best men write the tune, and then they'll publish it and see that it goes to all the radio stations and the movie studios and the dance bands. Oh, boy, I knew I could do it.
But, Waldo, won't they expect a lot of money for doing all that?
No. They say here that they'll take the chance on royalties. If I don't make anything, they won't make anything either. All I have to do is pay for the copyright and the printing cost and mailing.
But how much is that?
Well, I suppose it'll seem like a lot to you, Mom. It's about $50.
$50?
But that's not much, really. Why, I'll bet a lawyer would charge almost that much just to get the copyright for me. And it might bring me in as much as $500,000.
But, Waldo, $50. We haven't got that.
Well, I'll get it. I'll sell my camera, and I can get something for my banjo. The chances are that Steve will pay a little for my shotgun. I'll get the money. Don't you worry about it, Ma. You just wait. I'll be rich one of these days. I'm going to start on another song poem right away.
Several more weeks elapsed, and Joe, Jack, and Jim found a veritable gold mine in their venture. They expanded in their advertising, moved into larger offices, and then one day...
Hey, Joe. Jack.
Yeah, Jim?
The better business people have been checking up.
So what?
They don't like our way of doing business.
Oh, they don't, huh? Well, isn't that too bad? What are they going to do about it?
They'll probably publish some warnings about us.
The suckers that send lyrics and tunes to us won't listen to warnings. They're so convinced that their stuff is good, they'll believe whatever they want to believe. That's the psychology of this business.
Well, just passing on what that bird from the Business Bureau told me. He claims we're running a racket.
It isn't a racket at all. We take a certain fee for publishing a song, agree to secure copyright, furnish a tune or lyric, whichever is required, and have a certain number of copies printed and distributed.
And we do all those things.
Certainly. We fulfill our part of the contract to the letter. There isn't a law in the country that can touch us.
But it won't do us any good to have newspaper ads calling attention to our way of doing business.
Well, we can't stop it, can we?
Well, I thought if it was agreeable to you two, I'd make a few promises and stall things off for a while. We're really just getting a foothold.
An ad in a paper in one city isn't going to hurt us much. Our business is nationwide. Let them advertise. Can't hurt us.
Okay, Jack, it's up to you. And Joe?
I agree with Jack. Now, what about the tunes for this batch of stuff that came in today?
You got it all sorted according to meter, haven't you?
Yeah.
Okay, then let's have it. I'll rap out a few little jingles and give them some music.
Seems to me it's kind of risky using the same tune for half a dozen different songs.
Nah, the stuff never amounts to anything. Nobody will ever hear it. What's the difference? I can't think of 150 new tunes every day.
You keep the stuff pretty well scattered, though, don't you, Jim?
Sure. For example, I'll use that tune, Moonlight Love, on the poem of a guy in New York, one in St. Louis, maybe one in Omaha, one on the West Coast. That saved me writing 4 different tunes, see?
It'd be kind of tough if the fellas ever got together and found they had the same tune.
Fat chance of that.
Well, what would happen if one of the songs became a hit?
A hit? That's a good one, Joe. How can any of this stuff ever be a hit? We'll see to it that it isn't.
I wanted to speak to you.
We're in conference.
What do you want here?
My name is Fielding. Waldo Fielding. I sent you a song a few weeks ago. Remember the name?
Sorry, Fielding. We're in conference now. We can't be disturbed.
I've been trying for 4 days to see you. I spent all my money.
What do you want to see us about, kid?
My song.
Did you get your copies of it?
Yes, sir, but I wondered if there hadn't been some sales made.
Where are you from?
Simmons Corners.
Well, what are you doing here in the big city?
Well, I thought my song would be selling, so I came here. I thought I might be able to do better if I was working closer with you.
You see the girl in the outer office and ask her to check up on the sales of your song. But I doubt if it's had any sales yet. You know, it takes time to put the new things over.
Well, I thought I might make a personal appearance with an orchestra or something.
Well, we'll send for you when we want you for that, kid.
I did speak to the girl.
What'd she tell you?
She said that there hadn't been any sales yet.
Well, that's the answer then. Why don't you go back to Simmons Corners or wherever your home is and stay there till we send for you?
Well, Look, there must be some sales. If you sent that song out to all the people you claim you did, I haven't eaten in 2 days. I got to have some money.
Well, what do you want us to do? Dish it out of our pockets? We're running a publishing house, not a traveler's aid.
Yes, sir.
We sent you 50 copies of the song. Why don't you go out in the street corner and try to peddle them or something? That's one way to drum up business.
Yes, sir. Do you want to buy a song? Say, mister, do you want to buy a copy of my song?
Not today.
Buy a copy of my song, lady?
Get out of my way, please.
Look, mister, do you want to take a copy of the newest song hit home?
Hey, you. What are you doing there blocking the traffic?
Oh, officer, I didn't mean anything.
What's this you're trying to peddle? Music?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to sell a song.
Maybe you'd better find out something about the laws of this town. You can't stand on street corners interfering with pedestrians, peddling music. Got a license?
License? No, sir, I haven't.
You'd better come down to the station house with me, I guess.
No. Oh, please, I didn't know.
Come on, kid. You can't get away with this sort of thing. Hey, suffering catfish, the kid's passed out.
What have you got there, Doyle?
Lowry, why is it that you're every place I am?
I learned when I first started in as reporter for the Sentinel, Doyle, that if I keep close enough to you, I see things happen. Yeah, what's the matter with the kid? You crown him with your nightstick?
No. I just started to take him in for peddling music on the street, and he passed out cold on me.
The kid looks half starved.
He does at that.
How long is it since he's eaten?
I don't know. Here, Lowry, stay with him till I call the wagon.
Yeah, maybe I'll get a story here. This looks like human interest stuff. Ed Lowry, the star reporter of the Daily Sentinel, came into the office of the young publisher Britt Reed a couple of hours later. Miss Case, Reed's secretary, said,
Mr. Reed's not in now, Lowry.
But I gotta see him about a special story.
He's still out.
Where?
How the dickens do I know where he goes? I'm the last one he tells. It's discouraging.
Discouraging? Hey, now listen, Casey. Don't get ideas that the boss is interested in you. He travels with the 400.
Don't be idiotic.
As far as Britt Reed is concerned, you're just part of the office furniture.
But I do wish he'd settled down long enough so I could write to his father with some feeling of confidence.
What's the trouble?
Oh, just as soon as I write Mr. Reed and tell him that Britt's taking an interest in the Daily Sentinel, he disappears.
Lady, if I had his dough, I'd never come to the office.
During the past week, he's been out to some affair almost every night. He's bored with the office again.
Well, he'll get his fill of nightlife and then settle down again.
Yes, until he gets his fill of the newspaper business again.
Oh, here he is. Say, boss, I ran into Doyle, the big cop, today.
Oh, yes?
And he had a kid in tow. The kid had passed out from hunger. But when Doyle spotted him first, he was trying to peddle a song he'd written.
A song?
And it ties right in with the racket we've been working on.
What racket was that, Laurie?
Music publishing. You know, those wildcat publishers that call themselves Joe, Jack, and Jim, the 3 J's?
Who are they?
A broken-down vocal trio that hit a good racket. I got a first-hand story from one of the victims of the racket. The poor kid got just enough encouragement from them to quit his job and leave home. Here's the song he wrote. I brought a copy for you.
I'll leave it with Miss Case. I'll take it with me when I go home.
Well, what about my story? I got pictures of the kid.
I'll speak to the city editor about it. He's paid to handle that sort of thing.
But maybe there's editorial meat in it.
Gunnigan's the best judge for that.
Oh, hang it all.
What's the matter, Larry?
Well, look here, boss.
Take it to Gunnigan, Larry.
Okay. I'll take it to Gunnigan. There's the words and music.
Mr. Reed.
Yes, Miss Case?
I'm going to stick my neck out again. Isn't there something we can do to make the office more attractive for you?
Oh, no, it's quite all right, Miss Case.
Then why can't... Why won't you...
Oh, I understand, Miss Case. You're concerned again because I'm spending too little time around here.
Frankly, I am, Mr. Reed. I hate to keep writing your father that you...
I'm sorry. But you'll have to admit the newspaper work hasn't a great deal of adventure.
It might have.
Oh, yes, Miss Case, it might have.
There was plenty of excitement while the Green Hornet was so active.
There was, wasn't there?
I wonder if the Hornet has been killed.
Killed? Why, Miss Case?
We haven't had a story about a Hornet adventure in quite a while.
That's true.
He may have been killed, or he may have, retired.
I doubt if the Green Hornet would retire, Miss Case.
Well, perhaps then the police and public have been so greatly aroused that the Hornet doesn't risk making another appearance.
That's quite possible.
I never saw you more interested in the newspaper than while the Green Hornet was running wild.
Well, you must admit the Green Hornet furnished news.
He certainly did. Mr. Reed, there's just as much excitement in everyday life if you could only realize it.
For example?
For example, that lad that Lowry tried to tell you about. Waldo Fielding. Now, there's human interest. Poor chap that falls for racketeers, quits his job in the little home community, comes to the big city, goes hungry, is misled and victimized by these fake music publishers.
Isn't there something the law can do about publishers of that sort?
If there were, the law would be doing it. But they stay inside the law, Mr. Reed. According to Lowry, they have a contract, and they fulfill the terms of the contract. So the law is helpless.
I've heard about the racket, Miss Case.
Aren't you going into your office?
No, I think I'll leave for the day. It's after 4.
But, Mr.
I'll take
Reed...
the song along with me just to satisfy Lowry.
Very well.
See you sometime tomorrow.
You will stop in then tomorrow.
Oh, yes, I'll probably stop in.
If the Green Hornet would only start up again, and perhaps Britt Reed would become interested in the publication of news.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. to continue our story. Britt Reed went directly from his office to his apartment. He was uneasy and restless, and only Cato, his faithful valet, realized the real cause of the uneasiness.
You're right, Cato. I do feel handcuffed, hampered, tied down. If there were only some way the Hornet could get at this music publishing racket, I'd go out.
But the risk, Mr. Brett.
Risk be confounded. There's a risk in anything, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Brett.
I can't find any way it can be broken up. Not even if we do use the role of the Green Hornet to get at them.
Is it big?
It's nationwide. Those three crooks, Joe, Jack, and Jim, have thousands of people all over the country sending money to them. Money that won't bring a thing except false encouragement and heartbreak.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, look at tonight's Sentinel. Look at that warning from the Better Business Bureau. They wanted to buy a few inches. I gave them a quarter of a page. But do you think that'll stop people from being made victims? Not on your life. I even ran one of the songs, a typical song, copyrighted and published by Joe, Jack, and Jim, to show the stuff they called good. Cato, why haven't it just occurred to me?
What is it?
I have an idea, Cato. Life's going to be exciting after all. This may be the entering wedge. Maybe this is what the Green Hornet's been waiting for. The ad for the business bureau, Cato. It shows a typical song published by that firm of Joe, Jack, and Jim.
Yes, Mr.
And the music for this is the same tune that was used by that young chap Lowry brought in a story about.
It is.
It definitely is. I don't know a great deal about music, but I do know that much. Do I have an engagement for tonight?
May I call, Mr. Brett?
Cancel it then. We're going to make other plans.
What are they?
This may give me the lead I need to smash that publishing firm. Joe, Jack, and Jim. Well, we'll see if they're staying within the law.
Well, what can you do?
Go to the office. I want to look around there for a while. Until my suspicions are correct, we'll hold a meeting of the firm.
The firm?
Joe, Jack, and Jim. Come on. We're taking out the Black Beauty.
Britt Reed went through a secret panel in the rear of his clothes press, and then by means of a passage between the walls of the apartment building, he reached a small door that opened into the loft of an old, supposedly abandoned livery stable. It was here, unknown to everyone, that the sleek black car of the Green Hornet was housed.
Is the car ready, Cato?
Yes, sir.
All right, get in. Mask?
Here, in compartment.
Gas weapon?
Here.
Good enough. I want to telephone Joe, Jack, and Jim, but I can do that from their own office later on this evening.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's get going. There's the night watchman, Cato. Standing at the entrance to the building.
Yes, sir.
You take the car onto the rear. I'll handle him.
What are you going to do?
I'll have to knock him out and get him out of the way. Can't take chances on him. Take the car now. You know where to meet me?
I know.
Hat brim pulled low over his eyes, almost hiding the mask, the Green Hornet approached the entrance of the office building where a man stood smoking a pipe.
Offices are all closed now, mister.
I don't want to hurt you.
What have you done, Hornet?
That'll hold you for an hour. If I need more time, I'll give you some more gas.
Dragging the unconscious form of the watchman inside the building, the Green Hornet left him in a corner, then ran the elevator to the 10th floor. Half an hour later, the three Jays had a phone call at their apartment.
I suppose that's just another one of these would-be writers calling for information on his song hit. Answer, Jack.
Hello?
I wish we'd given that Fielding kid a little dough. Oh, stop harping about him, Jim. But passing out in the street like he did, hunger, that won't do us any good. Well, it won't hurt us any.
Yeah?
For the love of Pete, forget him. He just won.
Yeah.
He should have come to the city in the first place. Maybe you're right, Joe.
That'll be swell.
Who's he got on the phone?
I don't know.
Looks as if it's something pretty good.
Yes, sir. Right away. Hey, fellas, we're set to really go places.
Who was that?
A publisher.
Publisher?
Magazine publisher. One of those cheap picture mags. He's in town for the evening and wants to talk to us about running a picture story of our business.
Yeah? Hey, that would be swell publicity.
Wouldn't it, though?
That'll offset what the Sentinel ad has done.
Won't offset it. It's a national magazine.
When do you see him?
Right away. He asked if I couldn't meet him in our office tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah, and let him see what sort of picture story could be run.
Good, we'll go with you. Yeah, come on, let's start.
This is the break of a lifetime.
Jack, and Jim rushed in a cab to their office building and found the front door open.
The watchman must be on the first floor.
Yeah, that'll save us waiting for the elevator.
Hey, Larry! Where are you? He isn't on the first floor. The elevator just coming down now.
Shouldn't leave the front door open like that.
Don't worry about it. Well, Larry,
You're covered.
What in place?
Mass, the Green Hornet.
One of you can run this elevator. Get in there or I'll fold you up where the night watchman is.
You killed him, murder.
Get aboard.
Don't shoot, don't shoot. Well, what are you after?
Up to your office. Get going now. Your 10th floor, you know.
Stop waving that gun around.
I'll stop by letting you have it at the first sign of any rough stuff.
I'll shoot
Take
it.
it.
Oh, Jim.
Let that warn you two.
Oh, shot him in cold blood.
Yeah. How do you like it? Leave him right where he is. You open that door and get to your office.
What are you going to do?
You'll find out. Step along there.
There's a light there.
I left it. You needn't think about the magazine publisher because I was the one who phoned you. I took the liberty of using your own telephone.
I have keys.
You won't need them. I've unlocked the door and everything else that needs unlocking.
Now what?
Sit down in there.
What's all this stuff?
Your so-called song hit.
Yeah, I see.
A couple of them have possibilities, haven't they, Jack?
Why, sure they have.
Suppose the Green Hornet were to steal one of them. Let's just suppose there would be a lot of publicity about the Green Hornet shooting 2 men, maybe more, to get possession of one specific song. What would happen to the sale of that song?
Hey, that's right.
Yeah, it would become the hit of the week. Every band would use it, every radio station would be featuring it on a song and bring thousands and thousands of dollars in royalties.
Maybe we can make a deal.
Before I finish talking to you crooks, you won't want that sort of thing to happen.
What?
Why not? Look here, Hornet.
You two are going to be broke. You're going to be smashed to a finish.
Broke?
Smashed.
I've already addressed a few envelopes, and I'll see that the rest are addressed. There they are. Take a look at them.
I don't understand.
You will. Take a look at those 3 sheets of music I've laid out for you.
What about it?
Who wrote that music?
We did. What of it?
And who secured copyrights?
We did.
Every one of these songs can be made into a hit tune with the right promotion. I think I can see that it gets that promotion. I've already explained how.
Well, a hit is what...
We can't afford a hit. Suppose, for example, this number becomes a hit. What do you suppose the authors of these other songs with the same music would do? They'd sue, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they'd probably sue.
There were probably a dozen other poets who've been given the same melody for their song. They'd all start lawsuits. You two'd be dragged through every court in the country. Your whole racketeering business would be laid out in the open. Can you stand having a sensational song hit?
I don't know.
You know you can't. That's why I came here.
It was a mistake.
That's it. It was a mistake.
Mistake?
The printers made a mistake. They got the words and music.
That's too thin. I could go through your files and show you plenty of the same sort of mistakes. Sit down at that desk.
What do you want?
Money, lots of money. There's your checkbook. I have to notice your bank balance there. You can write a lot of checks.
Checks?
I said checks.
For who?
Make out the first to Harvey Dale, D-A-L-E. According to your records, he's paid in $150. That's the amount you send him.
And who else?
Start writing.
I'll do it.
Oh, no, we'll have Jack do it. He's the one whose signature makes those checks worth something. Go on now. Start writing.
Now, you see here.
Right.
How far are you going?
As far as your bank balance will allow. There's 200 to go to Mrs. Agnew, 100 to each of the people on this list, 75 to these people. And there's a list of those who'll get $50 each.
I'll be broke. I can't afford all
that. You
that.
can't afford not to pay up. You'll afford it a whole lot better than these people contributed to your success. And there's another thing, Jack.
Robin, Steve.
Shut up. They said there was another thing. We may have to overdraw your bank account considerably.
I can't.
You better convert some of the bonds you hold to cover the checks you make out tonight.
I can't.
You might even have to trade in some life insurance. If you don't cover those checks, you'll mighty soon find yourself not only in court, but eventually in jail. What would a jury made of people who read all about your racket in the magazines and newspapers give you? Take your choice, Rat. Go broke and stay free, or go broke and go to jail. And make out checks until you get the writer's cramp. And see that those checks clear the bank.
By first one threat, then another, the Green Hornet compelled the publisher to make out checks to refund money. And then...
That's as far as your cash will go. I'll see to it that these envelopes are mailed.
You can't get away with it.
No? Now, let me explain that I can still make one of your songs a hit. The song that Jim gave his life to keep from the Green Hornet. A song that has some hidden significance to the Green Hornet. One small bit of the song torn and found in the clenched fist of the latest victim of the Hornet's weapon.
Well, Jim.
I'm taking them with me. I know whether or not those checks clear the bank. If they don't, Jim will be found with this emblem plastered to his forehead. The mark of the Green Hornet. And this part of this song clenched in his fist.
Wait. If we don't stop payment, if those checks go through...
Then you'll have nothing but poverty to worry you. And don't try another racket like this one. The Green Hornet can make one of your songs a hit at any time. Only the next time, it might be one of you who furnishes the clenched fist.
Leaving the two racketeers in their office, the Hornet took the elevator to the first floor, dragged the still unconscious man to the rear door of the building, and put him into the car.
That'll do, Cato.
What do we do with him?
We'll have to keep him under cover until these checks clear the bank. And then, Cato, we can let him go.
Lowry, have you heard the news?
Which news? That Fielding kid got a refund from Joe, Jack, and Jim. That's news.
Yes, and the mark of the Green Hornet was on the letter that went with it.
Yeah, that's a page one story. The Hornet has stepped out again. I wish I had all the details.
But that's not the biggest thing. Mr. Reed was in bright and early this morning. He's a newspaper man again. He's been working like a Trojan all day, trying to run down some leads on the Hornet from what information he gathered.
He is?
Yeah, but it won't last. I'm certain that he'll lose interest again if the Green Hornet goes back into seclusion.
But what if the Green Hornet was to be captured?
I'm afraid Britt Reed would lose interest in the Sentinel in that case, too.
Pepper! Green Hornet mails check! Exclusive Green Hornet story! Green Hornet still alive! Central Vacancy Pepper!
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated.
Peter Paul candy bars, indescribably delicious. And by your neighborhood McDonald's restaurant. At McDonald's, we do it all for you.
You're the one. You're just a little bit different.
Different people have different tastes. That's why McDonald's has filet of fish. All U.S. grade A prime white filet. Flaky and light.
2 filet of fish, please.
At McDonald's. I love it. I do it all for you. Well, you can. With a whistle pop. It's a lollipop with a on the top, yummy whistle pop. Orange, grape, and strawberry too. It's the best tasting whistle you can listen to.
The best whistle I ever tasted.
It's a whistle pop. Peter Paul whistle pop.
Another quality candy from Peter Paul. Indescribably delicious.
When I eat a York peppermint patty, I get the sensation of being at the top of a cold and wintry mountain. Alone.
York peppermint patty. Get the sensation.
When I eat a York peppermint patty, I get the sensation of a cool breeze billowing through my hair and across my long white dress. Oh.
York peppermint patty. Get the sensation from Peter Paul.
You're the one. You're trying for perfection.
You're the one. Standing up to close inspection.
Working harder every day to get it right this time. Giving up is not your way. You really want to shine.
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Almond Joy's got nuts, Mounds don't. Almond Joy's got rich milk chocolate, munchy nuts, and coconut too. Mounds got deep dark chocolate and chewy coconut. Ooh, sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Peter Paul, Almond Joy's got nuts. Peter Paul, Mounds don't. Because sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Pioneers who first settled the western United States faced danger and sudden death at the hands of hostile Indians and outlaws. The safety of their lives and property depended on their ability to shoot straight. And years later, when the masked rider of the plains had brought law and order to the new territory, these old-timers still felt a greater confidence in gun law than in any other kind. If it had not been for the Lone Ranger, they might never have realized that force and justice cannot exist side by side. The winning of the West might never have been accomplished. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hill country! Hello, Silver! Away!
A rancher stood by while the Lone Ranger and Tonto watered their great stallions at the spring behind the rancher's home.
Yep, stranger, me and Abby pioneered this country. No offense meant to your pard there, but we come here when Injuns was so thick in these parts you never knew if you was going to keep your top hair from one day to the next. Yes, sirree, them was stirring days.
You should be proud, Dan.
I'm glad I'm living where I am and when I am. Stranger, you're looking at a fella you don't see very often. A man that's happy and contented. I've got out of life most everything I ever wanted.
Almost everything?
Almost. There's still one thing I want. And someday, when I got the cash and time to spare, I'll get that, too.
What is it?
Look up yonder towards that hill.
I see it.
Well, just beyond is the sweetest little valley you ever laid eyes on. You won't find its beat anywhere. It was made for a man to build his home in. And one of these days, I'm going to.
I know the place, and I can understand how you feel.
Uh-huh. That house is going to be all of logs took right from the woods around. It's going to be small enough for me and Abby to finish our days there in comfort. But all the same, it's going to be big enough so as we can have our children around whenever they get the notion to come and visit us. Well, I got it all planned.
I hope someday you have the home you want. Tonto and I have been here before, and I've always wondered why you chose this place to build.
On account of the pass.
Oh?
Like I said, we pioneered this part of the country. Sometimes didn't see other folks for months at a time. And the pass being the only way through the hill there, what folks did come this way came through it. Being downright hungry for company, we built close by.
I see.
But now that the country's built up a little, it's different.
You spoke of needing money for the home you want. You ever thought of prospecting those hills behind you for gold? I've run across signs of ore in there several times.
Have you told anyone else that?
No. Why?
That's something I never want to get out.
I don't understand.
You don't? Well, I'll tell you why. If the word ever got around, there'd be a rush in here like you never seen before.
Yes, that's likely.
Gold. Everybody's thirsting for gold. And what is it? Just some yellow stuff that you can't neither eat nor drink. It ain't good for a thing in itself except that folks put a price on it.
That's true.
Tain't gold that makes a country rich, it's land. Without the land, you could have gold till your eyes bulged out. You'd starve to death. You ever seen where prospectors have been?
Many times.
Ever hear of them settling down and staying after the gold was gone? No, sir. Grab the gold and get. Run to where there's more gold, that's them. To blazes with homes and towns and what happens to the country afterwards. Fill your pockets and the devil take the hindmost.
The prospectors aren't good homemakers, and that much is certain.
Well, I've knowed about that gold, and I won't touch a speck of it. What's more, there'll be no pack of greedy idiots raising hob around here as long as I'm able to pack a gun. I'll blast the first one to try it.
Sun go down. Better we ride.
You're right, Tonto. Here, old fellow. Dan, I was so interested in what you had to say that I forgot the time. We'll be leaving you, but thanks for the water. And I hope we'll see you again.
Drop by any time, stranger. Everybody's welcome here. Masked men or lawmen or just plain folks. It don't make no difference.
Adios.
Good day to you.
Come, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, old fellow. Tonto, we're not riding on to the border.
What matter?
We're making camp beyond the pass.
Why do that?
You've heard what Dan said of prospectors?
Uh-huh.
I happen to know that fellow we met in the hills was one.
Oh.
They could hardly miss finding pay dirt. The hills are rich with it. Missed discovery so far only because a few settlers don't understand ore. It's the same in California before Sutter made his strike.
That's right.
And that prospector says nothing. When he leaves, everything will be well. But if he talks...
There'll be trouble?
More trouble, I'm afraid, than Dan can handle. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on. The prospector mentioned by the Lone Ranger spent little time in the hills, because what he saw there sent him racing eastward. It was many miles to the nearest settlement, but a week later...
Keep drinks for the house are on me. Gold, fellas! I found gold you wouldn't believe.
Clem! He said them hills are just bulging with gold.
What hills?
You know, the Panamints. You go through the pass and by Dan Bowen's place, and there you are.
Going? You just bet I'm going. Ain't everybody else? Get up there, boy. Come on.
Word of the strike spread with the swiftness of a prairie fire. Another week went by, and then at noon one day, Dan Bowen was startled into dropping the tin cup of coffee he held when his son burst into the house, slamming the door behind him.
Pa! Blast it. There. Look what you made me do.
Oh, don't get mad at the boy, Dan. You ought to be used to the way Jim slams around by now, Pa.
Well, it's got to stop.
I'm sorry, Pa, but I got news.
It better be good. That was the last of the coffee.
It ain't good, it's bad.
Well, tell it.
Word of the gold's got out.
Huh?
It's so, Pa. This fella's heading this way from all over. Just talked to some of the first to get here. I'm at the other side of the pass and rode as fast as I could to tell you.
The masked man.
Huh?
He done this. He knew about that gold, and I was fool enough to think he wouldn't tell. Doggone if I wasn't fool enough to take a liking to the fella.
Oh, what
Get
are you...
my belt and gun.
But-
Don't pester me with questions now, Linda. Just get my gun.
Sure, Pa.
And get my rifle, too.
Dan, you're going to make trouble.
You can bet I am. You get your hardware, too, Jim. You'll come with me.
Right.
No, Dan, you can't. Stop and think. You don't know what might come of this.
That's where you're wrong.
But-
I do know what'll come of it.
Trouble.
Uh-huh. Trouble for the skunks that think they can come around here and raise Ned.
Here, Pa.
Thanks.
Oh, Dan, after these, there'll come more. And even if you turn the first ones back, you can't hope to fight 'em all off.
No.
Don't fight 'em. Just try to make the best of it.
Coming, Jim?
I'll be right with you. Yeah, I had trouble finding cartridges. Come on, let's go.
You get my horse for me.
All right, sure.
Dan, now wait.
Well?
Where you going?
To the pass, of course. Where do you suppose? Let 1,000 of them come. It cuts them right down to my size. Hi, Jim. Get a move on.
4 men were in the first group to approach the pass that served as an entrance to the valley and the gold-bearing hills beyond. Each man, mounted upon a horse, led a mule that carried the prospectors' tools and supplies. The man known as Hard Rock seemed to be their leader, and...
Change far now, boys. There's the pass. Care to stay in the saddle for a bit after dark? We can spread our blankets in the hills.
Sure, let's push on.
Suits me fine.
Say, Hard Rock, why don't we stop and rest our horses at this fella Bowen's? Save him from getting too fagged.
Yeah, good idea.
Acquainted with him?
Nope. Those that are say he's a right fine fella.
Yeah, I've heard the same. All right, get along there, pesky mule.
Don't get riled with him, Sam. Just think of all the dust he'll be able to pack for you going back, in place of the grub and such he's carrying now.
What do you figure I've been thinking about?
Here's where we enter the pass, boys.
Uh-huh.
Right narrow, ain't it? Yeah. Ain't so very long, though. You can see on beyond there where it widens out again.
Well, Say, who's that?
Huh?
That a couple of horsemen ahead there? Can't see him so good because they reined up in the shadows.
I see him.
Act like they're waiting for us.
Maybe a couple of the boys that beat us here. Hi there.
Pull up, Jim.
Who are you? Whoa there, whoa.
Keep them covered, Jim.
Sure.
Hey, what's the idea here?
You've come as far as you're gonna.
What's that?
I reckon you heard me.
You must be loco, fella. Was this some kind of a holdup?
It ain't a holdup. What I said, I meant.
You ain't said who you are.
I'm Dan Bowen. This is my boy, Jim.
And I'll sure let you have it if you try coming closer, gents.
Bowen, I don't get this.
You're prospectors.
Sure. Prospectors ain't exactly the same as outlaws. What's biting you, anyway?
You can turn around and head back for where you come from.
Well, now, look here, mister.
I'll tell you what, Hard Rock. It's the gold. He's got a notion nobody's got a right to get at it but him.
That's so, mister?
No.
If it is, you'd better think things over some. In the first place, you ain't got no right to try hogging everything for yourself. In the second place, there ain't no need of it. Not to be gold enough in them hills for everybody. You couldn't hope to prospect the whole layout all alone in 1,000 years.
I'm not interested in the gold.
I'll just bet you.
I've known about it since before Jim here was born. I've never touched it. I'm never gonna. And neither are you.
You just think we ain't. Stand aside, Bowen.
All
or
right. There's something here I don't savvy. Bowen, you really meant that when you said you'd known about the gold?
I did.
And you've honestly never helped yourself to any, huh?
I haven't.
Well, that's beyond me. Ain't a reason in the world I can think of why a fellow wouldn't want gold. That's your business, I guess. I'm interested in finding out why you say we can't go after it either.
That's my home beyond the pass. I found it and fought to hold it. I've earned the right to keep that home the way I want it. Free of the roughnecks and cutthroats and worthless gold-hunting scavengers that'll be trampling in here if I let them.
So that's it.
I've got fields planted. I've got stock ranged in the valley and the hills. I won't have them fields turned to mud and my cows stole to furnish beef for thieving prospectors.
Don't call us thieves, you crazy fool, or we'll...
Easy there, fella.
What he said...
No, just take it easy. Bowen, you've got the wrong slant on us. There'll be a rush here, sure enough. In any crowd, you'll always find some roughnecks. Take us by and large, we ain't so bad. You ain't got cause to fear us.
You said it true. I ain't.
We just
turn yourselves around. Time's past for talk.
Well, look, Bowen, there must be some way we can get together on this. Maybe we could...
Jim.
Yeah, Paul?
If they don't vamoose, fire over their heads. If that don't persuade them, fire again where it'll hurt.
Back up, fellas.
Pull that trigger, kid, and see what happens to you.
If you're setting a fight, Bowen, you'll get your stomach full of it.
That's your warning. The next will come closer.
Why, blast your mangy hide, I'll take him.
Get back.
They're slapping leather.
Down this time to break it up.
It's a masked man, Paul.
He's a skunk told about the gold.
Then we
You're
can-
the cause of this, blast you. Well, take it.
Oh,
You asked for it. Tonto, disarm these fellows.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The masked man picked up the guns he had shot from the hands of Dan Bowen and his son. Tonto, meanwhile, had forced the prospectors to turn over their arms.
We'll keep these for the present. You'll get them back when we have your promise. There'll be no trouble.
What's your license to butt in, mister?
These 45s are my authority. Care to question it?
Nope, I reckon I don't. They look plumb convincing.
Good.
I tried to drill you and missed. I suppose you'll make us pay. But I ain't big enough. I'll tell you to your face, I wished I'd got you.
You believe Tonto and I mentioned the gold we'd seen in the hills.
I know you did.
You're wrong. We've been camped within 10 miles of here since that day we talked.
I don't believe it.
Well, we won't argue. Just turn your mounts back and get home.
You can't
That's
tell...
for you as well as your father, Jim.
I don't have...
Son, don't argue with a masked man when you ain't armed. We'll get. These fellows will have to go through the pass. But we ain't done with them yet.
They won't go through.
Huh?
This quarrel is between you and them. In spite of what you think, Tonto and I are not taking sides. We stepped in to prevent bloodshed. We've no intention of aiding one side or the other. They'll have to turn back also.
Look here.
Quiet. You've all had your orders. Now on your way.
Stranger, I can't figure you out.
Why should you?
Oh, I don't know. Just hate to be puzzled, I guess. Well, come on, boys. Might as well go back and make camp. We can always get through another day. Whatever you say. Come on there, back, fella. All right, boy. Get up there.
Get up there. Get up.
Dan, I'm sorry you think I've done this to you, but I won't attempt to justify myself. Perhaps you'll be convinced of the truth later. Now, go on home.
You're a smooth talker, stranger. But me, I think you're lying in your teeth. Come on, Jim. Get on, fella.
Get up there.
Them heap mad.
I knew there'd be trouble.
You stop 'em.
Stopped it? Tonto, this was nothing.
What you mean?
We prevented a fight between Dan and 4 prospectors.
Uh-huh.
But Dan's still as determined as ever to hold this pass.
That's right.
And for each of the prospectors here today, there'll be 100 before the week is out. No, Kemosabe, the real trouble hasn't begun. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
What the Lone Ranger forecast came true. By evening, a dozen prospectors had reached the pass. The next day, their number tripled. At the end of 4 days, the eastern approach to the pass was one large camp resembling that of a small army. In the meantime, Dan Bowen and his son guarded the pass in alternate watches. It was so narrow that it could easily be defended by a single man, and Dan was stubbornly determined to resist the prospectors in spite of the protests of his wife.
Here, Dan. I've heated your water. You can wash up.
Thanks. Where's the soap?
Right there.
Oh.
Oh, you look so tired, Dan.
Huh?
You look as though you ain't rested in a week. You can't keep this up. You just can't. Aren't you listening, Dan?
I heard you. Where's the towel?
Here. Oh, Dan, please, won't you even talk about it?
What's there to say?
You won't stop it?
No.
When you know you can't win out? When you know sooner or later they'll be fighting and they'll break through and you or Jim will get hurt?
If a man's in the right, he don't stop fighting just 'cause he might get licked, does he?
Oh, don't talk like that.
Don't our home mean nothing to you?
Not worth your life or Jim's.
Don't worry about us.
Oh, how can I help it?
We've gone through times just as bad before.
When there was need of it. But, Dan, can't you see? Our home isn't really in danger. It isn't.
Huh? Don't you savvy what it'd look like around here if I let them roughnecks through?
I know,
Well,
but...
then what you talking about?
But I was thinking of our valley, where we've always planned to build. That'll still be there. It won't even be touched. What's it to us what happens here? It ain't as though we weren't never going to move.
Now, you're talking foolish.
But don't you
think we can pull stakes here just any day we please?
I didn't say that.
You know we can't. How do you figure me and Jim can clear the land in there and put up the place we want and still look after the work we have to do? It'll take help. Help costs cash, and we ain't got it to spare.
Oh, I knew it wouldn't be any use.
No, Pappy, as long as this is where we have to live, I'm going to keep it the kind of place where I'll want to live, and nobody'll stop me. Now, where's my hat? Oh, here.
Oh, Dan, you forgot your breakfast.
I can't eat now, honey. Jim's waiting.
But you can't
Then
go
you can
without...
fetch me something cold at noon.
But the gold seekers beyond the pass felt that they had reached the limit of their patience. A meeting was called, and nearly everyone demanded action. Choosing Hard Rock as their leader, they decided to attack the Bowens just before dawn. Tonto listened on the outskirts of their camp and then reported to the Lone Ranger.
Oh, Scout. Oh, fella. Oh.
Tonto, what is it?
Fellas, fight.
What?
Them go through pass.
Now?
Not now. Them go before sun come up.
That means Dan's refused to give in.
Huh?
I hoped he would when he saw the odds he faced. Here, Silver.
What we do?
I'm going after Hard Rock. He's the leader of those fellows.
Huh?
There's one way left to settle this, and we'll have to use it. Wait for me here, Tonto.
Tonto, do it.
Come on, Silver. Come on!
The meeting of the gold seekers had been late in the day. Night fell soon after, and the men, knowing that the time for sleep would be short, took to their blankets early. Soon most of them were deep in slumber, Hard Rock among them. But less than half an hour later, he was awakened by a light touch on the shoulder. He looked up, saw a masked man, opened his mouth to shout, but was stopped by a hand that threatened to smother him.
Quiet. Quiet, do you hear me? You're not going to be hurt. When I take my hand away, keep your voice down. There.
You're the fellow we met in the pass.
Right.
What do you want?
You and I are going to have a talk, but we can't talk here.
Huh?
Come with me.
Say, look
you
here
have
now.
my word you won't be harmed. I hope you'll come willingly. But if you won't...
What?
There's my horse, and here's my guns. One shout, and I'll have you out of here before a man could stir.
You won the first time we met up, stranger.
Yes?
And I reckon you win again. Come on.
Hard Rock rode with the Lone Ranger to his camp. The masked man outlined his plan, and then...
Ranger, I'd give every dollar I own to know your name.
You would? Why?
No outlaw would ever think of a scheme like that. No outlaw. I don't know anybody that would.
Well, what have you decided?
Well, I'm for it, of course.
Fine.
But this means I'll have to hustle to get back to camp.
Tonto will take you, your saddled scout.
Yes, Scout.
I'll see you again, won't I?
You will.
I sure hope so. I don't mind saying knowing you has made me doggone proud. Ready, Tonto? Let's travel.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Dan Bowen, unaware that an attack had been planned for the early morning, did not realize that the Lone Ranger was responsible for it being called off. In fact, news that reached him several days later made him more angry than ever with the masked man.
Did it, Ginger?
You really saw it, Linda? You ain't just making this up?
I wouldn't story about it, Pa. I just now got back.
The polecats.
What can we do?
Not a doggone thing.
But, Pa,
what could Jim and me do against all them fellas out in the open? Besides, we don't dare leave the pass.
How could they have found out about the valley, Pa?
Got it from the masked man.
But how would he know?
I told him, blast it. I reckon I'm just a born idiot. I stood right over there by the spring and told him the whole works. How there weren't a better spot to build in this part of the country. How we'd always hoped to make our home there.
Now they're spoiling it.
For spite. To get even. I've heard of some low, mean, ornery stunts, but this one tops them all.
Days passed. Then, one night, while Dan was standing guard...
It's cold, mates. Cold as blazes. Maybe I... Who's there? Speak up or I shoot. Who's there?
Drop that gun.
What? Drop it. By thunder, this time you don't... Oh, my hand.
You don't seem to learn, Dan.
What are you going to do?
There are quite a few men beyond the pass, Dan.
You
wouldn't let them through.
Wait.
So tonight I'm putting you into their hands.
When dawn came and young Jim Bowen went to relieve his father, he found him gone. His mother and sister were frantic when he returned to the house with the news.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew one of these days he'd be killed. What have they done with him?
I don't know.
You've got to find him, Jim. You've got to.
I'll find him and I'll do more. If Pa's been harmed, I'll get every skunk that had a hand in it.
Oh, Ma, what is it? Look, there, through the window.
Huh?
Why, it's Pa. It's Pa alive. But those men
Them
with
prospectors, they got him. And they're coming here. I'll fix them. Let Pa go. Let him go, you skunks, or by thunder I'll let fly.
Jim, be careful.
Then take Ma back in the house.
I won't go. I won't.
Then stand aside. Have they harmed you, Pa?
You idiot. Put down them guns.
I ain't a scared. I'll show 'em.
Hey, don't shoot. Whoa.
You're covered. Tell your Pa if Pa ain't let loose, you're going to get drilled.
Oh, blast it all. Didn't I tell you to put them guns down?
But, Pa,
These gents are my friends.
Huh?
Pa, you're talking like you're out of your head.
Out of my head, am I? Abby, fetch out everything we got for victuals. Jim, you open them 3 barrels of cider we stored away. Linda, go pretty yourself. We're going to have party.
Dan, please, you're not yourself.
What's that?
Don't talk so wild.
Gosh sakes, Dan, you ain't told him yet.
Oh, doggone, I plumb forgot.
Told what, Pa?
About the house. Huh? The new house. Sure, we got a new house. There in the valley where we always planned on. Built of logs like we wanted it. Snuggest little house a fella ever had.
Oh, my stars.
Abby, just wait till you see it. You and me never hoped for anything even half so fine.
But gosh, who... oh, doggone it. If you ain't clean local, Pa, where'd it come from? Who built it?
These fellas built it. Linda, that's what you seen the other day when you thought they was just tearing up the valley for spite. They was making the clearing.
But I thought they was fighting you.
The masked man changed all that, miss.
The masked man?
If it hadn't been for him, I reckon there would have been a fight. Instead of that, he told us how Dan had always wanted a house in that valley he showed us. Well, there was plenty of us to dig in and help, so Throwing it together weren't no chore at all. We're all going to help you move, too.
Great day. And for all of me, they can prospect them hills till the cows come home.
Thanks to the mask man.
It's wonderful.
Hard Rock.
Yeah?
I'm still again prospecting, and don't you think I'm not. But you know a heap about it, don't you?
Well, ought to.
Well, I was just wondering...
Huh?
if you'd be willing to take me along.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Take a wild and wacky ride aboard the world's first nuclear-powered bus and leave the laughter to us. The Big Bus, Wednesday at 9, 8 Central and Mountain. This week, Professor Cunningham's robot crew battles the Nautilus and his arch-nemesis, Captain Nemo. Bridges Meredith, Linda Day George, and Jose Ferrar as Captain Nemo. Wednesday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
This is CBS. Meet Keith Hoyer, a double amputee who is battling the Coast Guard for the right to pilot his own vessel. And his partner, Dan Wagner, who lost everything he had and went deeply into debt when his boat sunk off a Bahamian reef.
I'm Gordon Peterson, and I'm in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, to introduce you to two fascinating characters. Two men who beat unbelievable odds and turned a dream into a reality.
Gordon Peterson looks at a man who gives it all he's got Monday.
Let yourself go to Pizza Hut. Let yourself go, say Super Supreme.
Would you look at that pizza?
There's a super new pizza called Super Supreme.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's got 9 super toppings like you've never seen.
Can't believe all the stuff in this pizza. It's super.
Let yourself go, say Super Supreme.
$4.99 Family Night specials every Monday and Tuesday at all Washington area Pizza Hut restaurants. Dr. Tim Johnson talks to JC Monday.
Let's check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. 2 days ago, I saw your ad in the Star Times. I want you to do something for me. Find someone who I know is in this city. You see, I think the man I want you to help me locate will be killed unless I find him first. If you're free tomorrow evening, we can meet at the corner.
We can meet at the corner of Robertson and 35th at 8 o'clock. Carry a top coat and your hat in your hand. I'll speak to you. Anxiously, Dorothy Simmons. Sure, it sounded like 100 other letters I get through Box 13. But when the thing was over, I Wish the mail carrier had taken a detour somewhere on his appointed rounds.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, 113.5.
Susie. Susie. Hey, Susie.
Huh? Oh, hello.
Hello. Susie, I've been here for an hour. My name is Holliday.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Holliday. I guess I was wool gathering.
Yes, I guess you were. Why are you staring so hard at that letter?
I'm studying it.
Why?
Well, I'm reading a book.
So?
The book says you can tell character from handwriting.
Oh. And what do you get from that letter from Dorothy Simmons?
Nothing.
Yeah, it must be a great book you're reading.
Oh, I don't understand it at all, but it's fun.
I'll come back later when we can clear this up. But I've got a great idea, Susie.
What?
You forget about the book until I get back. Then I'll tell you all about Dorothy Simmons. At 8 o'clock, I arrived at Robertson and 35th. At 8:03, a young woman, maybe 25 or 6, spoke to me. And at 8:15, we were sitting across from each other in a booth at a coffee shop. She was good-looking, smartly dressed, and talked smoothly and well. But underneath that calm exterior, something was happening.
I know he's somewhere in this city, Mr. Holliday. I've got to find him before someone else does.
Maybe you'd better tell me who this is we've got to find.
My brother.
Oh? Well, how do you know he's here?
I've traced him this far.
Heard from him at all?
No. He's running away from something. Or someone.
How do you know that?
Well, the last time I saw him, 3 months ago, he was frightened. He wouldn't tell me what was wrong. And then he disappeared.
Your letter said he might be killed.
He said that.
Well, any reason for saying it?
No. At least none that he told me.
Look, Miss Simmons, this city has a perfectly good missing persons bureau. An efficient setup to help people in your spot. Why not go to the police?
I can't.
All right, you can't. Reason?
I don't know what my brother's done.
Oh, I see.
I'm not sure he's done anything wrong, but... Well, he might have,
And if we find him?
What do you mean?
Well, if he's been a bad boy, it'll be out of my hands.
You'd turn him over to the police?
Well, of course.
You won't help me except under that condition.
Well, that's about it.
All right. I agree.
Fair enough. Now, where do we start looking?
I don't know.
Well, what's his name?
Dave Simmons.
Have you got a picture of him?
No.
That's great.
I can describe him.
Oh, go ahead.
He's about 5'7". He has
Dorothy
dark
described
hair
her brother to me, and as she talked, a man who'd been sitting a couple of booths away got up and came near us. At first, I didn't pay any attention to him. Then it struck me as funny that he should be taking such a long time tying a shoelace. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Hold it. Having trouble?
Huh? Talking to me?
Yeah, I think so.
I got a knot in the lace.
Convenient place to get it.
Huh?
Oh, nothing. Are you finished now?
What's the idea? I can't stop to tie my shoelace?
I've no objections.
And what's the beef?
None, I guess.
What are you, wise guy?
Sorry.
Yeah, wise guy, that's what.
Was he listening?
If he'd have had his ear any closer, it would have been on my coffee. Did you ever see him before?
No. No, I'm sure I haven't.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Look, he's looking in the window.
Maybe he just likes us.
He must have heard me describe my brother.
Yeah, he couldn't miss. Okay, come on.
He's gone.
Uh-huh. You sure you've never seen him before?
Oh, I'm positive.
Must have been following you.
Following me?
Couldn't have been me because there was no reason for him to tail me.
But why should he be after me?
I don't know. Yet. Where are you staying?
Oh, the Wilmington Hotel.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cab! Hey, cab!
What are you going to do?
Put you in a cab and see that you're not followed.
Oh, but what about you?
Mr. Shoelace doesn't know it, but he gave us a lead. All right, get in.
When will I hear from you?
I'll get in touch.
Oh, no. I'll get in touch with you.
But why shouldn't I call you?
Please don't. Just let me call you tomorrow.
Okay. Here's my card.
Thank you.
It's all right. Wilmington Hotel, driver. I waited for a cab to follow the one Dorothy had taken. None did. Mr. Shoelace had dropped out of sight. at least until the next day. It was about 11 in the morning at my apartment when... Come in. Well, hello.
Hello.
I see you're wearing knotless shoelaces this morning.
Yeah. Mind if I sit down?
No, go right ahead.
Thanks.
I'll admit this is pleasant, but it can lose its charm. This visit, I mean.
Maybe you'd like me to get right to the point, Holiday.
There's merit in that suggestion.
Uh-huh. You wonder how I found you?
No, you tailed me last night.
Uh-huh.
Good job, I didn't see you.
No, nobody does unless I want them to.
Oh? Now, about the point you mentioned. Is it still lying around?
Holiday, I'll go 50-50 with you.
Well, that's generous of you. 50-50 on what?
20 grand. Now, look, we both beat our brains out if we work alone. If we work together, we got a better chance.
That sounds reasonable. But if I knew what you were talking about, we could make more sense.
She didn't tell you?
Tell me what?
What are you trying to do, play coy with me?
No, not at all. What should Dorothy Simmons have told me?
Who?
Dorothy Simmons. What a funny man I am.
Yeah, ain't you?
What's the big laugh?
She said that was her name.
That's right.
Suppose I told you she was lying.
All right. Suppose you tell me.
No, I think you're on the level with this.
All right, let's stop the funny business.
Nothing doing, Holiday. What you don't know won't hurt you.
And what about something I do know?
In that case, look me up. Here. Here's my card. I might come in handy.
Well, he left me sitting there holding his card. On it I read, R. Dakin, private investigator. The whole thing was beginning to look like a bride's first cake when... Hello?
Mr. Holliday,
Yes?
this is Dorothy Simmons.
Oh? Are you sure?
What did you say?
That name, Dorothy Simmons. You sure it's yours? Hello? Hello?
May I see you?
Well, I'd love it. Oh, I had a visitor.
Visitor? Who?
Our friend last night. Seems his name is Dakin, a private investigator.
Private investigator?
Yeah, that's right. Now, does he mean anything to you?
Can't we talk about it? I mean, not over the phone.
Okay, I'll come to the hotel.
No, I don't want anyone to know I'm here besides you. That man might follow you.
Oh. All right, you name the place.
Well, there's a drugstore down the street from the hotel. I'll meet you in there in half an hour.
Better make it an hour.
All right, an hour. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Whatever was going on, it was going in a circle with me riding the edge. But it looked interesting. A girl who said her name was Dorothy Simmons. A man who said her name wasn't Dorothy Simmons. A missing brother and a 50-50 cut in something that would bring $20,000. Yeah, it had possibilities. But before I went to meet Miss Simmons, I found out about Dakin from Lieutenant Kling. Dakin was a shady operator. He'd come within an ace of having his license taken away from him on more than one occasion. But he'd always managed to slip the noose and stay in business. Okay, this looked good. So an hour later, I was with Dorothy Simmons in the drugstore.
I don't know him. I've never even heard the name Dakin before.
All right. How about your own name?
It isn't Dorothy Simmons.
Well, what is it?
I can't tell you now. Please don't ask me why. When we find my brother, I'll tell you everything.
Meanwhile, I've got a ticket on a merry-go-round, and I get dizzy easily.
You said you'd help me.
Mm-hmm. But I can't fight a mist or hunt for someone in a city that's...
Dakin must know something about my brother, or he wouldn't have followed me. He must have thought I'd lead him to Dave.
You've got something.
Please find out from Dakin what he knows.
I don't think Mr. Dakin is the type that dishes out information just like that.
Make him tell.
How? Use thumb screws or the Iron Maiden?
I've got to know why he's after my brother.
I'd like to know that myself. And why you won't tell me your real name. Oh, there are a lot of things I'd like to know.
Let's go to see Dakin. And if he tells us anything, I'll tell you anything you want to know.
All right. That's a deal. Come on. Looks like Mr. Dakin's not receiving.
Try the door.
It's open. Mr. Dakin isn't very private, is he? Dakin. Dakin.
Why are the shades drawn?
Mr. Dakin likes it dark, I guess. And...
What's the matter?
I think Mr. Dakin is all through investigating anything. Be quiet.
Dead. He's dead.
He's shot.
Who killed him?
How do I know? Hand me that phone.
What are you going to do?
Phone the police?
No, you can't do that.
Look, Dakin's been murdered. I'll do a lot of things for adventure and excitement. But hiding a murder's not one of them.
But my brother, suppose he...
I told you twice. If your brother's...
Please don't call the police. Not yet, please.
I said hand me the phone. Come on, look out. Get out of the way.
All right. Here.
Well, that's better.
Operator.
Operator, get me the police. I want to report.
Operator, never mind. The call was a mistake.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's latest adventure, 113.5.
Whatever Dorothy Simmons used to hit me, it was a lot harder than my head, and something had to give way. So I did. When I opened my eyes, Lieutenant Kling was bending over me.
Well, it's nice to know you're still with us.
Yes, I wake up to the strangest things.
Uh-huh.
Hey, why are you here?
The operator reported a call from here. 2 minutes later, another tenant passed here and saw this lovely tableau. You always lie down and go to sleep with murdered men?
Always? Oh, what did she hit me with?
This great, big, nice, heavy paperweight. And who's she?
Dorothy Simmons.
I still ask, who's she?
Well, I told Kling the whole story, beginning to end. And when I'd finished, I realized how silly it sounded. He looked at me and...
Your name should be Alice.
This is no Wonderland, and... Did your boys turn this place upside down?
No. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Check on Dorothy Simmons at the Wilmington Hotel. You heard her description. Now, Holiday. She hit you and ransacked this room, looking for something. What?
You know as much as I do.
That gives me a whole lot to go on.
As much as I had.
Oh.
Brilliant. Brilliant observation.
Yeah, and you're in a good spot to notice it. I don't think. Look, why don't you go to Tibet?
Can I go now? Home, Tibet?
Yeah, get.
Thanks. And when you find out about Dorothy Simmons, give me a ring, will you?
Yeah, sure. Now beat it.
I left the room and walked downstairs into the street. My head was still buzzing like a party line in a crowded neighborhood. But it was clear enough to let me see a big limousine. It was parked just across and down the street from Dakin's office building. It hadn't been standing there when Dorothy and I went in to see Dakin. Besides, a face looked out at me from the rear window. Then the face vanished, the car drove away. Well, this was getting better. A limousine, complete with chauffeur. I caught the license number, jotted it down in my head in between a couple of aches, and went back home. Later at my office, I had Susie check on that license number.
I've got it for you, Mr. Holliday. The car belongs to a Mr. Josiah Kettering.
Huh? Are you sure?
Sure. Why?
I don't get it. Kettering's one of the richest men in the state, a recluse. Now, what connection does he have with Dorothy Simmons, Dakin and...
Hello?
Susie, is Dan there?
Oh, sure. It's Lieutenant Kling, Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, hello?
Your head still on?
Barely. Why?
Then get this through it. There's no Miss Dorothy Simmons registered at the Wilmington.
Well, I told you that might not be her real name.
Look, I'm not finished. Nobody of that description is registered there. And before you ask me if I checked all the way through, the answer is yes. Your dream girl simply doesn't live there anymore. Or ever. Holiday, are you there?
I'm not much of any place right now.
Better stay where we can put a finger on you.
Mind if I go out on an errand meanwhile?
Where?
Have one of your boys follow me. Maybe I'll need a little company. So long.
Hey, there's no...
I can go on an errand for you, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, not this one, Susie. I'm going to see what Mr. Josiah Kettering has to offer.
Yes, sir?
Is Mr. Kettering in?
Do you have an appointment, sir?
Yes, tell him I've come for Mr. Dakin.
If you'll wait in the foyer, sir, I'll give Mr. Kettering your message.
The butler disappeared down the hall, went into a room, and a few seconds later...
This way, if you please, sir.
Oh, thank you.
That will be all, Carl.
Very good, sir.
And close the door. Well, you sit down.
Thank you.
You said something about a Mr. Dakin.
Yes, you know him.
What do you want?
Well, did you know Dakin was murdered?
Mr. Dakin was the type of person who invariably ends up that way. Some people do, you know.
And some people do the killing.
That achieves a nice balance. But that's neither here nor there. What have you come to tell me?
Nothing.
What are you looking at?
Books. Quite a collection you've got in here.
Yes. Do you know books? Rare ones?
I don't have the money necessary to enjoy them as much as you do.
Meaning what, sir?
Nothing.
You said you came from Mr. Dakin. Have you anything to tell me?
I didn't answer the old man who sat there leaning forward, watching me like a bright but aged robin. I could swear he thought I had something. Something he wanted. I decided to play along, stall for what I could learn. His hands yellow and thin trembled, and then...
Well, answer me, man, answer me. Have you got it? Did you get it back?
No.
Don't, idiot, you incompetent fools. I paid you to get it back. I paid you. Now I want it. Bring it back to me, do you hear? Bring it back.
Well, I don't know where it is.
Then why did you come here?
Because Dakin was killed.
I don't care about Dakin or anything else but my book. It's gone, stolen. Look, I kept its place open. Bring it back to me, please. Get it back to me.
The old man walked to a bookcase. He ran his hands over the row of volumes. Then his fingers stopped at a vacant spot.
What do you
Turned
want?
back to me.
More money? I'll give it to you in cash.
Now, just a minute. Maybe you had better tell me the name of the book again.
You know. Dakin knew. Dante First Folio. Now, please get it back
Why
for me.
didn't you go to the police?
Police? Why did you say that? You're not one of Dakin's men. You're not, are you?
No.
You're all against me. Everyone's against me. Everyone wants my collection. Get out, get out, get out!
Who stole that book from you?
They stole it from me. They knew I couldn't go to the police. They knew. But I fooled them, didn't I? I hired Dakin But you're not Dakin. You're the police. You won't let me have it back. You won't let me have it back. I tell you. I want that book back.
Better take care of him, Carl.
No.
Quiet, sir. He'll be all right, sir.
What do you know about this, Carl?
Nothing, sir.
Who stole that book from Mr. Kettering?
There was no book stolen, sir.
There was. A book Kettering couldn't let the police know about because it was in his possession illegally. Is that right?
Sir, these books are all he has.
Yes, I know. And how many of them are stolen from other collections?
Just the Dante First Folio, sir.
Mm-hmm. The only one he couldn't go to the police about, so you hired Dakin to trace it.
Please, sir. This won't mean prison for him, will it? It mustn't, sir.
I don't know. Now, look, Carl, who stole it?
Well, there was a couple here. Mr. Kettering's secretary.
Girl?
Yes, sir.
What did she look like?
Well, she was about 25 or 6, rather pretty. Knew a great deal about books, sir. Mr. Kettering had placed an ad for someone to do cataloging. She answered.
And she saw the Dante First Folio.
She must have at one time or another. Mr. Kettering kept this room locked, but of
That's
course...
enough. You said a couple. Was the other one a man?
Yes, a chauffeur. He and the girl were friendly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you'd better take care of Mr. Kettering.
You won't go to the police, sir. It would kill him.
I can't answer that. Just take care of him. I've got something else to do. Sure, Kling, it adds up. The girl and the chauffeur got away with the folio.
The girl being this, Dorothy Simmons.
Simmons, Smith, Brown. What's in the name? She and the chauffeur stole the folio. The girl knew Kettering wouldn't dare go to the police.
And why did she go to you?
Now, here's my guess. The chauffeur double-crossed her, ran out with the folio. She couldn't go to a reputable private detective agency, and she didn't want the chauffeur to catch sight of her.
So she picked you for the patsy, to find the guy. The guy she said was her brother.
And it's got to be it.
Okay, I'll buy it. But what about Dakin?
Either she or the chauffeur killed Dakin. The chauffeur because Dakin was on to him, or the girl because she didn't want to be trailed.
That makes sense. And Dakin was going to cross up the whole thing. Grab the folio for himself because he knew nobody could go to the police.
A nice merry-go-round with a double cross for a brass ring. And no free rides.
Okay, that's the setup. But where does it leave us?
Find the girl or the chauffeur.
Okay. But something tells me that's going to be tough.
And it was. For 5 days, the police dragged the city. It was dead end until Kling came to my office and...
Man answering the chauffeur's description was picked up about 200 miles from here in a cheap rooming house. He made a run for it, used his gun.
And?
He was killed.
And the folio?
He didn't have it, and he didn't sell it either.
Well, how do you figure that?
If he had, we'd have heard about it. And even if we hadn't, the guy wouldn't have been holed up in a joint like that. He'd have had dough.
Yeah, so where's the folio?
Girl?
Uh-uh. The chauffeur must have hidden it.
You got any ideas?
No. What was found on him?
Just this. Slip of paper.
What's this?
You can read. It says 113.5.
113.5. This all there was on him?
That's all.
What's it mean?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Kling, some place in this city is a folio worth $20,000. 2 men have been killed because of it.
Yeah. All we've got is 113.5. Just those numbers.
Code?
That could be. It's beyond me.
Mm-hmm. Anyway...
Oh, hello, Mr. Holliday. Hello, Lieutenant Kling.
Hi, Susie.
Oh?
Gee, you're both looking sad.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Holliday, remember what I told you I was reading about handwriting?
Please, Susie,
well...
not now, please.
Oh. What's that note?
113.5.
Huh?
1. Susie,
What's the matter?
what have you got there?
Books on handwriting.
Kling, look at those books. Look at them.
Huh? What's eating you? What about them?
Look at them. Just look at them. Kling, I know where that folio is. I was sure I was right, but I wanted to go it alone. Kling wanted both the folio and the girl, so I had to be alone just in case. And my destination? The public library. What better place to hide a book than there? I climbed the iron stairs to the stacks that towered over the main reading room. I read the index numbers on them. 111, 112, 113, decimal point. I reached out my hand for a little volume that stood between books that probably hadn't been taken out since the library was built.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, Miss Simmons, I believe.
I hoped you'd lead me to it. May I have it?
Good hiding place, isn't it? Way up here in the stacks, hidden between books that nobody had asked for. But let's talk about you, Miss Simmons. You've changed. Hair a different color, dress shabbily, dark glasses. No wonder you couldn't be found.
I'll take that folio, please.
I guess you would. After all, you killed Dakin to keep him from finding the chauffeur.
That's right. And I'll kill again. I'll kill again and again to get something that will mean the end of watching other people enjoy life. Hand it to me.
Miss Simmons, if you shoot, wouldn't the shot be heard? Wouldn't you have to explain?
Give it to me.
You have great patience. You followed me probably every day. Now, a little more patience won't hurt.
Stay away. Don't come any closer.
You want this, don't you?
Give it to me.
All right. But you will have to get it.
Don't drop it over. If you do, I'll kill you.
That wouldn't do any good, Miss Simmons. If I drop it over this rail, it'll drop 3 stories into the reading room below. Now, still want to shoot?
Please. Please give it to me.
Put down that gun.
No.
Then shoot. But when you do, this book drops. There are about 50 people down there. Which one of them would you like to pick up $20,000? Take a look, Miss Simmons.
Let go of me. Let go.
Come on, Miss Simmons. And you'd better walk ahead of me. Somehow I wouldn't want you at my back on those steep, narrow stairs.
But weren't you afraid she would shoot, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, yes, Susie. But she knew if she did, I'd drop the book. And that gave me time to grab her.
Gee. And to think you discovered where the folio was because I brought library books here to the office.
Mm-hmm. See what reading will do for you, Susie?
Uh-huh. But I've given up those books on handwriting, Mr. Holliday.
Oh? Why?
Because I analyzed one sample of handwriting, and it said the person was loyal, kind, unselfish, generous.
And who is this paragon of virtue?
Miss Simmons.
Oh, good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville. This week's original story was written by Arthur Bowie. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund MacDonald. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies go snap, crackle, pop. All right. Rice Krispies go snap, crackle, pop. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, turn up, guys.
Ask for it, and it's still the crispest sound around. That all-time golden goodie Kellogg's Rice Krispies cereal.
That's my favorite request.
Stovetop stuffing mix or mashed potatoes. Are you like Selma Precup, who thought you knew her husband's choice with chicken? Watch.
Potatoes.
Taste the potatoes. Now taste some of the stuffing. Now, which would you prefer with chicken?
The stuffing. I'd rather have stuffing than mashed potatoes anytime. There's a lot more flavor to it, and it complements the chicken.
Stovetop stuffing instead of potatoes. Ask your family.
Put your two hands out for a dig-em smack.
Dig 'em.
Watch a bowl appear like that. Kellogg's Sugar Smack.
Dig 'em.
Toasted wheat for a smacking good breakfast. Kellogg's Sugar Smack.
Dig 'em.
Hi, Dad.
Morning. Hey, what's that frog doing?
Deep sea diving.
How deep is it?
Knee deep.
Kellogg's Sugar Smacks.
Dig 'em.
Make 'em part of your good breakfast. Kellogg's Sugar Smack.
That's a dig 'em smack.
Why do Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats taste so great? People take sides.
Nicely sweet.
Crunchy wheat.
Nicely sweet.
Crunchy wheat.
Nicely sweet.
Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats.
Whole wheat goodness on one side.
Like frosting on the other. That's what makes the crunchy wheat nicely sweet.
Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheat cereal is part of a good breakfast.
Delicious.
But people still take sides. Crunchy wheat.
Nicely sweet.
Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats. It's the same thing, only different. It's a fresher kind of style. A more natural way of doing things that naturally brings a smile.
To undo it means more style and taste because the Uncola's a show of its own.
I'd call it the feature attraction.
Yeah, the only way to do it is undo it. 7-Up.
Gee, Tony, do you think we'll catch anything?
Who can resist the taste of Kellogg's Sugar Frosted Flakes cereal? Hey, let's enjoy some ourselves as part of your good breakfast.
Boy, I sure love them.
My secret frosting gives them the taste everybody loves.
The secret taste of Frosted Flakes makes Tony say,
They're great big fish!
Wow, he sure went for those Frosted Flakes, Tony.
Yeah, must have been a tiger shark.